in Qinhuangdao, inside a rundown old residential building. After finishing work and dealing with a cold meal, Fang Chenyi, dragging his weary body, leaned against the crude wooden bed. Although Fang Chenyi had a handsome face, in this society, looks couldn't put food on the table. As a graduate of an ordinary third-tier university, he could only earn a meager salary of 3,000 yuan in a small company. Lazily reclining on the bed, for a poor guy like Fang Chenyi, the most cost-effective entertainment was to watch free short videos. And this was also the most relaxing way for him. Just like now, Fang Chenyi hugged his phone, the same one he had been using since university, and scrolled through video after video. Occasionally, when he encountered interesting short videos, he would not hesitate to give them a little red heart. Perhaps it was because the little red heart didn't cost any money. As he scrolled, a gaming advertisement suddenly popped up on the screen. Do you want to have a fortune of billions? Do you want to soar to the top and become someone extraordinary? Do you want to reach the pinnacle of life, marrying a wealthy and beautiful woman? What are you waiting for? Click the start button now and begin your journey from collecting junk to becoming a billionaire. Choice 1. Start. Choice 2. Don't start. Looking at these brainless 3 questions, Fang Chenyi was speechless. Weren't these just nonsense questions? These 3 questions should represent the unreachable dreams of everyone. What made Fang Chenyi even more speechless was the last sentence. Starting from collecting junk to becoming a billionaire. What on earth was the designer of this game out of their mind? Only someone with a broken brain would play a game that involved collecting junk, right? Disdainfully shaking his head, Fang Chenyi's finger was about to swipe away the advertisement. But as his finger touched the screen at the position of start, coincidentally or not, before he could swipe upwards, there was a beep. Immediately, a mechanical sound rang in his mind. Ting! Chose to start successful. System is loading ... closing parenthesis. What the heck? What's going on? Fang Chenyi was startled by this sudden sound, sitting up straight in bed. It's not that he was easily startled, but he had just heard it clearly. The sound came directly from his mind. Just as Fang Chenyi was shocked, the mechanical voice sounded again. System loading successful. Binding to the host. Distributing items ... closing parenthesis. Items distributed successfully. Host, please collect and start your journey from collecting junk to becoming wealthy. At this moment, with the sound of this prompt in his mind, 2 items suddenly appeared at Fang Chenyi's feet. One was a tattered red and blue woven bag, and the other was a garbage picker frequently used by sanitation workers. What is this supposed to mean? Am I really being asked to collect junk? And what's this? A system? Could it be that I've been reading too many novels recently and I'm having hallucinations? Subconsciously reaching out and picking up the garbage picker next to him, Fang Chenyi's mind immediately received another beep. Host equipped with garbage picker, attribute, can pick up anything, immune to heavy objects, also has purify properties, can eliminate all viruses and bacteria, and can expel harmful viruses and bacteria within a 2-meter radius of the host. What the heck? This is so awesome, immune to heavy objects and can kill any virus and bacteria. This garbage picker is really a fantastic thing. Every day, Fang Chenyi, who either watched short videos or read novels, quickly accepted the fact that he really possessed a system. Most importantly, the sound in his mind and the 2 items appearing out of thin air made him have to believe it. But now he was a bit troubled. In novels, the systems of the protagonists were always very powerful. But why did his turn out to be about collecting junk? However, despite his trouble, Fang Chenyi still felt excited. No matter what kind of system it was, it is still a system. Maybe he could really become the world's richest man by collecting junk. Thinking like this, Fang Chenyi stopped watching videos. Feeling energized, he picked up the woven bag and the garbage picker, ready to start his journey of collecting junk. And in his mind, the 3 stupid questions he saw on his phone screen floated up again. In the eyes of Fang Chenyi now, those 3 questions might really come true. Hey, you stinky kid, why are you in such a hurry? Have you eaten yet? I stewed some meat. Li Shu asked me to bring you some. Just as he stepped out of the door, he ran into the landlady, Wang Yi, bringing meat for him. However, seeing Fang Chenyi's peculiar appearance, the landlady was momentarily stunned. Going to collect junk? At this moment, Fang Chenyi's mind was filled with thoughts of collecting junk, completely ignoring the landlady's words. Excitedly dropping this sentence, he rushed out of the hallway door. As Fang Chenyi exited the hallway, his voice came again. "Thanks, Li Shu, Wang Yi. Just leave the meat on my table, I'll eat it when I get back." Oh, this child. Why is he still collecting junk? AI, Z Fang. Auntie's words were too much, weren't they? If you're really short on money, Auntie will reduce your rent by half this month. Hearing Fang Chenyi's words, the landlady, Wang Yi, was first stunned, then quickly reacted and shouted after Fang Chenyi's departing figure. But by the time she finished speaking, Fang Chenyi's figure had already disappeared. Ah, what a good kid he is. Not only is he handsome, but he's also sensible. Why can't he find a good job? While the landlady sighed as she held a bowl of stewed meat, Fang Chenyi had already run to the side of the garbage bins in the residential area. His gaze swept over, and he saw a dilapidated tow car thrown outside the trash bin. Without hesitation, Fang Chenyi extended his right hand to pick it up with the garbage picker. With a flick of his left hand, he accurately threw the broken tow car into the bag. The action was smooth, as if it had been honed through countless garbage bins. Congratulations to the host for picking up one tow car. As the first task is completed, a corresponding special item is rewarded. There are only 20 limited edition Lamborghini 6th Element worth 23.12 million each globally. Additionally, a basic knowledge of driving a supercar is provided. Due to the size of the reward item being too large to fit into the woven bag, it has been placed at the entrance of the residential area. The car key has been placed in the woven bag for the host to retrieve. The knowledge of driving a supercar has been automatically stored in the host's mind. I can't believe it, a reward of 23.12 million for a Lamborghini. Is this for real? Hearing the prompt in his mind, Fang Chenyi stood still, holding the woven bag. His mouth hung open wide, and his eyes were full of shock. Just then, a heavily made-up woman happened to pass by him. Seeing Fang Chenyi holding the garbage picker and the woven bag, she instinctively waved her hand in front of her nose, as if Fang Chenyi had a strange odor about him. The woman, in high heels, clattered towards the entrance of the residential area. However, as she disdainfully glanced at Fang Chenyi, she was momentarily stunned. This junk collector is so handsome. Despite this brief glance, the woman was drawn to Fang Chenyi's handsome appearance. And for a moment, she stopped in her tracks and turned around, clattering back in Fang Chenyi's direction. Of course, at this moment, Fang Chenyi had no time to pay attention to the woman beside him. Excitedly realizing the situation, he reached into his woven bag, and the next moment, he felt something small in his hand. Grasping it, he saw that he was holding a beautiful car key embedded with a large bowl. I can't believe it, it looks like it's real. Staring at the car key in his hand, Fang Chenyi's excitement was evident. His mouth was almost watering. By now, the heavily made-up woman had already come up to Fang Chenyi. Seeing him clutching his fist and giggling foolishly, a thought involuntarily popped into her mind. Is this handsome guy a fool? If so, that would be a pity. Hey, junk collector, do you want this? To confirm her suspicion, the heavily made-up woman reached out and handed over her half-drunk drink to Fang Chenyi. Meanwhile, Fang Chenyi, who was still dazed by the unexpected huge surprise, was awakened by this shout. Subconsciously, he quickly stuffed the car key into his pocket, and then reached out to take the bottle handed to him by the woman without even looking at it before tossing it into his woven bag. The host has picked up one plastic bottle. The system rewards 100 yuan, which has been deposited into the host's bank account. Please check it. Ding, new text message. As Fang Chenyi tossed the bottle into the woven bag, prompt sounds came from both his mind and his pocket. When the system voice finished its explanation in his mind, Fang Chenyi ignored the woman in front of him and quickly took out his phone to check. Sure enough, it was a text message confirming the deposit in his bank account. Farmers Bank on April 5 at 1836, 100 yuan was deposited into your account, ending in 6,696. I can't believe it. One bottle for $100. I'm really getting rich this time. Seeing the text message confirming the deposit, Fang Chenyi almost jumped for joy. Just now, he was rewarded with a Lamborghini worth 23.12 million, But that was a special reward, possibly a once-in-a-lifetime reward. But now, for picking up a broken bottle, he was rewarded with 100 yuan in cash, which was real. 100 yuan for one bottle, 10 bottles are 1,000, 100 bottles are 10,000 yuan. Wow, if he could pick up 100 bottles in a day, he would have 300,000 yuan a month. Picking up garbage for a month would be nearly 10 years' income. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Indeed, just as he had seen in that video earlier, as long as he picked up trash, reaching the pinnacle of life was not just a dream. Oh my God. What an idiot. I thought about sponsoring this little handsome guy, but I didn't expect him to be dumb. Damn it, it's a waste of such a handsome face. Seeing Fang Chenyi's excited and foolish smile over a bottle, the woman couldn't help but feel disappointed. Although this junk collector was indeed very handsome, she couldn't possibly support a fool. With this in mind, the woman shook her head in disappointment, then muttered curses under her breath as she turned and clattered away in her high heels. I can't believe you're the idiot here. The woman's curse once again brought Fang Chenyi's thoughts back to reality. However, upon hearing the woman's words, Fang Chenyi was speechless. What's up with her? What did I do to deserve her curse just for picking up some junk? What's her deal? Fortunately, he had obtained such an awesome system, and because he was happy, Fang Chenyi didn't bother with the woman anymore. Turning around, facing the row of garbage bins in front of him, Fang Chenyi's eyes were filled with shiny silver. Wahaha, picking up trash is really lucrative. The host picked up one plastic bottle, and the system rewarded 100 yuan, which has been deposited into the host's bank account. Please check it. The host picked up one aluminum can, and the system rewarded 150 yuan, which has been deposited into the host's bank account. Please check it. The host picked up one cardboard box, and the system rewarded 50 yuan, which has been deposited into the host's bank account. Please check it. As Fang Chenyi wielded the garbage picker continuously, the prompt sounds in his mind kept ringing. 5 minutes later, Fang Chenyi, who had already swept through this row of garbage bins, finally stopped his movements, wiped the sweat off his forehead lightly, and prepared to take out his phone to see how much he had earned during this period. Just as his hand reached into his pocket, he felt something small. I can't believe it. It's all because of that stupid woman. I forgot about my big car. Looking at the exquisite car key in his hand, Fang Chenyi slapped his forehead. Then, he swung his left hand, threw the woven bag over his shoulder, and swaggered towards the entrance of the residential area with the garbage picker in hand. It was now the time for a post-meal stroll, so many people along the way showed surprise when they saw this handsome young man carrying a garbage bag. Some even avoided him from afar, as if they were afraid of getting the smell of garbage on themselves. Fang Chenyi felt helpless about the gazes of these people. Ah, if only this system didn't come with this strange attire. Of course, every rose has its thorn. As long as it can lead us to the pinnacle of life, it's a good system. The residential area was not large, and soon he arrived at the entrance. When he reached the entrance, he saw a large crowd gathered around, discussing something. Through the crowd, Fang Chenyi vaguely saw a car inside. More precisely, it was his Lamborghini 6 Element. Excuse me, please let me through. Walking to the edge of the crowd, with the woven bag on his back, Fang Chenyi shouted as he squeezed his way in. However, when the people around him saw Fang Chenyi, dressed as if he was picking up trash, trying to squeeze in, they all showed displeasure on their faces. Hey, are you calling me an idiot? Are you blind? Why are you squeezing? Didn't you see what kind of car is inside? If your crappy clamp scratches the car with your garbage picking job, you won't be able to afford it in 10 lifetimes. What are you looking at me for? It was quite a coincidence that Fang Chenyi just squeezed to the front and happened to encounter the heavily made-up woman who had just scolded him. Seeing the idiot who had just squeezed to her, the woman waved her hand in disgust. Her words were infuriating. Before Fang Chenyi could say anything, the surrounding onlookers chimed in. Yeah, young man, although what this girl said sounds unpleasant, it's true. Didn't you see none of us dare to get too close? Ah, who said it's not true? I just checked online, and this car is worth a whopping $5.89 million. How? This car is only worth over $5 million. Looking at the design, I thought it would be $8 or $9 million. Damn, buddy. Do you have a hole in your head? $5.89 million. Converting it, it's still around over 23 million. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Fang Chenyi felt awkward about taking out his car keys now. After all, it seemed too much like showing off. Just then, a piercing horn sounded from behind the crowd. Everyone turned to see a large white SUV approaching. People quickly made way for it, and the woman who had scolded Fang Chenyi earlier waved her hand, signaling to her boyfriend in the car. "Darling, I'm here, over here." After waving, the woman proudly turned to the crowd. "Heh, everyone, please make way, my boyfriend's car is a bit big. I told him to buy a smaller one, but he wouldn't listen. He just had to spend over 900,000 on this tool, with a 5.6-liter engine or something. I don't quite understand, but it's just too fuel-consuming." Although they were hearing about a luxury sports car worth tens of millions, it was still quite far from them. And just as her boyfriend arrived, this million-dollar luxury car was not something an ordinary person could afford. Just as they were talking, with a squeak, the SUV stopped right in front of the heavily made-up woman. Then the window slowly rolled down, revealing a greasy big head. The fat man was holding a bottle of mineral water, which he chugged down in one gulp before casually tossing the bottle out of the window. The fat man was feeling frustrated. He couldn't sell this damn accident car. It was cheap, yes, but with the air conditioning broken in the middle of summer, it was torture. Moreover, driving with the windows down would diminish his status. For the sake of showing off, even if he got heat stroke, what could he do? Perhaps that was the price of showing off. After downing the bottle of mineral water, the fat man felt a bit cooler. Especially now with the window open, he felt the pleasant breeze outside. "Darling, sorry for the wait. Let's go, I'll take you for a drive with the windows down today." Just then, a naturally beautiful woman, wearing a fitness jogging suit and a ponytail came running from behind the two SUVs. She approached the car, and amidst the crowd's gaze, she bent down, picked up the mineral water bottle that the fat man had just thrown out, and instead of throwing it in the nearby trash bin as expected, she stood up straight and threw the bottle back towards the SUV. This scene stunned everyone, followed by a chorus of admiration, and the bottle hit the fat man's face directly, making him angry. He unfastened his seatbelt, ready to get out and confront the woman. But witnessing this scene, Fang Chenyi felt relieved. He thought, "Get rid of the pretty ones." And seeing the fat man about to get out of the car, Fang Chenyi stepped forward and kicked the car door shut, raising the garbage clamp in his hand, as if to say, "If you move, I'll mess you up." "All right, just confront him." "Well done. That's awesome. This garbage picker is quite manly." Seeing Fang Chenyi's actions, the onlookers applauded and cheered. The heavily made-up woman, who had just thrown the bottle into the car, was startled by the fat man's actions. Her heart pounded, regretting her impulsive act. If the man really came out and hit her, what could she, a young woman, do? But when she saw Fang Chenyi kicking the car door shut, she breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest. "Am I hitting you, kid? I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Do you know who I am? Believe me, I can get you killed." Facing the fat man's threat, Fang Chenyi didn't confront him, but instead pointed the garbage clamp directly at the fat man's nose. This action made the arrogant fat man startle, and he suddenly became sober. A smart man wouldn't pick a fight unnecessarily. He decided to save his strength for now and call someone later to deal with this garbage picker. Thinking this, the fat man raised his hands and said to himself, all right, as someone of my status, I won't lower myself to argue with a scavenger like you." The surrounding onlookers booed at the fat man's surrender, but his thick skin ignored their jeers. Fang Chenyi then put away the garbage clamp, and as the fat man drove away, he muttered to himself, "Wasting time. I'd rather scavenge a few more garbage bins. 100 yuan per bottle, isn't that great?" With that in mind, Fang Chenyi ignored the crowd and walked towards his Lamborghini. "What are you going to do?" "I'm a woman. Are you going to hit a woman?" Seeing Fang Chenyi approaching, the heavily made-up woman screamed, retreating until she bumped into the supercar worth tens of millions. Despite her retreat, the handsome scavenger remained unfazed, steadily closing the distance. The heavily made-up woman was completely flustered. She was now genuinely afraid that this handsome guy picking up trash might come over and beat her up. As a weak woman, how could she withstand his harassment? Young man, good men don't fight with women. Let's forget about it. Yeah, you did well to put that fat guy in his place just now, but hitting a woman isn't very manly. Although this woman does deserve it a bit. Listening to the murmurs around him, Fang Chanyi remained unmoved. With the woven bag on his shoulder and the garbage picker in hand, he approached the heavily made-up woman. Under the disapproving gazes of everyone, Fang Chanyi did indeed extend his hand towards the woman. And just when everyone was about to intervene, Fang Chanyi's hand finally landed on the woman's shoulder. The woman's heart skipped a beat, and she closed her eyes. Move, you're blocking my car door. Sure enough, accompanied by a low drink from the handsome guy opposite her, her body staggered to the side several steps. Luckily, the force he used wasn't too strong, or she would have fallen to the ground. As the woman opened her eyes in confusion and looked at the handsome guy, he reached into his pocket. And when he took out something again, there was already something in his palm, something similar to a remote control. Beep, beep. As the handsome guy lightly pressed the small object, the supercar worth over 20 million flashed its headlights twice. And these blinking lights, in the dimming evening, were so dazzling to the eyes. For a moment, whether it was the heavily made-up woman or the surrounding onlookers, their eyes widened and their mouths opened wide. Oh my God! What's going on? Is this luxurious car really owned by this guy picking up trash? Wow, am I seeing things correctly? This is a limited edition supercar, only 20 in the world. Now you're telling me it belongs to a guy named Trash. Oh my God, are you kidding me? Damn, are rich people all this playful nowadays? F***K, did he just casually throw that dirty garbage bag into this luxury car? Of course, Fang Chanyi didn't pay attention to the various astonishments and discussions of the onlookers. At the same time, he also ignored the heavily made-up woman. Lowering his body, he climbed into this supercar worth over 20 million. Sitting in the car, Fang Chanyi's heart was actually in a state of panic. Looking at the unbelievably beautiful interior, Fang Chanyi couldn't help but mutter to himself, damn, this is a supercar worth over 20 million. I never thought I'd have such a day. Wow, haha, it's really awesome. Although excited in his heart, Fang Chanyi was aware of the countless onlookers outside. So, he opened the car and, at the same time, the driving techniques for the supercar automatically came to mind. Stepping on the accelerator, the supercar worth over 20 million instantly emitted a low roar like a wild beast. Then, the car zoomed out. The intense acceleration made Fang Chanyi feel lightheaded. Damn, this is what a supercar feels like. So much better than that crappy Shawi. As the supercar worth over 20 million rushed out, the crowd behind once again erupted into chaos. Meanwhile, in an alley not far away, the Nissan fatty who had been shaking people with his phone was dumbfounded. He felt extremely uncomfortable, as if he had swallowed a fly. Damn, you're telling me you're so rich, yet you're picking up scraps? Hey, fatty, are you there? Hurry up and send me your location. I've already called my brothers. Just as the fatty couldn't help but gulp and swallow his saliva, a rough voice interrupted his thoughts through the earpiece. When he came to his senses, he quickly stammered into the phone, No need to come, Hujie, no need. After saying that, the fatty couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his forehead again. But as soon as he finished speaking, Hujie on the other end of the phone was not having it. He immediately shouted angrily, Damn it, thought so. Are you king kidding me? I'm being nice to you. You don't need to come, fine, but give me half the money. Hearing this, the fatty's face immediately turned bitter, and he cautiously said, No, I would never joke with you, Hujie. To tell you the truth, I just saw it wrong. Let me tell you, I was about to teach that trash picker a lesson, but it turns out he was driving a Lamborghini worth over 20 million. Damn it, a trash picker driving a Lamborghini? Fatty, are you kidding me? Not to mention that the fatty was completely scared, but just on Fang Chanyi's side, driving this extremely cool supercar was simply amazing. Walking on the street, the rate of turning heads was off the charts. However, just as he had driven a few hundred meters, Fang Chanyi suddenly hit the brakes. He suddenly remembered the girl in tight sportswear from earlier. It wasn't that he had taken a liking to her, but mainly he thought that if he left like this and the fatty came to retaliate against her, it wouldn't be good. So, under the gaze of the onlookers, Fang Chenyi, who had just driven the car out, turned it back around. Upon seeing the returning sports car, the heavily made-up woman nearby couldn't help but tremble all over, thinking to herself, "Is this handsome guy planning to come back and deal with me?" The sports car slowly stopped in front of the innocent girl, who was still staring at this sight with twinkling eyes. Then, the window beside the co-driver slowly lowered. Following this, Fang Chenyi's very magnetic voice came out, "Hey, get in the car." Whether it was because of the handsome guy's charm or not, after Fang Chenyi finished speaking, the innocent girl didn't hesitate at all. She took a step forward, opened the door of the Lamborghini, and then sat in without any hesitation. F***K. A good cabbage has been taken away. Ah, my goddess, I come out every day just to watch my goddess run, but I didn't expect her to get into someone else's car like this. What happened to not crying in a BMW anymore? Brother, wake up, BMW, compared to this supercar, BMW is trash. Ah, what a pity. What a pity I'm not a girl. Damn. Give it a rest, if you were a girl. Ooh, although the supercar was flashy, and the beautiful woman next to it was eye-catching, Fang Chenyi hadn't forgotten his purpose. As good as the supercar was, even worth millions, he remembered that he could pick up tens of thousands just from one trash can. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Coincidentally, there were two trash cans side by side, not far ahead. Seeing this, Fang Chenyi ignored the innocent beauty and stepped on the accelerator, heading straight for the trash cans ahead. Amidst the sighs of the onlookers, the cool Lamborghini once again rushed out. However, before they could finish shaking their heads in amazement, the Lamborghini that had already shot out made a screeching sound and came to a stop once again. Meanwhile, sitting in the car, Fang Chenyi looked somewhat helpless as he cast his gaze towards the innocent girl in the passenger seat. At this moment, the girl was sneakily sizing up the handsome guy driving the supercar. As Fang Chenyi glanced at her, her small face instantly flushed red, and her heart raced with excitement. Wow, could this guy be about to confess to me? Oh, it would be so wonderful. I'm so excited, but should I act reserved for a moment? If I agree right away, will I seem too easy? Ba Mengen, a handsome and wealthy guy like him, why bother being reserved? If you miss this opportunity, you won't get another chance. Come on, handsome guy, confess to me quickly, and I'll say yes right away. Hey, could you lift your butt a bit ... double quotes. As Fang Chenyi spoke, Ba Mengen was first stunned, then her face turned red all the way to her neck. She hadn't expected this guy to want to do that right away. Should she agree? They had just met. If she didn't agree, she might not find such an excellent guy in the future. After a moment of contemplation, Ba Mengen made a decision. With her head lower and her hands fidgeting with the corners of her sportswear, she whispered softly, "Guide, do you want to find a hotel?" Ow. Fang Chenyi looked at the young beauty's hesitant and shy appearance, and heard her words. He couldn't help but feel speechless. He thought she looked quite innocent, but he didn't expect her to be so open-minded. Well, appearances can be deceiving. Maybe she's a bus after all. Thinking of this, Fang Chenyi didn't waste any more time. He reached out and grabbed under her. Feeling the handsome guy's actions, Ba Mengen's heart was in turmoil, and she nervously closed her eyes tightly. Her hands fidgeted with her clothes even faster. Since childhood, she had always been the model child in people's eyes, excelling in both academics and life skills. She was like Juge Big Muscle from Love Apartment 5, almost the same as Ba Mengen. As a result, nobody dared to get too close to her. Of course, she had also brushed off all the flies that wanted to pursue her. But now, for some reason, Ba Mengen felt that she had fallen for this guy. Perhaps it was from the moment he bravely stood up for her earlier. And as she nervously awaited this crazy scene, the cold voice of the handsome guy sounded in her ears. Lift it up. Ba Mengen, subconsciously, lifted her body, as instructed by Fang Chenyi's stern tone. However, what Ba Mengen expected next did not happen. As she lifted her body, Fang Chenyi reached out and grabbed a blue and white woven bag. from under her but with a forceful tug, snatching it into his hand. Ba Meng'en opened her eyes in confusion and saw the handsome guy holding a garbage picker and the woven bag as he got out of the car. Witnessing this, Ba Meng'en felt ashamed and wished she could find a hole to hide in. But along with her embarrassment, she also felt angry. Through the car window, she watched the handsome guy start rummaging through the trash cans, and Ba Meng'en stomped her foot in frustration. "Damn you, handsome guy. Don't I smell worse than garbage?" Not only Ba Meng'en, but also the onlookers who had not dispersed yet, were shocked to see the Lamborghini, worth over 2 million. Stop, and the handsome young man began picking up trash again. They were left speechless and bewildered. Oh my god, a big shot is a big shot indeed. Driving a Lamborghini worth over 2 million, with a stunning beauty in tow. And yet he's not rushing to a hotel, but continuing to pick up trash. My goodness, is this a big shot special hobby? Especially the young man who had just cried out that his goddess had been defiled, was now sighing to the heavens. Oh God, isn't my goddess better than trash? Of course, at this moment, Fang Chenyi didn't care about what Ba Meng'en and the onlookers were thinking. He was busy enjoying himself rummaging through the trash. 10 minutes later, Fang Chenyi had searched through both trash cans. Seeing the empty trash cans in front of him, Fang Chenyi flapped his hands in satisfaction. He casually slung the woven bag over his shoulder and checked his phone. Wow, over 80,000 yuan. Ha ha, picking up trash is so profitable. No, I'm not done yet, on to the next one. With that in mind, Fang Chenyi directly got into the Lamborghini, carrying the woven bag. After getting in, without even looking, he threw the woven bag and garbage picker onto the passenger seat. But as he threw them out, he noticed the innocent girl's confused expression. Fang Chenyi suddenly slapped his forehead. Damn it! He was so happy picking up trash that he forgot about the girl. But since the woven bag was already in the girl's arms, Fang Chenyi couldn't take it back. Oh well, he'd better take the girl back first. Where do you live? Fang Chenyi started the car and asked the girl indifferently. Just in the Century Garden community up ahead. After the girl finished speaking, Fang Chenyi didn't even glance at her. He stepped on the accelerator, and the Lamborghini under his butt roared, then shot straight ahead. Damn it, looks like I need to practice driving again. Although I've mastered driving a supercar, it's still a bit rusty since it's my first time with this kind of supercar. Thank goodness, there's no one in front of me. The sudden acceleration left Fang Chenyi speechless. This supercar was not something an ordinary person could handle. The Century Garden wasn't far from here. With just a step on the gas pedal, the supercar stopped at the gate of Century Garden. After parking the car, Fang Chenyi directly took the woven bag from the girl's hand. Then he frowned and said, "Aren't you getting off? Are you waiting for me to treat you to a meal?" It wasn't that Fang Chenyi was lacking in empathy or had low emotional intelligence, but the scene just now had completely changed his view of the girl. Although he was now picking up trash, he absolutely wouldn't pick up trashy girls. If it weren't for the girl's initiative just now, Fang Chenyi wouldn't mind getting to know this girl with a face value of 95. Ba Meng'en listened to Fang Chenyi's words, feeling even more aggrieved in her heart. Am I really that unwelcome? Do you really despise me that much? This is the first time I've encountered such a man from childhood to adulthood. But if you look down on me, then why did you let me get in the car in the first place? Despite feeling aggrieved, Ba Meng'en forcibly suppressed her emotions. She took a deep breath, and her IQ of 260 immediately kicked in. She forced a smile on her face, turned her head, and looked at the handsome guy with a furrowed brow. Little brother, do you want to pick up trash later? This will affect the output, won't it? With the time spent chatting with you, I could have picked up at least one trash can. And one trash can is worth tens of thousands of income. So Fang Chenyi rolled his eyes with impatience and said, "What kind of question is that? I rely on this for a living. Why else would I pick up trash? All right, you hurry up and get off. Don't delay me picking up trash. Believe your nonsense." After hearing Fang Chenyi's words, Ba Meng'en's mind was full of black lines. Relying on this for a living? You're telling me you rely on picking up trash for a living, driving a Lamborghini worth over 2 million? Are you kidding me? Well, let me take you to pick up trash inside then. There are many trash cans in our community, and usually picking up trash isn't allowed, but there are a lot of garbage in the trash cans. It seemed like she hit Fang Chanyi's weak spot. This statement made the little brother's eyes sparkle. Indeed, the Century Garden was the most high-end community in this area. Because of this, the initial management of the community was very strict. Thinking of this, Fang Chanyi didn't hesitate, stuffed the woven bag into Bamenen's arms again, turned the steering wheel, and the Lamborghini roared and headed straight for the gate of the community. The security guard at the entrance of the community had already noticed the supercar here. Not only that, he was standing far away taking several photos with his phone. Such supercars were rare. Now seeing the supercar coming towards him, the security guard immediately stood at attention and saluted, while swiftly raising the barrier at the entrance of the community. As the supercar passed by the security guard, Fang Chanyi lightly honked the horn as a gesture of acknowledgement. This action made the security guard's heart flutter with excitement. See, the owner of the supercar haunted me. He kept watching the supercar until it disappeared around the corner. After the car had gone, the security guard lowered the barrier and turned to see a Toyota Land Cruiser approaching. But noticing there was no community access card on the windshield, he quickly lowered the barrier and approached the Land Cruiser with a stern face. "What are you doing? If you're not a homeowner, why are you trying to get in?" The owner of the Toyota slowly lowered the car window, revealing a middle-aged man with a round face. "I'm telling you, aren't you irrelevant? You didn't stop the car in front of me. Why stop me?" The security guard's eyes widened at the man's words and retorted without hesitation. "Nonsense. Even if you drive a car worth millions, I won't let you in. I'm telling you, do you have an access card? If not, turn around and leave. ... Leaving aside the scene at the entrance, let's focus on Fang Chanyi at this moment. Under the guidance of the woman, the supercar slowly stopped in front of a building. After parking the car, Fang Chanyi's mouth almost drooled at the sight of a row of 6 large trash cans not far away. And Ba Mengen, who was watching this scene, had completely lost her feelings. Well, in the eyes of this handsome and wealthy little brother, it seemed that she really didn't smell better than trash. Taking the woven bag and garbage picker, Fang Chanyi didn't hesitate to open the car door and rush towards the trash cans. "Ha ha. Adorable little trash treasures. Don't worry, brother is here." System. The host picked up a cardboard box. Reward: 500 yuan. The reward has been deposited into the host's bank account. Please check. System. The host picked up a high-grade plastic bottle. Reward: 1,000 yuan. The reward has been deposited into the host's bank account. Please check. System. The host picked up a damaged liquor bottle, triggering a special reward. Reward: a bottle of 1992 vintage Han Emperor Mutai. The reward has been placed in the host's woven bag. Please check. System. The host picked up a bunch of old keys, triggering a special reward. Reward: 10 sets of Century Garden detached villas. Property certificates and house keys have been placed in the host's woven bag. Please check. The sudden appearance of 2 different alert sounds made Fang Chanyi stunned, and he stopped picking up trash. He put the garbage picker and woven bag in one hand, then bent over and rummaged through his woven bag. Soon, a large stack of property certificates appeared in his hands. Seeing this scene, Fang Chanyi immediately burst out with profanity. "Damn, this is so awesome. Giving me 10 detached villas directly. You have to understand that the Century Garden is the core area of King Huangdao and the most high-end community in the entire city. Inside, a detached villa costs nearly 30 million yuan. Adding up these 10, that's a whopping 300 million. After doing the math, Fang Chanyi was shocked himself. 300 million, what kind of concept is that? That's like 3 of Wang's small goals. Swallowing hard, excitement overflowed on his face. How about it? Little brother, there are a lot of trash in our community, aren't there? I didn't lie to you, did I? Just as Fang Chanyi was excitedly looking at the stack of property certificates, Ba Mengen had already walked up to him. Seeing Fang Chanyi standing there holding the woven bag with a silly smile, she was once again speechless. If others saw this, they would definitely say this person's brain doesn't work. Of course, if she hadn't had such a long interaction with this little brother before, Ba Mengen would probably have thought so too. Fang Chenyi snapped out of his trance due to Ba Meng'en's interruption. He stuffed the large stack of property certificates back into the woven bag again, and then looked at Ba Meng'en with eyes that weren't as disdainful as before. Regardless of the woman's character, it had nothing to do with him. The main point was that without this woman, he wouldn't have suddenly picked up 300 million worth of villas, right? Haha. Don't even mention it. The trash in your community is really good. How about this? You go back to the car and wait for me. After I finish picking up the rest of the trash cans, I'll treat you to dinner. Saying this, Fang Chenyi didn't bother to check another special reward. Instead, he turned around again and headed towards the remaining trash cans. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to strive. Looking at the rows of trash cans in front of him, Fang Chenyi felt like the shiny silver coins were continuously beckoning to him. After a busy period, Fang Chenyi finally finished picking up all the trash cans in half an hour. As he slung the woven bag over his shoulder and turned around to go back to the car, he accidentally bumped into something soft. At the same time, he heard a woman's cry of pain. Looking at the woman he had accidentally knocked down, Fang Chenyi felt embarrassed. Didn't I tell you to wait for me in the car? Why are you following me? With that, he reached out and helped her up. However, the soft sensation of her small hand made Fang Chenyi's heart tremble. This was the first time he had ever touched a woman's hand. Blushing, Ba Meng'en, who was being pulled up by Fang Chenyi, felt her entire body tingling as if she had been touched by something. As Fang Chenyi glanced at the small hand in his, he intended to let go, but the woman firmly held onto his hand. This feels great, he thought to himself, deciding not to struggle anymore. Although he had cleanliness habits, he couldn't be too straight-laced. A beautiful woman was reaching out to him, and it wouldn't hurt to enjoy a bit of attention. Let's go. To thank you for bringing me here to pick up trash, I'll treat you to a nice meal, Fang Chenyi said as he led the blushing Ba Meng'en into his Lamborghini. Throughout the journey, Ba Meng'en kept her head down shyly, looking like a docile little girl. Seeing her like this, Fang Chenyi couldn't help feeling a bit regretful. Ah, what a pity. If only she were brand new. The roar of the Lamborghini echoed through the entire neighborhood as it drove out of the Century Garden. Countless windows opened as people looked out to see what was happening. Upon seeing the supercar, they couldn't help but curse at the wealthy fool driving it. However, they couldn't deny that having money was nice. It was just unfortunate when people flaunted it. Arriving at the only 5-star hotel in Qinhuangdao, the Lamborghini was promptly attended to by the parking lot attendant, who rushed over to open the door. Fang Chenyi, who had always been poor, had never been to such a luxurious place for a meal. But now that he had money, it was time to enjoy the life of the wealthy. After tipping the attendant and collecting his bag of trash-picking tools, Fang Chenyi straightened up and headed towards the hotel entrance with Ba Meng'en. Along the way, he couldn't resist picking up 2 more plastic bottles from the trash cans they passed. Unbeknownst to Fang Chenyi and Ba Meng'en, while they were picking up trash, a security guard in the parking lot behind them was utterly bewildered by their actions. What's going on? Do rich people nowadays behave like this? Driving a Lamborghini, carrying a tattered wallet, and rummaging through trash bags. Damn, am I just out of touch, or has the world gone crazy? As the security guard glanced at Fang Chenyi, who was searching through the trash, and then at the supercar not far away, he couldn't help but feel that Fang Chenyi's figure looked incredibly impressive. It seemed that this was what a real big shot looked like. Thinking of something, the security guard reached into his pocket and took out his new leather wallet. He bent down and vigorously rubbed it against the ground. After the wallet was punctured in several places, the security guard nodded in satisfaction. Damn, now I'm only missing a woven bag, a trash picker, and a Lamborghini to become a big shot. Ignoring the security guard's actions behind them, Fang Chenyi and Ba Meng'en arrived at the entrance of the hotel lobby after finishing the last trash can. Fang Chenyi felt quite content. He had earned nearly 30,000 yuan in just a short while. Nice, I'll spend this 30,000 tonight. Just as Fang Chenyi was thinking about enjoying a good meal with the 30,000 yuan, the doorman suddenly stopped him. As for Ba Meng'en standing beside him, the doorman didn't even consider that they were together. Sir, we don't allow beggars in here. If you're hungry, I can give you some money to buy a sandwich outside. When the doorman said this, both Fang Chenyi and Ba Meng'en were stunned. Damn, did he mistake me for a beggar? Are there any beggars who look as handsome as me? What the hell, buddy? Take a good look. Do I look like a beggar to you? I'm picking up trash here. With one sentence, the doorman was completely bewildered. What's the difference between picking up trash and begging? However, despite Fang Chenyi claiming to be picking up trash, the doorman didn't respond with hostility. Sir, I'm really sorry, but we don't have trash for you to pick up here. How about this? Do you see over there? Turn right from the building, and there's a place where we store trash. You can go there and take a look. Just make sure not to make a mess, or the security will kick you out. Surprisingly, the doorman's attitude was quite accommodating. Fang Chenyi nodded in satisfaction. All right, I'll go take a look there after dinner. As Fang Chenyi was about to stride forward, the doorman stopped him again, feeling a bit bitter. Sir. Although Fang Chenyi was somewhat satisfied with the doorman's attitude, being stopped twice made him annoyed. With a stern expression, he asked, What's the matter? Do you have a rule here that doesn't allow trash pickers to eat? The doorman was taken aback by Fang Chenyi's question. As far as he knew, there wasn't such a rule. Well, not really, but, sir, our cheapest bowl of porridge costs 88 yuan. You see? With your... Fang Chenyi understood what the doorman meant. He realized that the doorman had assumed he didn't have money. Helplessly shaking his head, he didn't blame him for thinking that way. After all, he was wearing cheap clothes, and the bag and trash picker he carried were quite conspicuous. Glancing at Ba Meng'en beside him, Fang Chenyi reassured, Don't worry, I'll cover the bill. Seeing Fang Chenyi looking at the beautiful woman beside him, the doorman felt relieved. Surely, this trash picker wanted to eat here because of the beautiful woman by his side. I'm willing to lose face. With a sigh, the doorman thought to himself, buddy, why do you have to do this? Look at the lady's demeanor. Even if you're handsome, it's no match for a trash picker. As Ba Meng'en clung to Fang Chenyi's arm and walked into the lobby, the doorman was shocked beyond words. Seeing the woman snuggling up to the trash picker, the doorman couldn't help but curse, Dan. Is the world going crazy? Do beautiful women now love trash pickers? As Ba Meng'en and Fang Chenyi walked into the luxurious lobby, the lobby was spacious and elegantly decorated, with golden hues and flowing water, grand yet elegant. Dozens of tables were scattered around the central area, and at this dinner time, many diners were seated at them, the men in suits and the women in gorgeous attire. However, Fang Chenyi's appearance was quite out of place compared to the others. As the diners noticed Fang Chenyi and Ba Meng'en, their eyes were drawn to Ba Meng'en's beauty at first. But when they saw Fang Chenyi's attire, their expressions turned strange. At a table by the window, a couple turned their gaze to the two newcomers, but their gazes differ. The man looked at Ba Meng'en, while the woman looked at the handsome Fang Chenyi. What's that in the man's hand? Damn, is he a trash picker? Hey, isn't that a trash picker's garbage picker? Damn, how come a trash picker is dining here? Has the standard here reached this level now? It's really living worse than a trash picker nowadays. Look, even a trash picker has a beautiful woman accompanying him. Since Fang Chenyi and Ba Meng'en entered the lobby, the diners, who were previously speaking softly, suddenly became animated, discussing Fang Chenyi and Ba Meng'en. Meanwhile, a waiter approached Fang Chenyi and Ba Meng'en. Despite the difference in their appearances, the well-trained waiter didn't show any dissatisfaction. Good evening, sir and madam. Allow me to serve you both. Seeing the waiter's good attitude, Fang Chenyi felt comfortable and nodded. We'd like to have dinner. Please arrange a table for us. Of course, sir and madam. Please follow me. With that, the waiter led the two to a table nearby. After Fang Chenyi and Ba Meng'en sat down, the man sitting at the table nearby with the suit frowned and shifted slightly to the side. It seemed he didn't want to be too close to Fang Chenyi, worried about being overwhelmed by the smell from him. Fang Chenyi paid no attention to any of this and simply took the menu from the waiter. Crossing his legs, he flipped through it and asked Ba Meng'en in front of him, Do you have anything you want to eat? Ba Meng'en smiled shyly at the question. I'll just follow your lead. To be honest, although Ba Meng'en was beautiful, her family's conditions were only average, so she had never eaten here before. Of course, her house in Century Garden was just a rented place she shared with her classmates. With such a casual conversation, the men in suits in the restaurant couldn't help but feel bitter. Ah, such a beautiful and gentle lady has been taken away by this trash picker. Ah, a good cabbage is indeed being picked by a pig. Fang Chenyi glanced through the menu, feeling a bit puzzled by the strange names listed. A line of egrets soaring into the blue sky, 588 yuan. Phoenix playing on the Phoenix Terrace, 888 yuan. Walking in the snow to find plum blossoms, 288 yuan. Blooming prosperity, 388 yuan. Strolling on the country road, 288 yuan. Wow, this upscale restaurant really has such poetic and artistic names for dishes. But damn, I can't understand any of them. Although he couldn't understand, it didn't stop Fang Chenyi from ordering. Handing the menu back to the waiter, Fang Chenyi, to everyone's surprise, calmly said, "That's enough. We don't need to order anything else. Just stir-fry the whole book for now." Sir, what did you just say? I didn't quite understand your meaning. I don't recall us having a dish called stir-fry and notebook on our menu. Blinking in confusion, the waiter took the menu with a flustered expression. He asked again, a bit puzzled. Fang Chenyi grinned at the response, causing Ba Meng'en's eyes to sparkle with admiration. Wow, this handsome young man is so cool. Just stir-fry a notebook according to this menu. Do you understand what I mean? To ensure clarity, Fang Chenyi directly stated his request, causing not only the waiter to understand but also surprising the surrounding diners. Wow, being pretentious isn't supposed to be like this. Stir-fry a notebook, how much does that cost? And how many dishes are included in a notebook? A middle-aged man with a protruding belly disdainfully commented, and his companion couldn't help but tease, "Is this trash picker trying to get a free meal? He probably doesn't have money to pay, so he might as well get beaten up after eating." Of course, amidst the disdain and mockery, some women were deeply attracted by Fang Chenyi's aura, especially because of his striking looks. Wow, he's so cool and handsome. Wow, this young man is really stylish. Sir, are you sure about ordering stir-fry a notebook? We have over 100 dishes listed on our menu. The waiter looked at Fang Chenyi with a puzzled expression, swallowing hard. He then awkwardly reminded him. Before the waiter could finish his sentence, Fang Chenyi waved his hand. "Just go ahead, I can afford it. Tell the chef to hurry up. I've been picking up trash all night, and I'm a bit hungry." With that said, he ignored the waiter, who could only comply and left. However, instead of informing the kitchen of the order, the waiter went to find the duty manager. After all, stir-fry a notebook was not a small order, and even though it wasn't a signature dish, it would still cost a lot. As Fang Chenyi dismissed the waiter and lifted his head, he saw the beautiful woman smiling at him. Fang Chenyi felt conflicted inwardly. Ah, why is such a beautiful woman a second-hand item? It would be so much better if she were brand new. While Fang Chenyi was lost in his thoughts, the beautiful woman suddenly spoke up in a coquettish tone. "Hey, mister, it's been a while, and I still don't know your name. Could you tell me? By the way, I'm called Ba Meng'en." Ow. It was indeed embarrassing. He had invited her for dinner, but didn't even know her name. Now that he heard her name, Fang Chenyi nodded. Ba Meng'en, that's a nice name. Ah, too bad. He stopped midway, realizing it wasn't appropriate to say too bad. You're not brand new in front of her. Really, heh, as long as you like it, mister. So, what's the too bad about? Fang Chenyi chuckled awkwardly and waved his hand. Nothing. By the way, I'm called Fang Chenyi. Thanks for taking me to your neighborhood to pick up trash today. I'll buy you a drink later. Thinking about it, Fang Chenyi suddenly remembered the bottle of liquor he had received from the system as a reward. With this in mind, Fang Chenyi reached into his bag and pulled out the bottle of liquor. Then, he placed it on the table with a motion resembling presenting an ancient seal. "Here, I happen to bring a bottle. Let's try this today." To be honest, Fang Chenyi wasn't much of a drinker, especially when it came to baijiu. Apart from unavoidable social occasions, he rarely touched the stuff. However, today's reward from the system, especially a bottle of mayo tai, piqued his curiosity. As Fang Chanyi was about to put the bottle back into his bag after muttering to himself, a middle-aged man in a suit, accompanied by the waiter from earlier, approached him. Upon seeing Fang Chanyi taking out the bottle, the manager's expression changed suddenly. He hurried over to the table and stared intently at the bottle. "Hey, what are you looking at, buddy?" Seeing the middle-aged man drooling over his liquor, Fang Chanyi couldn't help but interrupt, puzzled. Regaining his senses, the middle-aged man gave Fang Chanyi an apologetic smile and asked in a respectful tone, "Sir, may I have a look at your liquor?" Seeing the middle-aged man's eager expression, Fang Chanyi felt confused but nodded. Then, he placed the bottle back on the table. "Why, can't customers bring their own drinks here?" Although the commotion wasn't big, it still caught the attention of all the diners in the quiet restaurant. As everyone's gaze turned to him, the middle-aged man nodded slightly to the surrounding customers, then spoke up. "Hello, everyone. Let me introduce myself. I'm the duty manager of this hotel. You can call me Xiao. Sir, we indeed don't allow customers to bring their own drinks." As his words trailed off, Fang Chanyi's face showed a hint of speechlessness. So, they didn't allow it for others, but why was he an exception? Yeah, so others can't bring their own drinks, but trash pickers can. Are you saying we're inferior to trash pickers? These thoughts crossed Fang Chanyi's mind, but before he could say anything, the manager quickly added, But, sir, you can bring it. What does he mean? Why can he bring it? Right? So, we can't bring our own drinks, but trash pickers can. Are you saying we're inferior to trash pickers? However, the lobby manager did not respond to everyone's remarks. Instead, he continued to respectfully address Fang Chanyi. "Sir, if I'm not mistaken, this should be Mayo Tai. Mayo Tai. Is this trash picker really carrying Mayo Tai? Could it be fake? What's so special about Mayo Tai? It's like implying someone can't afford Mayo Tai. Yeah. Regardless of whether it's real or fake Mayo Tai, even the box looks unfamiliar. It's not like those famous imitations." Amidst the murmurs of the surrounding people, Fang Chanyi paid no attention and continued to watch the well-dressed man in front of him with interest. "It is indeed Mayo Tai. So what?" Fang Chanyi asked. Seeing Fang Chanyi stop retracting the bottle, the manager hastily continued, "Sir, could I have a closer look at this bottle of liquor?" Shrugging indifferently, Fang Chanyi signaled to the lobby manager that it didn't matter. With Fang Chanyi's consent, the lobby manager carefully picked up the exquisite liquor box as if handling a treasure. Many people didn't know that the lobby manager was actually a graduate of a prestigious home-based university nonsense on tasting program. So although he hadn't tasted various fine wines, he had studied about them extensively. Carefully holding the liquor box in his hand, the lobby manager's face lit up with joy, and he murmured to himself, "No mistake, this is undoubtedly authentic." Hearing the lobby manager's muttering and observing his expression, the surrounding customers became curious, some even asking questions. "I say, Manager Wu, what kind of wine is this that got you so excited?" "Yes. Tell us, what's the deal with this wine? What's so special about it? It seems like this trash picker guy got Manager Wu all worked up." "Haha. Hey, buddy. You're right. Let's make a bet. If this wine is worth over $1,000, I'll drink the whole bottle right here." As the crowd discussed animatedly, the lobby manager's brow furrowed slightly, especially when he heard the remark about the wine being worth over $1,000. He almost retorted but restrained himself due to his professional demeanor. Though he couldn't retort, he didn't mind enlightening these ignorant folks about the true value of this bottle of wine. But before doing so, he sought the owner's permission. He then bowed slightly to Fang Chanyi, quietly seeking his consent to share the origin of the wine with everyone. Fang Chanyi, of course, had no objections. With Fang Chanyi's approval, the lobby manager stood up straight, turned to the crowd, and held the delicate liquor box in his hand tightly. He cleared his throat and began to speak. "Ahem. Let me introduce myself first. This time, my introduction is not about my position or name. I want to say that I graduated from the most famous home-based university nonsense on tasting program globally." This revelation shocked everyone. They hadn't expected the modest lobby manager to have such a prestigious education. Graduates from that program were never ordinary. However, they couldn't fathom why someone with such a high qualification would return to work as a mere lobby manager in a provincial hotel. The lobby manager noticed the audience's surprise and explained, "Heh. Maybe some of you are wondering why a graduate of the home-based university nonsense wine tasting program would return to work at a hotel in a small city. Actually, let me tell you, this hotel is actually owned by my family." Understanding dawned upon the audience. It made sense now. Once the audience calmed down, the lobby manager continued, "All right, I mentioned my background. Not to boast but to assure you that what I'm about to say isn't nonsense." He then turned to Fang Chenyi and nodded respectfully before turning back to address the crowd. "Today, I'm truly honored to lay my eyes on this bottle of wine. I'm sure many of you are curious about what it is." After building up suspense, the lobby manager continued with a smile, "This is a bottle of Mao Tai. Theft. Fang Chenyi, who had just taken a sip of water, almost choked and ended up spraying it onto the chest of the woman opposite him, Bao Menon. Fang Chenyi felt embarrassed and quickly handed her a handkerchief to clean herself up, but upon wiping her down, he suddenly froze. Realizing something, he hastily handed the handkerchief back to Bao Menon and said awkwardly, "You can wipe yourself instead." Not only did Fang Chenyi have such a reaction, but also the people in the lobby who were waiting for Manager Wu's introduction were almost choked by their food. They couldn't believe it. Wasn't it obvious that this was Mao Tai? Did they need someone to tell them that? It's written on the label, isn't it? Who couldn't see that? Seeing the desired effect, Manager Wu chuckled and continued, "Haha, let me finish. Yes, this is Mao Tai, but it's not just any Mao Tai. Specifically, this bottle of liquor should be called Limited Edition Emperor Han Mao Tai. There are only 10 bottles nationwide." Now, many of you might be wondering, what is Emperor Han Mao Tai? Let me give you an example. Emperor Han Mao Tai is one of the top 10 famous wines in our country. In an auction in 2012, a bottle of Emperor Han Mao Tai produced in 1992, the same as the one in my hand, was auctioned for a staggering price of 8.9 million yuan, setting a record for the highest price ever paid for liquor in our country. Doom. With the revelation of the staggering price of 8.9 million yuan, all the diners in the lobby, including Bao Menon, who was blushing and wiping her clothes, were stunned. After a moment of silence, the entire lobby erupted into a heated discussion. At the same time, everyone's gaze undoubtedly fell on Fang Chenyi, who was drinking water. Unnoticed by the crowd, after hearing about the exorbitant price of the Mao Tai, Fang Chenyi's hand holding the water glass trembled inexplicably. In his heart, he muttered, "Damn, if I had known it was so expensive, I wouldn't have taken it out to drink." 8,900,000? Manager Wu, are you kidding me? Is this bottle of liquor really worth over 8 million? The chubby guy who was mocking Fang Chenyi at the beginning was the first to express disbelief, and the others quickly joined in. "Yeah, that's right, 890,000. Isn't that the price of Moon South Shields? Oh my god, if this is true, does that mean this bottle of wine could buy several Mercedes-Benz cars?" However, it seemed like the shock to the crowd wasn't enough. While everyone was discussing, Manager Wu gestured for silence. When everyone quieted down, he smiled proudly, as if this bottle of wine belonged to him. "Heh, everyone, I'm not talking about Moon South Shields. I'm talking about our country's soft sister currency. But, just now, I was joking. That 890,000 was the price 10 years ago. After so long, the price of this bottle of wine definitely wouldn't be 890,000 anymore." Manager Wu was really wasting his talent by being a lobby manager. If this guy wrote novels, he would be unmatched. He's the typical one who cuts off the story right at the critical moment, turning this high-end restaurant into a storytelling scene. Not 890,000 anymore. Is it cheaper or more expensive now? I guess it's cheaper. Didn't Manager Wu just say that was the auction price? Auctions can be unpredictable. Based on my experience attending many auctions, that price was definitely pushed to the limit at the time. Otherwise, how could someone spend 890,000 to buy a bottle of wine? While the crowd was discussing, The chubby guy who had doubted whether it was Moon South Shields spoke up again, and this time, he hit the nail on the head. Everyone around nodded in agreement. Even Fang Chanyi himself thought the guy was telling the truth. After all, as the chubby guy said, spending 890,000 on a bottle of wine. Even Fang Chanyi, who was making money easily now, wouldn't do it. But the next moment, Manager Wu shook his head at the chubby guy. While what this gentleman said makes sense, I can tell you for sure that there was absolutely no trickery at that auction. On the contrary, if it wasn't for the extraordinary identity of the person who bought the wine at the time, many bidders would have raised the price even higher. After a pause, just as the crowd was about to throw bottles, Manager Wu finally spoke again. Han Emperor Mao Tai, produced by the Mao Tai distillery in 1992, was limited to only 10 bottles. Not only that, as you can see, the entire wine box is gold-plated. And look here, this dragon head and the dragon ball inside are made of pure gold. What a wine box made entirely of gold. Is that really necessary? How much would such a large gold wine box cost? Seeing the shocked reactions below, Manager Wu was very satisfied. He nodded and continued, I can tell you that the wine box alone of this Han Emperor Mao Tai is worth at least $1 million. And after all these years, the price of this bottle of wine must have doubled at least. Let me put it this way, as long as this gentleman decides to sell this bottle of wine, within half a day, there will definitely be wealthy people flocking here. What do you think, sir? Are you willing to sell this bottle of wine? If you are, our company is willing to offer $15 million to buy it. After speaking, Manager Wu respectfully placed the wine bottle back in front of Fang Chanyi. Upon hearing Manager Wu's words, the diners around started discussing again. Not only that, but each of their faces also started to feel hot. They were making fun of a billionaire for being poor just because he was going to drink a bottle of wine worth millions. The irony was overwhelming. They didn't even have the entire net worth of someone who casually drank a bottle of wine. Damn, did they have to be so disheartening? Ignoring the crowd, just as Fang Chanyi was about to agree to sell, he suddenly changed his mind. Heh, sorry. Manager Wu, but this bottle of wine is for me to drink later. I don't intend to sell it. But could you please open it for me? Thanks. After saying that, Fang Chanyi waved his hand casually at Manager Wu. His demeanor made it seem like he was asking someone to open a bottle of $10 liquor instead of a bottle worth millions. The reason for this decision was clear to Fang Chanyi. He now had the trash-picking system, so money would definitely not be a problem in the future. But such fine wine might never be encountered again in his lifetime. Instead of exchanging it for money now, it was better to savor the differences of this multi-million-dollar wine. Ow, Chanyi, don't you consider selling it? Let's just have some drinks instead. After all, I'm not a big fan of alcohol. Just as Fang Chanyi finished speaking, Bao Menon, who had just wiped off the water stains on her chest, whispered softly. However, Fang Chanyi waved his hand to interrupt him and turned to Manager Wu, who was still standing dumbly beside him. Please open it for me. Thank you. Seeing Fang Chanyi's serious expression and realizing he wasn't joking, Manager Wu felt a bit sorry that such a bottle of wine was going to be consumed instead of treasured. But thinking that he could be the one to open it, he showed a hint of excitement on his face. All right, I'll open it for you. Just wait a moment, please. I'll do it right away. The seal is a bit fragile, and I'm afraid I might damage the wine box. Come on, just open it already. It's been 5 minutes, it shouldn't take this long to open a bottle of wine. After waiting for 5 minutes, Fang Chanyi was starting to get impatient. But Manager Wu smiled bitterly. Sorry about that, sir. Please be patient for a little longer. I'm afraid I might accidentally damage the wine box if I'm not careful. Forget it. Just open it directly. Do I look like someone who lacks a bottle of wine box money? 5 minutes had passed, and Fang Chanyi was getting impatient. But Manager Wu shook his head with a wry smile. Sir, I'm really sorry. Please be patient for a moment longer. I'll open it for you right away. I'm just worried that I might damage the wine box if I'm not careful. Come on. Just open it. It's been 5 minutes already. It shouldn't take this long. Finally, Manager Wu completed a series of actions, leaving Fang Chanyi and the crowd stunned. Nobody had expected opening a bottle of wine to be such a complicated process. At this point, everyone had the same thought. If they had to do it themselves, they probably wouldn't even be able to open a bottle. All right, just open it with a pull. It's been 5 minutes. It's just a bottle of wine. Why is it taking so long? After waiting for 5 minutes, Fang Chenyi was getting impatient. But Manager Wu smiled bitterly. Sir, I'm really sorry. Please be patient for a moment longer. It will be done soon. The seal is a bit fragile, and I'm afraid I might accidentally damage the wine box if I'm not careful. Damn, just open it already. Do I look like someone who lacks a bottle of wine box money? Damn, that's a badass statement. Yeah, for real, is this big shot short of money for a bottle of wine? A big shot who can afford a bottle of wine worth millions wouldn't care much about a few 100,000. Hey, to show the prestige of the big shot, after he finishes the wine, he should give me the bottle. Damn, do you have no shame? I remember you said you would eat the bottle if this wine was worth millions. After witnessing Fang Chenyi's wealth, everyone's attitude suddenly changed to flattery. It's unavoidable, isn't it? In the presence of such a big shot, they feel unworthy. Though Fang Chenyi didn't care, Manager Wu remained cautious. With only 10 bottles nationwide, damaging one would mean the end of his career in the wine industry. Fortunately, the preparations were thorough. After breaking the anti-counterfeiting label, the priceless one was finally presented to the crowd. When Manager Wu hesitated to open the bottle, Fang Chenyi impatiently grabbed the bottle and effortlessly twisted the cap off. Manager Wu's heart ached at the thought of losing at least 100,000 from damaging the bottle. As the aroma filled the air, Manager Wu suggested using better glassware. Fang Chenyi, however, poured the wine into ordinary glasses, much to Manager Wu's chagrin. Come, taste it, Fang Chenyi said, offering a glass to Bao Menghan. The sight of the million-dollar wine overwhelmed her, making her momentarily consider selling it. But she knew it would displease Fang Chenyi, so she reluctantly took a sip, her expression betraying her discomfort. Disregarding the crowd's adulation, Fang Chenyi drank from his glass, finding the taste less than appealing. Dao Menghan, on the other hand, struggled to swallow hers. Turning to Manager Wu, who still stared at the glasses, Fang Chenyi poured another and invited him to join. Manager Wu couldn't believe his luck, but declined the offer to drink such expensive wine. Instead, he proposed buying the glass of wine from Fang Chenyi, which was promptly refused. Fang Chenyi poured another glass, insisting Manager Wu drink with them. The crowd marveled at Fang Chenyi's generosity, calculating the value of each sip. Seeing that Fang Chenyi's demeanor wasn't affected, Manager Wu gritted his teeth and sat down. All right, since you say so, if I refuse, it'll make me look stingy. Since you think highly of me, then I'll consider you a friend. With a shrug, Fang Chenyi said somewhat helplessly, since you say we're friends now, as a friend, I want to give you some advice. Please, go ahead. Seeing Manager Wu's eager expression, Fang Chenyi said, your restaurant is really not up to par, especially the speed of serving dishes. Upon hearing this, Manager Wu was first stunned, then his face flushed with embarrassment. He quickly apologized to Fang Chenyi and hurried to the kitchen to investigate. However, when he passed by the waiter who had previously reported to him, he saw the waiter staring blankly at the table's drinks, making Manager Wu wish he could disappear. It turned out that after all this time, they hadn't even given the guests a menu yet. Sorry about that, sir. Please wait a moment. I'll personally check the kitchen, Manager Wu said as he rushed off. Passing by the waiter, he pulled him along. After Manager Wu left, Bao Menghan, who had been silent, weakly asked, Yi, is that wine really worth millions? Hey, how much it costs doesn't matter. It's meant to be drunk. Why worrying about it? Fang Chenyi replied casually. Ignoring the excitement of the surrounding guests, Fang Chenyi called a waiter over and asked for a bottle of Sprite. In such a high-end restaurant, it was rare for someone to call a waiter so loudly. But after the million-dollar wine incident, Fang Chenyi's actions were seen as the behavior of someone above petty concerns. The nearby waiter hurriedly brought a bottle of Sprite. Taking it, Fang Chenyi poured half of it into 2 empty glasses, then poured the remaining half of the mayotai into another glass. Try this, it might be easier to drink. At our class reunion, We used to mix white wine with Sprite to avoid the harshness, Fang Chanyi said to Bao Menghan, offering her a glass. Wow, that's brutal, mixing Sprite with $1 million Maotai and calling it easier to drink to boot. Unbelievable, the surrounding guests exclaimed in disbelief. Meanwhile, a long line of waiters approached, followed by Manager Wu, who returned quickly. Along with them came a series of exquisite dishes carefully arranged on Fang Chanyi's table. Ha ha, just have a taste for now. I've instructed the kitchen to make all our signature dishes, but it'll take some time, Fang Chanyi said with a grin. Sure. Waiter, bring me 2 bowls of rice, I've been hungry. After collecting garbage all night, Fang Chanyi said, completely absorbed in his meal. As he ate, he couldn't resist drinking some more Sprite, feeling a bit dizzy after the Maotai. Meanwhile, Bao Menghan, despite her discomfort, finished her glass of Maotai. Her face turned red, and she began to look a bit tipsy. As Fang Chanyi continued to eat voraciously, Li Yi, who had been quiet all this time, began to worry as he saw Bao Menghan getting drunk. Meanwhile, Manager Wu, still holding the half-empty glass of Maotai, leaned in and whispered to Fang Chanyi, "Brother, our hotel has rooms available. We have the presidential suite on the top floor, with a sea view. I've already prepared one for you." Embarrassed, Manager Wu added, "Brother, compared to your 3 million Maotai, I'm really profiting here." Haha. Alright, I won't be polite then. By the way, if you want to drink, here's the rest. And please remember to return the bottle to me when you're done, so I don't have to pick it up outside, Fang Chanyi said with a smile. Plop. After Fang Chanyi uttered this sentence, the guests in the hall once again fell into a commotion. Damn. Is this what the world of the rich looks like? Is this the world of the strong? It's so dazzling. Even Manager Wu, along with everyone else, was almost knocked over by Fang Chanyi's words. Finally, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Manager Wu personally led the two into the VIP exclusive elevator. After helping Fang Chanyi select the floor, he respectfully stepped back to the elevator door. Fang Chanyi, holding the completely drunk Bao Menghan, walked into the VIP exclusive elevator that led to the guest rooms. In his heart, he couldn't help but grumble, "This is torturous. I've never even held a woman before." As expected of a VIP exclusive elevator, it was fast, taking only about 20 seconds to reach the top floor's ultra-luxurious presidential suite with a view of the sea. At the door, Fang Chanyi held Bao Menghan's back with one hand and lifted one knee to support her, freeing up a hand to quickly swipe the room card on the door, finally managing to open it with some effort. Perhaps because his movements were a bit forceful, Bao Menghan, who was being held, seemed to feel uncomfortable. Subconsciously, she twisted a bit and even reached out to adjust her position. "I knock. Don't touch randomly. This could cost me my life, you know." Caught off guard by this sudden move, Fang Chanyi shivered. At this moment, Bao Menghan, who was already half asleep, opened her eyes gradually. Looking at Fang Chanyi's somewhat elusive handsome face under the influence of alcohol, she couldn't help but plan to kiss on his face. However, this kiss made Fang Chanyi's head buzz. 2 hours later, looking at the mess on the floor, Fang Chanyi was dumbfounded, especially after the 2 consecutive notification sounds in his mind, which he couldn't shake off. Congratulations, host, for finding a lady. The system rewards special items, including an ultra-civilization and a spaceship. Reward retrieval failed. Upon system inspection, the host's scavenging behavior is considered cheating. The lady found is brand new and does not belong to the scavenging category. The reward has been revoked, and the host receives a warning. I knock. Brand new. Gulping down some saliva, Fang Chanyi looked at the peacefully sleeping lady with his mind completely blank. However, after hearing these 2 notification sounds, Fang Chanyi was actually quite happy. After all, it was still brand new. Ha, since it's brand new, then I've really hit the jackpot this time. After a burst of excitement, Fang Chanyi couldn't possibly go back to his rental house. Contentedly leaning against the head of the bed, he took out his phone and started to tally up his gains for the day. A total of 268,950 yuan was deposited into his bank account. In addition, There was a Lamborghini 6th Element worth over 23 million yuan, 10 single-family villas in Century Garden, and the bottle of Mayotai worth over 10 million yuan. Huh? Wait a minute, didn't he also receive a painting? Thinking of this, Fang Chenyi reached for the woven bag beside the bed and began to rummage through it. It had to be said that the construction and function of this woven bag were really amazing. No matter how dirty the junk inside was, it would immediately disappear as soon as it was put in. And most importantly, it remained uncontaminated. To put it bluntly, the woven bag, which had been filled with garbage all night, was cleaner than the dinner bowls. And the most amazing thing was that it automatically killed all harmful bacteria inside. After rummaging around for a while, Fang Chenyi pulled out a not-so-small old painting from the woven bag. In the light from the bedside lamp, Fang Chenyi could clearly see that it depicted the portrait of the Mona Lisa. Seeing this, Fang Chenyi couldn't help but curse. "I knock, is this for real?" With this muttered curse, the sound of the system rang in his mind. System product, it must be genuine. In just a few words, the system revealed its arrogance and grandeur. If this is real, then what about the one in the Little Eagle Museum? Could it be that it's a fake? It's impossible. After thinking it over, it seemed that this was the only explanation that made sense, as the chance of there being two Mona Lisas was extremely small. After looking at it for a while, Fang Chenyi didn't appreciate anything special about it. He thought it was better to admire the beauty of the Bao Menghan beside him. With that in mind, he reached out and tossed the supposedly very valuable old painting back into the woven bag. Lying back on the bed, one hand holding Bao Menghan, the other clutching the woven bag, Fang Chenyi drifted into dreamland. The next morning, a scream suddenly woke Fang Chenyi from his sleep. Seeing Bao Menghan beside him, who was pulling the blanket, Fang Chenyi was also startled. He immediately grabbed the woven bag and placed it in front of him. Fortunately, the two quickly realized what was going on, especially Bao Menghan. Seeing the handsome young man in front of her, she also figured out what had happened yesterday. For a moment, her face flushed with embarrassment. Realizing he was a man after all, Fang Chenyi decided he couldn't fuss about it. He simply pulled the embarrassed Bao Menghan into his arms. "All right, since it's already happened, you'll just have to follow me from now on. Don't worry, I'll make sure you have everything you want." With such a domineering tone, Bao Menghan couldn't help but be deeply impressed, nodding gently in Fang Chenyi's arms. 2 hours later, after the two had tittied up, they walked out of the luxurious presidential suite together. However, Bao Menghan seemed a bit awkward when walking. Using the VIP exclusive elevator, they soon arrived downstairs. Manager Wu, who had been waiting in the lobby, hurried over as soon as he saw Fang Chenyi and Bao Menghan coming down. When the two approached, Manager Wu came forward and handed over a golden card while saying, Mr. Fang, how do you feel about our presidential suite at the Qinhuang Hotel? As a thank you for your wine gift yesterday, I specially prepared this for you." Puzzled, Fang Chenyi took the small golden card handed to him by Manager Wu and examined it closely. Seeing his expression, Manager Wu hurriedly explained, "Mr. Fang, this is our Qinhuang Hotel's supreme gold card, made of 24,000 pure gold. Of course, its value is not just the material cost. With this card, you can enjoy free stays under 5,000 yuan and a 50% discount for expenses over 5,000 yuan at our Qinhuang Hotel. There's no limit, even if you spend millions, you'll still get a 50% discount. Let me tell you, in the 15 years since our hotel opened, we've only given out less than 10 of these cards." Haha, Manager Wu is really thoughtful. Since it's your kind gesture, I'll accept it. Although this item wasn't particularly useful, since someone kindly offered it, Fang Chenyi didn't want to refuse. He chuckled and accepted it. He wasn't bragging when he said he had plenty of money. With assets worth hundreds of millions, having only a few 100,000 in his bank account was inconsequential. Thinking about it, Fang Chenyi decided that he should work harder tomorrow. With this thought in mind, Fang Chenyi, one hand holding the woven bag and the other holding Bai Menghan's hand, walked out of the hotel's entrance, generously giving the supreme gold card to Bai Menghan. "Here, take it." The Bai Menghan shook her head obediently. Then, she leaned her head on Fang Chenyi's shoulder and softly said, "It's better if you keep it. darling. I have no use for it." Upon hearing this, Fang Chenyi didn't hesitate and directly stuffed the card into Bai Meng'en's arms. "Take it. If it's of no use, you can sell it to a jewelry store later." As they left, the doorman bowed respectfully, bidding them farewell. The incident from last night, when a wealthy man pretended to be a rag picker and casually drank a bottle of expensive Han Emperor Mayo Tai, had already spread throughout the hotel. Seeing Fang Chenyi carrying a woven bag, the image of the rag picker from last night came to mind. "Sir, madam, please take care. Welcome to visit us again." One of the doormen was the same one from last night. Fang Chenyi remembered that he wanted to give the young man some money to buy breakfast. However, upon checking his wallet, he found only a wrinkled 50 yuan bill. Feeling embarrassed, Fang Chenyi took out his old phone and asked, "Do you use WeChat or Alipay?" The doorman was puzzled by the question. "WeChat, Alipay, what does that mean?" Ignoring his confusion, Fang Chenyi instructed, "Open your WeChat payment QR code." Perplexed, the doorman hesitantly took out his iPhone X, which he had saved up for 6 months to buy, and opened WeChat payment. Fang Chenyi didn't care about the value of the phone. He just wanted to help. He scanned the doorman's QR code without hesitation. The next moment, WeChat payment received, 5,000 yuan. Hearing the notification sound from the doorman's phone, both doormen couldn't believe their eyes. "Sir, what are you doing with that? Oh my god, a 5,000 yuan tit. Am I hearing this correctly?" Seeing the couple leaving, the doorman was overwhelmed with excitement. A 5,000 yuan tip, that was 2 months' worth of his salary. Meanwhile, the other doorman, who was locking the car, looked at Fang Chenyi and Bai Meng'en, then turned his gaze to the rag picker image, Fang Chenyi, and couldn't help feeling envious. If he hadn't been off duty yesterday, he might have received a 5,000 yuan tip too. With this thought, he looked at the rag picker and Bai Meng'en, who were rummaging through the trash cans not far away. Top of form. The host picked up a high-grade plastic bottle, and the system rewards 500 yuan, which has been deposited into the host's bank account. Please check it. The host picked up a high-grade packaging box, and the system rewards 1,500 yuan, which has been deposited into the host's bank account. Please check it. The host picked up a stainless steel old water cup, and the system rewards 1,000 yuan, which has been deposited into the host's bank account. Please check it. As they walked along, not yet reaching the hotel's garbage area, they encountered only 2 or 3 trash cans. The 5,000 yuan tip Fang Chenyi had just given out had already been earned back. Hearing the continuous notifications, Fang Chenyi's heart was filled with joy. Watching Fang Chenyi's happy expression every time he picked up something, Bai Meng'en couldn't help but look at him with admiration. "This man looks so handsome picking up trash. Double quotes. Meanwhile, in the parking lot in the distance, a BMW 5 Series worth over 500,000 yuan stopped. Then, a young couple dressed in luxury got out of the car. The woman looked up and happened to see Fang Chenyi and Bai Meng'en rummaging through the trash not far away. She was momentarily stunned, then pulled the man who was locking the car aside. Darling, look at that woman over there. Isn't she Bai Meng'en, the campus belle from our school?" Where? Hearing the words of Zili, the class flower he had just successfully pursued today, the BMW guy hurriedly followed her gaze. Sure enough, following his girlfriend Zili's gaze, he saw Bai Meng'en standing next to a trash can not far away, helping a guy who looked much more handsome than himself carry a garbage bag. Just the day before yesterday, he borrowed a BMW from a friend and proposed to Bai Meng'en, the campus belle of Yandai University, under the teaching building at school. However, she didn't even show up. For a moment, the crowd began to talk. Just as the BMW guy was feeling awkward, Zili, who was standing next to him, rushed out and said that if the campus belle didn't want him, she was willing. Plus, Zili was quite attractive. At that time, the BMW guy directly gave the flowers to Zili. Now seeing Bai Meng'en with someone who picks up trash, the BMW guy felt extremely uncomfortable. He had pursued her in his BMW, but she ended up with someone who picks up trash. He never thought that his rejection would be for someone who picks up trash. If the other person were a wealthy second generation like himself, he wouldn't say anything. But the other person is just a trash picker. What's so good about a trash picker? Besides having a pretty face, what else does he have? For a moment, the BMW guy felt angry. Upon careful thought, wasn't this like slapping himself in the face? This was like saying he was not as good as someone who picks up trash. Beside him, Ziyi, whom he had just successfully pursued, saw the expression of disgust on her new boyfriend's face and hugged his arm coquettishly. While rubbing against him vigorously, she disdainfully said, "Tsk. I didn't expect by DA's campus belle to find someone who picks up trash. She's called a campus belle, but I think it's a joke. Darling, shall we go over and take a look?" Of course, the reason Ziyi wanted to take a look was not only to embarrass by Menon, who almost stole her man, but also because the guy who picks up trash seemed to be extremely handsome. As a somewhat flirtatious girl, Ziyi felt a tingling sensation in her heart. Meanwhile, the BMW guy, after seeing the two figures still rummaging through the trash cans, sneered disdainfully and hugged his arms, watching from the side. However, just as they walked a few steps forward, after passing by a business car, a sudden appearance of a car in front made the BMW guy pause. Then, an indescribable look of joy appeared in his eyes. Damn, this is actually a Lamborghini Elemento. I didn't expect to see such a cool car in Qinhuangdao. Wow, this is my favorite car, so cool. The silver-white body, the rugged lines, undoubtedly attracted every man. Of course, women would be equally attracted. Just like now, Ziyi unconsciously let go of the BMW guy's arm, and then approached the sports car in front of her, muttering to herself incessantly, "Oh my god, this sports car is so beautiful. Wow, if I could sit in it, it would be so cool. No, I have to take a picture to show off. Stop, miss. Please don't come near." However, before Ziyi could approach, a loud shout rang out, and then a figure swiftly emerged from behind the beautiful sports car and stood in front of the two. This sudden change startled both of them, especially Ziyi. The Apple X that the BMW guy had just given her fell to the ground with a thud, frightened by the sudden noise. As she picked up the phone, Ziyi was heartbroken to find a tiny crack on the screen of the phone, which she had bought less than 2 hours ago. This made her feel like her heart was bleeding. Picking up the phone and wiping off the dust on it, Ziyi looked up and saw that the person who had startled her was actually a security guard in uniform. This angered her even more. "How dare you? What are you shouting for? My brand new phone. Do you even know what brand of phone this is? It's an iPhone X, and now it's broken. Can you afford to compensate for it? Can you?" If it had been the owner of the sports car who had jumped out, Ziyi might not have been so angry. But seeing that it was just a security guard, Ziyi exploded. Not only Ziyi, but even the BMW guy beside her frowned. This security guard really didn't take himself seriously. Although he couldn't afford this supercar, he was still a man who drove a BMW. Now he was being scolded by a security guard. How could he bear it? However, seeing that his new girlfriend was already scolding, the BMW guy snorted coldly and hugged his arms, watching from the side. Seeing Ziyi scolding, the security guard also came to his senses. Especially when he saw the phone in the woman's hand, his heart sank even further. If he really had to compensate, his 2-month salary wouldn't be enough. However, the security guard felt wronged at this moment. He had just tried to stop this woman, but the phone fell because she didn't hold it properly. How could it be his fault? Seeing the security guard hang his head low, Ziyi scolded even more vigorously. "You poor security guard, what's wrong with me looking at the car? Huh? What's wrong? What's wrong with me looking at the car? Tell me, what's wrong with me looking at the car?" As she spoke, Ziyi actually took a step forward and pushed the security guard. And in her sudden push, the security guard, caught off guard, stumbled and fell backwards towards the supercar behind him. Realizing that he absolutely couldn't hit the supercar, the security guard gritted his teeth, stepped hard on the ground, and fell heavily to one side onto the hard cement ground. With a thud, the security guard fell onto the hard cement ground, and his face was immediately scratched. Seeing that he hadn't hit the supercar, the security guard breathed a sigh of relief. Enduring the pain, he looked at the woman in front of him with a face full of grievances and said, "No, I just wanted to tell you that this car is too expensive. You won't be able to afford it if you scratch it." Although the sudden appearance of the security guard just now was somewhat unexpected, he was indeed doing it for their own good. Yesterday, after receiving a tip of 100 yuan from a wealthy man, he specifically took a photo and searched online. It turned out to be a limited edition 6th element sports car, with a factory price of over 20 million RMB. At this moment, the BMW guy had to step forward. He looked at the disheveled security guard sitting on the ground and disdainfully waved the car key in his hand. "See, kid, recognize this? It's the key to a BMW. Even though I can't afford this Lamborghini 6th element, I can definitely afford to scratch it. Alright, scram, and learn your lesson. You can't mess with just anyone." Seeing the security guard covered in blood, the BMW guy scolded him, then impatiently waved his hand. He had been irritated enough by the fact that the girl he couldn't win over was now with a scavenger. Now, a security guard was adding insult to injury. He was determined to vent his frustration later. However, just as he finished speaking, a cold voice sounded nearby. "Fool, who do you think you are? You're driving a lousy BMW and acting all arrogant. You don't even know this Lamborghini isn't yours." With these words, Fang Chenyi, holding a woven bag and leading a beautiful woman, walked over with deliberate steps. He reached the security guard's side, let go of Biam's hand, and then pulled the security guard up. "How are you, buddy? Are you alright?" Seeing it was a tycoon who had come to help, the security guard, feeling moved, almost shed tears of gratitude. "Ah, this is what a real wealthy person is like. Unlike those who act big with just a little money, this one is low-key and cultured." Thinking this, he quickly wiped the blood off his face and smiled awkwardly, saying he was fine. The commotion here was not unnoticed, and Fang Chenyi, who was on his way to the back of the hotel, also heard the argument. Seeing that it was related to his car, he pulled Biam again and walked over. When he arrived, he coincidentally heard the BMW guy's arrogant words. "Damn it, I haven't even come looking for you, yet you came first. And you call my BMW lousy? A scavenger like you couldn't afford even one wheel of my BMW if you scavenged for a lifetime. You poor bastard, get lost then stay where you're cool." The BMW guy didn't even regard Fang Chenyi, but after shouting at him, he stepped forward and blocked Biam Gen, loudly questioning her. "Biam Gen, tell me, who is this scavenger to you?" After all, he couldn't accept a scavenger being in the same league as him. Especially when he saw how the scavenger and the security guard got along, he immediately classified them together. Hearing this, Fang Chenyi was puzzled. Not because of the insult directed at him earlier, but because of the latter part of the sentence. "Some misunderstanding, my dear. It's just an annoying fly." Seeing Fang Chenyi frowning, Biam Gen quickly explained while clinging to his arm. Fang Chenyi nodded in understanding. He understood that this guy probably wanted to pursue Biam and Ghn. But this fellow was really ignorant. If it weren't for the system's prompt that this was a new person, Fang Chenyi would have thought they knew each other. "Biam Gen, you have to explain to me today. Who is this? Fly." Hearing Biam Gen call him a fly, the BMW guy was furious. He yelled and pointed in Fang Chenyi's direction, but before he could finish, he heard two beeps. And then the headlights of the Lamborghini 6th element flashed twice. Seeing this, the BMW guy instinctively stepped back, looking around, but he didn't see anyone coming. He thought maybe the car owner, seeing the commotion, didn't want to get involved. But the next moment, he saw the scavenger, carrying a woven bag and a garbage picker, walking towards the Lamborghini. The BMW guy was stunned, and then quickly realized what the scavenger might be planning. Was he trying to scratch the car and then blame him? This was too stupid. There were surveillance cameras in the parking lot. If he did this, he probably wouldn't be able to afford the consequences, even if he sold himself. Thinking of this, the BMW guy suddenly didn't feel angry anymore. He didn't expect this scavenger to have such a foolish idea. So he stopped being angry, hugged his arms, and began to watch the scavenger's performance, but he made sure to step back a bit. "Dig brother, take care. Let me open the car door for you." Seeing the headlights of the Lamborghini flashing, the security guard ignored the blood on his face. and hurried over, wanting to open the car door for the tycoon. However, the scene caught the BMW guy's attention, and he was puzzled. What was going on? He didn't see anyone approaching, so who was the security guard going to open the door for? Did he go crazy from the fall earlier? Meanwhile, Fang Chenyi, seeing this, waved his hand and approached, pulling open the door of the Lamborghini, while saying to the security guard, "No need, buddy, I still have something to take care of here. How can I leave? Hehe, I'm afraid my woven bag will get lost if I don't put it in the car first." The security guard was speechless at these words. What was the tycoon thinking? Afraid the woven bag will get lost? Even if it's thrown on the street, no one will pick it up. Of course, he could only think this in his heart. He couldn't possibly understand the world of a tycoon as a mere security guard. With that, Fang Chenyi directly threw the woven bag into the driver's seat of the car and then slammed the car door shut with a bang. Beep beep. The car door of the Lamborghini locked again. The scene was witnessed by the BMW guy, especially the scavenger locking the car door. It was crystal clear to him. At this moment, the BMW guy's mouth hung open in disbelief. His heart was in turmoil, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn, this supercar actually belongs to this scavenger. Not only was he shocked, but he also felt deeply ashamed in his heart. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. He couldn't believe he had been showing off his BMW in front of someone who was driving a Lamborghini. He had even said that a tycoon like him couldn't afford his car even if he scavenged for a lifetime. Wasn't that ridiculous? It was the other way around. He couldn't afford the car of someone else even if he scavenged for his whole life. For a moment, he cursed Fang Chenyi's ancestors in his heart. Damn it, you're driving a Lamborghini. Why pretend to be a scavenger? Are the tycoons nowadays so willing to play this game of pretending to be weak? Of course, he didn't dare to say these words out loud. A person who could afford a Lamborghini was definitely not someone he could afford to mess with. But before he could even soften his stance and return the woven bag to the car, Fang Chenyi handed the car key to Bai Mengen, who was standing beside him. Meanwhile, Fang Chenyi rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the BMW guy with a swagger. "You just called me a fly, right? Come on, let's compare." Seeing Fang Chenyi's arrogant demeanor, the BMW guy wilted. If he hadn't seen this guy driving a Lamborghini, he would have definitely gone up to beat him up earlier. After all, he was a green belt in Taekwondo, so he wasn't afraid of the other guy. But now, he didn't dare to do anything, not even with a green belt, let alone with a green hat. No, big brother, I was wrong. I was just saying that I'm a fly, buzzing around. Look. The BMW guy, realizing the situation was amiss, quickly started imitating a fly, waving his arms while buzzing. This left Fang Chenyi, who had wanted to fight earlier, completely dumbfounded. I swear, is there anything more bizarre? Seeing the BMW guy's actions, the people around couldn't help but laugh, especially Manager Wu, who had rushed over with his men after receiving the message. Looked at the BMW guy, who was waving his arms and buzzing like a fly, with a puzzled expression. He asked Fang Chenyi, Mr. Fan, what's going on? Shaking his head with a wry smile, Fang Chenyi shrugged his shoulders at Manager Wu. This brother is just bored and wants to entertain us. Hehe, I have to say, he's quite good at it. With that sentence, the security guards brought over by Manager, who couldn't help but suppress their laughter. Fang Chenyi wasn't the type to hold a grudge. Seeing that it was almost over, he directly waved to the BMW guy in the middle of the crowd. Seeing this, the BMW guy quickly ran over, nodding and bowing obsequiously to Fang Chenyi. Hey, big brother, what can I do for you? Since he had chosen to lose face, he might as well lose it completely. Although his family had some money, he definitely couldn't afford to provoke someone who drove a Lamborghini. If he caused trouble for his family's business because of himself, he would definitely be beaten to death by his father. Alright, compensate the little brother for his medical expenses and then leave. Remember to learn your lesson. You can't mess with just anyone. Listening to these familiar words, although the BMW guy felt bitter, he dared not say a word of disagreement. He just nodded and quickly ran over to the security guard covered in blood. After a few low-key apologies, he took out his wallet, didn't bother counting, and directly pulled out a stack of bills, worth several thousand yuan, stuffing it into the security guard's hand. The security guard had never seen such a scene before and was somewhat at a loss as he looked towards Fang Chenyi's direction. But at this moment, Fang Chenyi was nowhere to be seen in the crowd. After looking around in confusion, he saw Fang Chenyi, still surprised, carrying the woven bag and leading the beautiful woman towards the garbage dump behind the hotel. Seeing this, manager Wu spoke up, "Since it's for medical expenses, just take it." "All right, everyone, let's all disperse." As they watched Fang Chenyi and Bai Menggan's figures disappear as they walked towards the garbage dump, manager Wu's astonishment turned into a smile. Meanwhile, little Li weakly tugged at the BMW guy's clothes. "Darling, look, my phone got broken." The BMW guy took a deep breath and forced a smile on his face. "It's just a phone, I'll buy you a new one later." "Of course," in his heart, he said coldly, "you cheap thing. Later, I'll have to take my anger out on you properly. Buy a phone, go to hell. After I've vented my anger, you better roll wherever you can." Not mentioning the BMW guy and little Li, let's focus on Fang Chenyi and Bai Menggan. While everyone was watching the BMW guy apologize to the security guard, they had quietly left. Seriously, with the time wasted just now, they had probably lost tens of thousands. Instead of watching the BMW guy perform, they might as well hurry up and scavenge some valuable trash. Fang Chenyi pulled Bai Menggan's hand and jogged all the way to the garbage point behind the hotel. Fang Chenyi thought this time must be impressive. Even if there were fewer items here than on the roadside, there would still be more than in a regular garbage bin. Damn it, he was determined to find something worth $1 million this time. After turning past the main building, they could already see a sizable garbage area. But what left Fang Chenyi speechless was the sight of a garbage truck coming out at that moment. "What the heck, am I too late?" As the garbage truck leisurely passed by Fang Chenyi, a plastic bottle happened to fall out from it and rolled to Fang Chenyi's feet. But before Fang Chenyi could react, Bai Menggan, who was beside him, quickly rushed forward and stomped on the plastic bottle with a snap. Then, with a smile on her face, she picked it up and tossed it into Fang Chenyi's woven bag right in front of his astonished eyes. After she finished, Bai Menggan patted her hands and wore a smug smile on her face, as if saying, "How about that? I'm not only an all-round academic genius, but I can also scavenge for trash. There's more where that came from, little guy." Looking at Bai Menggan's smiling face, Fang Chenyi felt speechless, uncomfortable, and even a bit wounded. And it wasn't because he didn't pick up the last remaining bottle, but because just now, he received another warning from the system in his mind. "Congratulations, master, for picking up one plastic bottle. The system rewards you with 100 yuan, which has been deposited into your bank account. Please check it." Reward transfer failed. After system evaluation, picking up trash this time was considered cheating behavior, as the trash picked up did not belong to the master. The reward has been revoked, and the master has been warned once. The system has issued 2 warnings to the master. As punishment, there will be no rewards for the next 2 pieces of trash picked up. Well, not only did he not receive a reward, but he also lost the rewards for the next 2 trash items. Although it wasn't much, Fang Chenyi felt speechless. He wanted to tell Bai Menggan that he didn't need her help in the future. But looking at her expression as if to say "You're welcome," Fang Chenyi swallowed his words. Sigh. "Let's go, looks like we're a step too late." Fang Chenyi sighed helplessly, then turned and pulled Bai Menggan's hand back to the parking lot. This time, there were no surprises when they returned to the parking lot. After figuring out where the trunk of the sports car was, Fang Chenyi didn't have to put the woven bag on Bai Menggan's long legs anymore. Stepping on the gas pedal, Fang Chenyi drove out of the parking lot of Qinhuang Hotel. After enjoying the attention all the way, the car finally arrived at the entrance of Century Garden. Seeing this, the security guard saluted and let them pass without any obstruction. As they entered the residential area, Fang Chenyi remembered where he parked the car last night near the row of trash cans. Once the car was parked stably, Bai Menggan sweetly smiled at Fang Chenyi. "Well, I'm here. Remember to call me later." Saying this, she shook the phone in her hand, opened the car door, and got out. Fang Chanyi lowered the car window and waved his hand at Bai Menin before stepping on the gas pedal of the Lamborghini, emitting a roar that echoed through the residential area as he headed towards the front row of villas. He had only seen 10 villas last night, and now he was going to take a look. 10. He never dreamed he would have such a cool day. While sighing with emotion, Fang Chanyi's heart began to feel a little worried. When it came down to it, whether it was the villa or the sports car, the source was indeed a problem. If someone were to investigate thoroughly, it wouldn't be good. Thinking about this, Fang Chanyi slammed on the brakes to stop the car. After getting the sports car, he was so happy that he didn't even consider whether the car was legal. Luckily, he wasn't stopped by the traffic police along the way. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. With these thoughts in mind, Fang Chanyi hurriedly searched in the car, wondering if the sports car rewarded by the system had any documents like a driving license. If there wasn't anything, he would have to be more careful about driving it in the future. As Fang Chanyi searched, he quickly found a blue booklet in the center console. Seeing the words motor vehicle driving permit written prominently on it, Fang Chanyi was stunned. Did this car really have a driving permit? But he wondered whose name would be on it. It couldn't be his, could it? With a head full of doubts, Fang Chanyi opened the driving permit in his hand. Great Huaxia Nation Motor Vehicle Driving Permit. License plate number, GC6355. Vehicle type, small sedan. Owner, Fang Chanyi. Address, Qinhuangdao, Century Garden. Villa No. 1. Use nature, non-operational, brand and model. Lamborghini 6th Element sports car. Vehicle identification number, XXXX. Looking at the clear information on it, it was indeed his own, and the address on it was actually the villa in Century Garden. When he got the sports car, he hadn't received the villa yet, so how did the address become this? This didn't seem logical. Just as Fang Chanyi furrowed his brows in thought, he heard the voice of the system in his mind. The system will update the master's information in real time, and automatically arrange reasonable identity issues for the master, as well as repair any reality loopholes. 10. That's awesome. Fang Chanyi couldn't help but swear. This system was really considerate. With this, wouldn't everything he picked up from scavenging be legal? In that case, he wouldn't have to worry about being investigated by anyone, right? But then he thought of another question. System, where does the money come from for the rewards I get when I pick up things? It's not like the system creates it out of thin air, right? If it's created, then it's all fake, isn't it? Master, rest assured, all rewards from the system are real. And the system reward funds are reasonably collected from foreign financial markets. Please use them with confidence. Damn. That's great. Spending foreigners' money doesn't come with any psychological burden. Indeed, this system was quite understanding, knowing to reward himself with money from foreigners. But suddenly, Fang Chanyi thought of something. Although these things are all legal, becoming so wealthy all of a sudden as a poor guy like himself would definitely raise suspicions, right? Master, please rest assured. The system has re-edited Master's identity. Now, Master is a super low-key tycoon. Outsiders can only find out about Master's current assets, and they will only know that Master is very low-key. And that Master has two pieces of information. One is that Master started to engage in Wall Street financial markets at the age of 16. The other is that Master enjoys picking up junk. Damn, that's awesome, isn't it? Well, whether low-key or high-profile, it doesn't matter. As long as no one can find out his flaws, it's all good. Thinking like this, Fang Chanyi stopped worrying. He stepped on the gas and soon arrived at the entrance of Villa No. 1 in Century Garden. Opening the door and getting out of the car, Fang Chanyi looked at the row of luxury villas in front of him, feeling amazed. According to the system's prompt, from No. 1 to No. 10, these villas are all his. You know, there are only 12 such villas in Century Garden. He rummaged through the woven bag, and soon a bunch of keys appear in his hand. This is for No. 8. This is for No. 5. This is for No. 3. This is for No. 10. Damn, with so many houses, it's troublesome just to find the keys. As he spoke, Fang Chanyi finally found the key to Villa No. 1. He threw the rest of the keys back into the woven bag, then strode towards the door of the villa. Creak. With the villa's gate opening, a large outdoor swimming pool appeared before Fang Chenyi. Wow, such a big pool. How much water does it need? After sighing, Fang Chenyi didn't bother about the water consumption issue. Instead, he walked briskly towards the 3-story villa in front of him. After all, he's now tycoon. How could he care about water bills? Magnificent yet elegant, with a touch of simplicity, fashion, and youthfulness. That was Fang Chenyi's first impression upon entering this villa. Wow, it's indeed a luxury villa worth 30 million. It's beautiful. It's 100 times, no, 1,000 times better than the village chief's house back home. Standing at the door, Fang Chenyi admired the decoration of the villa sincerely. But when his gaze fell on a painting on the living room wall, he couldn't help but feel speechless. On the living room wall hung a painting of the Mona Lisa. Of course, there was no need to go closer to confirm. Fang Chenyi knew it must be a counterfeit. After all, the genuine Mona Lisa was lying in his woven bag. Approaching, he gently took it down. After inspecting it, Fang Chenyi felt that this fake looked even more beautiful than the genuine one in his woven bag. Helplessly shaking his head, he couldn't understand why so many good-looking paintings nowadays weren't as valuable as those not-so-good ones in the past. He directly threw the painting into his woven bag. Congratulations to the master for picking up an old painting, triggering a special system response, rewarding a world-class genuine oil painting Mona Lisa, which has been placed in the master's woven bag. Please check it carefully. Reward failed to be issued. Due to the master's cheating behavior in the previous 2 occasions, this reward has been automatically cancelled. Damn, another Mona Lisa? Hearing the prompt in his mind, Fang Chenyi almost spurted out blood. Cancelling a world-class painting like Mona Lisa? That's a lot of money wasted. Apart from anything else, just the title of world-class alone would be worth at least tens of millions. But he didn't understand why there was another Mona Lisa. Didn't he already have a genuine Mona Lisa in his possession? Ting. Answering Master's question, there are 2 genuine Mona Lisas in total, both destroyed during the war. Note: the ones in museums are counterfeits. Damn, can they really do this? Of course, although shocked and distressed, Fang Chenyi wasn't too sad. Since he obtained the junk-picking system, the system had triggered several special rewards already. Given this situation, special rewards shouldn't be too difficult to trigger. This meant there would surely be many more opportunities in the future, and who knows, he might pick up another one next time. After realizing this, Fang Chenyi stopped worrying. He took out the genuine Mona Lisa from his woven bag and hung it on the wall without hesitation. However, when he was about to hang the genuine Mona Lisa on the wall, Fang Chenyi noticed a problem. The frame of the fake painting just now had a small hanging ear for the nail, but his genuine painting didn't have this design. Looking at the lonely nail on the wall, Fang Chenyi felt somewhat speechless. He thought about not hanging it, but the nail looked unsightly. He raised the painting and tried to install a hanging ear on the frame. But when Fang Chenyi accidentally looked up while placing the painting on the nail, he heard a crunch. Staring blankly at the Mona Lisa with a hole pierced by the nail, Fang Chenyi realized that his genuine artwork didn't have glass protection on the surface, only a bare painting. There was only a hard cardboard behind the painting, apart from the frame. Damn, my world-class oil painting. Seeing this, Fang Chenyi felt a pang of regret. He couldn't believe he had carelessly damaged such a valuable painting. After feeling sad for a while, he helplessly shook his head and said, "Alas, what's done is done. Since I'm here, I'll just hang it like this." Muttering to himself, Fang Chenyi rubbed the small hole on the Mona Lisa's painting surface a few times. But it couldn't be repaired even with the best restoration techniques. So, he simply lifted it up and firmly hung the Mona Lisa on the wall. Shaking his head helplessly, he said, "Fortunately, the position pierced by the nail is relatively high. If it were in the middle of the painting, I'd be crying now." However, if the experts were to hear Fang Chenyi's words, they would probably be so furious that they'd spray him with salt soda water. How could he carelessly damage such a valuable painting? You've basically destroyed a national treasure. Of course, Fang Chenyi really couldn't appreciate this world-class oil painting. To be honest, in Fang Chenyi's eyes, apart from its value, this painting wasn't even as beautiful as the calendars they hung up at home every year. At the very least, the beauty on those calendars was genuinely beautiful. After fixing the painting, Fang Chenyi didn't waste any time. He thoroughly explored the entire villa, inside and out. He loved this. Fang Chenyi absolutely loved this modern and stylish villa, which exuded a strong contemporary vibe. The villa was already fully furnished, so Fang Chenyi decided to move in directly. After all, with such a large villa, there was no way he would go back to living in a cramped rental house. After resting for a while, Fang Chenyi got up and walked out of the villa's gate. Although the villa was well decorated, it lacked bedding. To move in, Fang Chenyi still needed to purchase a batch of bedding or go back to his rental house to retrieve his belongings. Just as he stepped out of the villa, he saw a young man in a suit and leather shoes strolling in front of his row of large villas. Seeing Fang Chenyi coming out, the young man's eyes lit up. He quickly took a few steps forward and handed Fang Chenyi a pack of cigarettes while asking, "Hey there, buddy, are you the owner of this place?" However, as he approached Fang Chenyi, he noticed Fang Chenyi's attire and the woven bag and garbage picker in his hand. His outstretched hand hesitated for a moment, but since he had already extended it, he didn't retract it. Nevertheless, his face couldn't hide the disappointment as he thought to himself, "Damn, so this guy is a scavenger. I knew it. How could the owner of this place be such a young kid?" Seeing the expression on the young man's face, Fang Chenyi could guess what he was thinking. He sighed inwardly, realizing that he should probably dress more decently next time. Motioning that he didn't smoke, Fang Chenyi nodded and asked with some curiosity, "Yes, I am the owner. What's up? Do you need something?" Seeing Fang Chenyi's refusal to smoke, the young man took one for himself, but before lighting it, he heard Fang Chenyi's response. His eyes widened in disbelief as he listened. Swallowing hard, he asked somewhat stutteringly, You're really the owner here?" With a nonchalant nod, Fang Chenyi asked again, "Yes, this is my villa. Not only this one, but all the others in this row are mine too. So, what's up? Do you have something important to discuss? If not, I'll be on my way. I've got things to do." With a casual wave of his hand, Fang Chenyi swept his gaze over the 10 villas in front of him, exuding an aura as if he were a king inspecting his territory. However, the young man didn't quite believe Fang Chenyi's claim. If Fang Chenyi had said that he owned just one villa, the young man might have been convinced, especially since Fang Chenyi had walked out of the most luxurious villa in the row. But claiming ownership of all the villas seemed like an exaggeration. Where were they? This was the most expensive neighborhood in Qinhuangdao, and the villas here were the most expensive ones in the city. There were only 12 villas in total, and even the cheapest one cost nearly 30 million. So, according to Fang Chenyi's claim, he owned all 12, which meant he had at least 360 million RMB. My goodness, what kind of wealth was this? If this 360 million RMB was someone's personal fortune, it would be understandable. But if it were just the value of the properties under someone's name, then that person must be a billionaire at least. Shaking his head in disbelief, the young man realized that Fang Chenyi was much more impressive than he had initially thought. Well, if you don't believe me, that's fine. I've got things to do, so I'll be leaving." With that, Fang Chenyi intended to walk away. After all, he needed to hurry and move his belongings in. Every minute he delayed meant missing out on thousands of yuan in scavenging earnings. With these thoughts in mind, Fang Chenyi walked towards his sports car. However, seeing Fang Chenyi about to leave, the young man hurriedly stepped forward and stopped him again. "Hey, buddy, hold on a second. I believe you now, but I wanted to ask you something. Do you happen to have the contact information of the owners of these villas?" Although he still had doubts about Fang Chenyi owning all the villas, since Fang Chenyi had walked out of one, he might know the owners. That was the reason why the young man stopped Fang Chenyi again. "Oh, sure. The number is 188,339 *. Without even looking back, Fang Chenyi dropped his phone number and then walked to his sports car. He pressed the key, and the sports car beeped twice. Opening the car door, he got in with his woven bag. Damn it, is that sixth element his? Damn, I've completely underestimated him. Seeing the sports car that he had been paying attention to earlier, The young man couldn't help but curse. He glanced back at his own Mercedes E-Class. Well, there was no comparison between the two. Damn it, the young master of the Qinhuangdao Long Company, couldn't even compare to a guy wearing street stall clothes and carrying a garbage bag. Damn, did he really say that all these villas belonged to him? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The person who walked out of the most expensive villa among them, driving a sports car worth millions, how could he possibly be lying? Recalling the series of numbers Fang Chenyi had just recited, he immediately dialed the number. Fortunately, his memory was quite good, otherwise, an average person would not have remembered it. Ring. Ring. After a while, the phone was finally answered. And then, a very familiar voice came from the other end. Hearing this voice that had just sounded in his ears, the young man was speechless. He had just seen the owner himself, but he still didn't believe him. But after a moment of hesitation, the young man forced himself to speak up. Hey buddy, it's me, the guy who offered you a cigarette earlier. Hearing the respectful tone of the young man, Fang Chenyi, who was holding the steering wheel with one hand, turned on the car's hands-free system and felt a bit speechless. Did you have to see my sports car to believe me? Do I have to slap you in the face for you to realize how awesome I am? Geez, judging people by appearances is not a good idea. Of course, despite shaking his head, Fang Chenyi didn't hold any ill will towards the young man. From the scene earlier, when he offered him a cigarette, Fang Chenyi could tell that the young man was not bad. So, he replied nonchalantly, "Yeah, I know. What's up?" Hearing Fang Chenyi's tone, the young man knew that if he beat around the bush, Fang Chenyi would probably hang up. So, after a moment of thought, he directly explained. Well, bro, as I said earlier, I want to find the owner of the villa because I want to rent one. You see? Oh, you should have said so earlier. Renting a house shouldn't take so long to explain. What do you want to know? Which villa are you interested in? As he said this, Fang Chenyi paused for a moment before continuing. Oh, by the way, I'll tell you upfront, I don't need the money. My villas are not for rent. The young man, after hearing this, was even more speechless. He had just seen the owner walk out of one of the most luxurious villas, but now he was claiming that all the villas were his. Fang Chenyi's words almost gave the young man on the other end internal injuries. Koch, seriously, if you're not renting it out, why ask me which one I like? Are you just testing my taste? For a moment, the guy in the Mercedes at the villa entrance felt a bit disoriented. Meanwhile, Fang Chenyi, still holding the steering wheel of his Lamborghini, waited for a response for a while, but didn't hear anything. So, he muttered in a seemingly helpless tone, "Geez, did you hang up? Hey, don't you want to hear me out? I don't need money, so I won't rent out the villas for profit. But, since you seem alright, why don't you borrow one?" Listening to Fang Chenyi's muttering through the car's Bluetooth, the guy in the Mercedes couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. So, he quickly pretended as if the signal was bad. "Hello? Hello, can you hear me? The signal is really bad on my end. Can you hear me?" Hearing the voice coming through the car's Bluetooth, Fang Chenyi couldn't help but smile mischievously. This guy was really good at making excuses. Bad signal, how could you only hear cicadas chirping? Of course, Fang Chenyi didn't call him out on it. It was true that he wouldn't rent out the villas, but as he said, if he liked the guy, he might consider lending one. However, he needed to know what the guy wanted the villa for. After all, he had seen a white Mercedes E-Class earlier. A person who could afford a Mercedes like that probably wouldn't have trouble buying a house. Well, maybe it's the signal. How about this? Besides the first one, take a look at the others. I'll be back in half an hour, and then we can talk. Okay, I'll wait for you. Hearing the guy in the Mercedes readily agree, Fang Chenyi shook his head with a smile before ending the call. As he hung up the phone, he had already arrived at the entrance of the old residential complex he was renting. Because the complex was too old and narrow, filled with all kinds of debris between the buildings, his car couldn't enter. So, he had no choice but to park the Lamborghini in the same spot he had found last night and get out of the car. With his beloved woven bag and garbage picker in hand, he walked towards the interior of the complex. It was indeed an old complex. He hadn't walked more than a few steps when he spotted a mineral water bottle on the ground. Fang Chenyi couldn't help but feel delighted. Although this bottle only had a reward of 100 yuan, it was still something. Thinking this, he instinctively reached out with one hand to pick up the bottle while holding the garbage picker in the other. However, just as Fang Chenyi's garbage picker was about to touch the bottle, another similar garbage picker appeared next to it. Like Fang Chenyi, when he saw the two garbage pickers at the same time, the other person also retracted his. Raising his head, Fang Chenyi saw the wrinkled face of an old man. He recognized him as Mr. Gang, an elderly scavenger he often saw in the complex. Mr. Gang was usually seen scavenging in the complex, and people would often give him cardboard boxes and bottles when they saw him. Unlike Fang Chenyi, who scavenged for fun, Mr. Gang, being elderly and living alone, scavenged to make a living. However, just like his surname, Mr. Gang was quite stubborn. He would accept junk, but he would never accept money. Looking at the old man's stooped figure, Fang Chenyi couldn't help but feel a strange feeling. They say the elderly should be cared for and supported, but how many people could truly enjoy the so-called happiness of family when they grew old? He used to struggle to make ends meet, and now that he had the ability, he wanted to do something for these truly unfortunate people. Hehe. Young man, go ahead and pick it up. You pick it up. As Fang Chenyi stared at the old man's stooped figure, thinking about what he could do for these people, Mr. Gang smiled kindly, showing a few missing teeth. Not only that, he also pointed to the mineral water bowl on the ground, indicating Fang Chenyi to pick it up. Clearly, Mr. Gang had mistaken Fang Chenyi for a scavenger too. But just this one sentence touched something in Fang Chenyi's heart. Suppressing the sour feeling in his heart, he smiled at the old man. All right, I'll pick up this bottle, Grandpa. Saying this, Fang Chenyi stepped forward and picked up the mineral water bottle, tossing it into his woven bag. Host picked up one plastic bottle. System rewards 100 yuan. The reward has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check it. Ting. System warning. Recycling garbage is considered cheating. If the host continues to recycle, the system will continue to enforce confiscation of rewards as a penalty. Don't worry, Grandpa. Whatever price the recycling center gives you, I'll give you the same. Although Fang Chenyi heard the prompt from the system, this time he chose to ignore it. Hey, young man, you're thoughtful, but I can still get around. Don't trouble you young folks. This old man, indeed just like his surname, to stubborn. Seeing the old man preparing to leave, Fang Chenyi spoke again. Grandpa, please wait, let me be honest with you. I have a good channel where recyclables can be sold for more money than elsewhere. So, I'll pay you a bit more than the recycling center's price. What do you think? Please don't refuse me. After all, I'm counting on your recyclables to make money. Hearing Fang Chenyi's words, the old man hesitated this time. Pondering for a moment before saying with some doubt, Young man, you're not deceiving me, are you? Do you really know someone who buys at a high price? Hey, why would I deceive you? Look at me. So young, if not for this, how could I collect recyclables? Fang Chenyi wasn't wrong. He did know someone who buys at a high price. And it wasn't just a slightly higher price. Even a regular mineral water bottle could fetch $100. Of course, recycling the old man's recyclables wouldn't earn him any rewards. Well, if you can make money, then I'll sell it to you. But you don't have to pay more than the recycling center, just the same price as them. After all, it saves me from running back and forth. The old man finally agreed after some persuasion. Satisfied, Fang Chenyi said, Okay, let's do this. I'll pay you for a month's worth now, and you keep the recyclables for me. I'll come to pick them up later. We'll settle any differences then. How does that sound? Of course, he said this because he was afraid the old man wouldn't accept his money up front. But the old man wouldn't agree. He insisted on Fang Chenyi taking the recyclables first and paying later when he comes to pick them up. After some persuasion, the old man was finally convinced by Fang Chenyi and sighed. All right, fine. Hey, there aren't many good young people like you nowadays. Seeing that the old man finally agreed, Fang Chenyi was relieved. But as he reached for his wallet, he realized he didn't have any cash. How embarrassing. Looking around, He searched for a young person who could use WeChat to transfer him some money. At that moment, a heavily made-up woman suddenly appeared in Fang Chenyi's line of sight. Seeing this figure, Fang Chenyi couldn't help but sigh internally. What a small world. It hadn't been long, and he already encountered this woman again. Indeed, the heavily made-up woman was the same one who called him a fool last night. Originally, Fang Chenyi didn't want to deal with this woman. But after looking around and realizing there were no other young people besides her, he couldn't let her leave. After telling the old man to wait for him, he walked a few steps and stood in front of the woman. He intended to pat the woman's shoulder, but then thought better of it. Instead, he stepped forward and blocked her path, saying, "Hey, wait a minute." Startled by Fang Chenyi's sudden interception, the woman's body tensed up again, fear evident on her face. "Young man, I really didn't mean it yesterday. It was all my fault. You're a big man. Please don't lower yourself to my level as a woman. It's not like I'm that petty in your eyes. Huh. Alright, let's forget about yesterday. So, do you have any cash?" Fang Chenyi felt speechless as he scratched his nose. Although Fang Chenyi's words stunned the woman for a moment, she quickly understood. She nodded vigorously and began searching her bag for money. She didn't understand why someone who could afford a multi-million-dollar car would ask her for money, but she didn't dare to refuse. Seeing the woman's wad of $100 bills, Fang Chenyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He took 10 bills out and handed them back to the woman, saying he'd be back later. Then, he turned and returned to the old man's side. "Grandpa, here's $1,000. We'll settle any differences later. Take it for now. Oh, here's my phone number. If you collect too much, you can call me later." Saying this, Fang Chenyi took out a beautiful pen from his pocket and wrote his phone number on a scrap of paper he found on the ground, then handed it to the old man. After bidding farewell to the old man, Fang Chenyi turned back to the woman. "Should I transfer to your WeChat or Alipay?" he asked. The woman was momentarily stunned, not understanding. It wasn't until Fang Chenyi repeated the question that she realized she had misunderstood. The man didn't want her money. He wanted to exchange cash with her. Realizing this, she couldn't help but think, this young man not only looks handsome, but also has money. If I could win him over, I'd live a comfortable life for the rest of my days. Even if I can't win him over, spending a night with such a guy would be a pleasure. With these thoughts, the woman suddenly felt a bit cold. She said, "Young man, I use WeChat. Let's add each other as friends first." Helplessly rolling his eyes, Fang Chenyi replied, "No need, just accept payment directly." Seeing Fang Chenyi's firm attitude, the woman didn't insist. She quickly opened her payment collection app and received $1,000 from Fang Chenyi. Afterward, she shyly asked, "Could you add me on WeChat?" Then, helplessly rolling his eyes, Fang Chenyi said, "No need, just use the payment collection function." Seeing the young man's firm attitude, the woman didn't insist. She promptly opened the payment collection app and received the $1,000 from the young man. Then, she shyly grasped her clothes and said, "Young man, with your appearance, are you also going to collect garbage?" After nodding, Fang Chenyi intended to leave. He didn't plan to have much interaction with this woman. Even if he didn't have Miss Longlegs now, just considering this woman's heavily made-up appearance, Fang Chenyi wasn't interested. Fang Chenyi couldn't understand why this woman, who was probably around the same age as him, felt the need to wear such heady makeup during what should have been her innocent years. But just as he was about to leave, the woman suddenly grabbed his arm. Before he could react, she spoke in a sweet voice, "Young man, I know a good place to collect garbage. There are lots of trash there. Do you want me to take you?" As she spoke, she kept rubbing her arm against Fang Chenyi's. Feeling the touch on his arm, Fang Chenyi furrowed his brow. He tried to pull away from the woman, but he was torn. On one hand, he was suspicious of the woman's intentions. On the other hand, the temptation of finding lots of trash was enticing. Perhaps he could make a fortune instantly. Seeing Fang Chenyi's hesitation, the woman pulled his arm again, saying coolly, "Don't hesitate, or someone else will pick up all the trash. Let's go. I'll lead the way." After some thought, Fang Chenyi decided to take a look. After all, the temptation of finding lots of trash was too great. Despite shaking her arm twice, Fang Chanyi couldn't stop the woman from clinging to him. In the end, he reluctantly let her hold on to his sleeve. Following the woman into the community, they soon arrived at a building. Seeing the woman trying to pull him inside, Fang Chanyi couldn't help but feel confused. Was this woman trying to deceive him? Was she after his body? Where is the trash you mentioned? Oh, it's in my house, of course. There's so much trash in my house. I'm afraid you won't be able to pick it all up, the woman said seriously. Seeing the woman's earnest expression, Fang Chanyi suddenly remembered a news story he had seen before. It was about a girl who turned her rental house into a pigsty. Glancing at the heavily made-up woman, Fang Chanyi nodded inwardly, thinking she might be just like the woman in the news. At this moment, in Fang Chanyi's mind, there appeared a scene of a room filled with trash. No, it should be a room filled with trash. Of course, for Fang Chanyi now, such a place might not be bad. Thinking this, he nodded and signaled for the woman to lead the way. Seeing Fang Chanyi's agreement, the woman thought to herself, he's finally going to fall into my trap. Thinking this, the woman pulled Fang Chanyi's sleeve and quickly went up 3 floors. Taking out the key, she opened the old security door, which creaked as it opened. Then, she pushed the door open and pulled Fang Chanyi inside. However, as soon as Fang Chanyi stepped into the room, he felt puzzled. Looking around the room, he thought, damn, isn't this different from what I imagined? It's not like the room filled with trash in my mind. The room was similar to the one he rented, about 80 square meters. Although the old furniture and appliances looked worn out, they were undeniably clean and tidy. However, just as Fang Chanyi was puzzled, the woman suddenly threw herself into his arms. Young man, aren't you here to pick up trash? Come on. Let's pick it up together. I'm fooled. She really wants me to pick up her old shoes. Fang Chanyi, why don't you have a little bit of vigilance? Don't you know how handsome you are? Fang Chanyi slapped his forehead in frustration. He pushed the woman away and asked hopefully, where's the trash you mentioned? The woman giggled and pointed to all the decorations in the room, also indicating her ample chest. Hehe, isn't it all here? You don't want any of these. Hearing this, Fang Chanyi's eyes lit up with joy. At the same time, a mischievous thought appeared in his mind. Yeah, I don't want any of them. They're all yours, but young man, could you do me a small favor? It's very simple. Fang Chanyi nodded without hesitation. Jokingly, if he picked up all these things, how much would he be rewarded? Maybe he could even get some special rewards. Therefore, he had no hesitation about the woman's proposal. What can I do for you, as long as it's not becoming your boyfriend? I'm okay with it. Hearing Fang Chanyi's words, the woman's eyes visibly dimmed for a moment. But soon, she realized that someone as handsome and wealthy as him couldn't possibly become her boyfriend. With this in mind, she blushed and said shyly, actually, it's very simple. You see, I just want you to clear the drain in my house. It's been clogged recently. At first, Fang Chanyi was stunned. Then, he understood and felt speechless. I'm fooled. She still wants me to pick up her old shoes. Although I collect recyclables, I won't pick up old shoes. Even though I'm a scavenger, I won't pick up garbage shoes. Okay. No problem. I just saw a sign for professional drain cleaning when I came upstairs. I'll call them to help you later. As for me, I'm not good at that kind of work. Originally, when the woman heard Fang Chanyi's first half sentence, she was excited. But when she heard the latter part, she stomped her foot in anger and said, I can teach you how to clear the drain. Fang Chanyi didn't expect the woman to be persistent even after he clearly rejected her advances. It seemed like she was not willing to give up until she had him in her grasp. Rolling his eyes, Fang Chanyi muttered to himself, since you're so eager for my body, don't blame me for being straightforward. With that thought in mind, Fang Chanyi directly told the woman who was approaching him again, fine, but I don't like your heavy makeup. Go wash your face first. Hearing this, the woman was overjoyed inwardly. Ha ha, kid. No matter how handsome you are, I'll still have you, she thought. After agreeing, the woman rushed into the bathroom. Okay. Wait for me a moment. I'll take a bath and wash up nicely. Little brother, wait for me. Hearing the woman's words, Fang Chanyi couldn't help but shiver. However, he maintained a smiling expression and said, "Sure, take your time. Make sure to clean yourself thoroughly. I'm a bit of a clean freak." Soon, the sound of running water came from the bathroom, and Fang Chanyi sighed, thinking, "This is all your fault for rejecting me." Glancing around and noticing that the bathroom door was closed, Fang Chanyi breathed a sigh of relief. Turning his attention back to the furniture and appliances in the room, Fang Chanyi exclaimed, "Ha ha, my treasures, here I come." Master picked up an old TV set. System rewards 20,000 yuan, which has been deposited into the master's bank account. Please check. Master picked up an old coffee table. System rewards 8,000 yuan, which has been deposited into the master's bank account. Please check. Master picked up an old sofa set. System rewards 50,000 yuan, which has been deposited into the master's bank account. Please check. This garbage picker is amazing. It's immune to all bacteria and can even lift heavy objects like sofas with ease. In less than 3 minutes, the entire living room was almost emptied by Fang Chanyi. Seeing the empty room and hearing the continuous alert sounds in his mind, Fang Chanyi felt extremely satisfied. Roughly estimating, he had earned at least 700,000 to 800,000 yuan. As for the bedroom, Fang Chanyi didn't go in. After all, he was just a man, and it wouldn't be appropriate for him to go in. While Fang Chanyi was busy cleaning up the living room, the sound of running water in the bathroom stopped. Then, the woman's shy voice came from inside. "Little brother, could you help me get my clothes?" Hearing this, Fang Chanyi was startled, and he quickly replied to the woman in the bathroom, "Keep washing. Make sure to clean thoroughly." "Giggle, silly little brother, I'm taking a fragrant bath. Just wait for me. Okay." The sound of running water started again, and Fang Chanyi breathed a sigh of relief. He hurriedly collected the remaining items and put them in his bag. Master picked up an old refrigerator. System rewards 38,000 yuan, which has been deposited into the master's bank account. Please check. Master picked up an old pen. Special reward activated by the system. Reward: 1 Fulgur Nocturnus pen, worth $8 million, has been placed in the bag. Please check. Fulgur Nocturnus pen. Did I hear that correctly? Hearing this alert, Fang Chanyi's garbage picker paused, and even his body trembled slightly. He repeated the name in disbelief. Since childhood, Fang Chanyi had a hobby of writing with fountain pens. He had always dreamed of owning a good fountain pen. In his first month of work, when he received his first paycheck, Fang Chanyi used all of it to buy an expensive fountain pen worth over 2,000 yuan, the same one he used to write the old man's phone number. He had always treasured it. Therefore, for Fang Chanyi, who loved fountain pens, the name Fulgur Nocturnus was not unfamiliar. When he first heard about the price of this pen, Fang Chanyi even searched for information about it online. It was an emperor among fountain pens, priced at $8 million. Although it sounded terrifying and was far beyond the reach of ordinary fountain pens, it was the perfect fountain pen. This pen, adorned with various gemstones, came from Italy. It had a 25.07 carat black diamond, 1.70 carat ruby, and 47.6 grams of 1/8K gold. Priced at approximately 52.45 million RMB, it was the most expensive fountain pen in the world. Feeling excited, Fang Chanyi reached into his bag and quickly grabbed the black fountain pen. He carefully examined it, noting that the barrel and cap were made of ruthenium-plated gold, with black diamonds embedded in both. The clip and ring were adorned with many rubies, and each large diamond was surrounded by 4 smaller diamonds. The 1/8K gold nib was plated with platinum, and the tip was engraved with the Tibaldi logo and Iacolita. Overall, it exuded luxury, unprecedented luxury. Taking a deep breath, Fang Chanyi felt an urge to write something with this pen, but the sound of running water from the bathroom reminded him of where he was. Regaining his composure, Fang Chanyi put the pen into the pocket of his shirt. Then, he hurriedly collected the scattered items on the floor into his bag. Seeing that the room was completely empty this time, Fang Chanyi grinned. He then opened his phone, found the woman's payment record from earlier, and transferred 50,000 yuan to her account without hesitation. He emptied the room just to give her a warning. As for taking her belongings, Fang Chanyi couldn't bring himself to do it. With 50,000 yuan, he could easily buy a new set of living room furniture. After transferring the money, Fang Chanyi turned around, opened the door, and walked out. As for the woman's blocked drain, if she needed help, he wouldn't mind calling a professional drain cleaning company for her. "Stinky little brother, how about you come in and help sister wash her back?" "Stinky little brother, stinky little brother." The woman called out several times from the bathroom, but she didn't hear any response from outside. She began to wonder what was going on. Could the stinky little brother have fallen asleep? However, she was mistaken. Fang Chanyi did, indeed, have his eyes on her belongings, and he had taken them all. After waiting for a while without hearing a response from Fang Chanyi, the woman stopped calling out. Instead, she quickly rinsed off the bubbles on her body and changed into a new set of clothes she had bought online. After admiring herself in the mirror, she pushed open the door and ran out, with small steps. "Stinky little brother, sister is here." Oh, wow. Pushing open the door and running into the living room, the woman was first stunned by the empty scene. Her words froze in her mouth, and then she burst into tears when she realized what had happened. Could the stinky little brother have left without closing the door? Did their house get robbed? Up until this point, she didn't even consider that Fang Chanyi might be responsible. The impression he had left on her was too deep. How could someone who could afford a multi-million-dollar car be interested in her meager belongings? After realizing what had happened, the woman stopped crying. Instead, she quickly picked up her phone and found 11 transfer notifications. Received 50,000 yuan via WeChat. Seeing this transfer record, the woman was first stunned, then she seemed to realize something. She didn't cry anymore, nor did she call the police. Instead, she quickly opened the transfer record and confirmed that it was indeed sent by the stinky little brother. What's going on? Could it be that the stinky little brother had someone move all the old furniture out of the house? Did he give me money to buy new ones because he thought my furniture was too old? Heh, the stinky little brother is so good to me. Ignoring the woman, who was still thinking about when she would ask Fang Chanyi to help unclog the drain, let's focus on Fang Chanyi. The building where the woman lived wasn't far from the one Fang Chanyi rented. It was just a short walk away. After coming out, Fang Chanyi didn't hesitate and headed straight to his rented house. He had left in a hurry yesterday and hadn't locked the door properly. With a gentle twist, the old door opened. Stepping into the rented house again, Fang Chanyi felt like he had traveled through time. Just yesterday, he was lying on this old bed watching short videos. It was because of one of those videos that he was where he was today. Thinking about this, Fang Chanyi couldn't help but sigh. As he looked around the room, he noticed the small pot of braised pork with potatoes on the coffee table. Seeing this, Fang Chanyi was surprised at first, but then he remembered that it was brought by the landlord, Wang Yi, when he first received the system. Thinking about this, Fang Chanyi felt a warmth in his heart. He was out here alone, without his parents. Wang Yi and her husband, Li Shu, treated him like their own child. They would occasionally bring him food, and even when he was a bit late with the rent, they never said anything. Of course, it wasn't because Wang Yi and Li Shu were wealthy. On the contrary, they were both retired, and their only son had a family and a job in another city. They owned two houses here only because they got them during a resettlement process. Thinking that he was now successful, Fang Chanyi felt that it was time to repay Wang Yi and Li Shu. But if he gave them money directly, they would surely refuse. After a moment of thought, Fang Chanyi had an idea. After taking a quick look around the room, he decided not to move anything, including the 1,000 yuan he had hidden under the mattress. Locking the door with his key, he then went upstairs and knocked on the door of Wang Yi and Li Shu's apartment. The door opened, revealing Wang Yi's figure. "Oh, Fang, come in, come in. Why didn't you go to work today?" Seeing Fang Chanyi unexpectedly, Wang Yi was a bit puzzled. In her memory, Fang Chanyi had never taken a day off since he moved in, except when he was too sick to get out of bed. "Wang Yi, Li Shu." Fang Chanyi smiled and greeted Wang Yi and Li Shu, who was inside reading the newspaper with reading glasses. "Hey, little Fan, why didn't you go to work? Are you feeling sick?" Seeing Fang Chanyi enter, Li Shu put down the newspaper and took off his reading glasses, asking with concern. No, I'm perfectly healthy." "Hey, I just wanted to change jobs. Entering the room, Fang Chenyi sat down on the sofa without any restraint. Seeing Fang Chenyi, Li Shu pointed at the woven bag and garbage picker in his hand, his face somewhat exasperated. Is this your new job? When I heard about it from Wang Yi yesterday, I didn't believe it. I mean, are you out of your mind, kid? Are you unhappy with your current job? If so, find one that makes you happy. Seeing Fang Chenyi's wry smile, Old Man Li couldn't help but snore coldly and continued to scold. What are you smiling at? Let me tell you, stinky kid, hurry up and throw this thing away. Find a job that suits you better. As for the rent, I'll waive it until you find a new job. All right, go on now. Don't bother me with this. You old man, can't you speak nicely? With an impatient glare at her husband, Mrs. Wang then turned to Fang Chenyi and handed him a washed apple. Xiao Fang, although your Uncle Li may speak harshly, he's right. What future do you have with this kind of job? You won't even be able to find a wife. Listen to your Uncle Li and throw this thing away. Fang Chenyi could sense the concern from Uncle Li and Aunt Wang. However, he didn't know how to explain. Throw it away. Even if he die, he couldn't throw it away. He was counting on this treasure to lead him to the pinnacle of life. But these were thoughts he kept to himself. If he said them out loud, Uncle Li and Aunt Wang would think he had lost his mind. After some thought, Fang Chenyi nodded vigorously at the two of them. Uncle Li, Aunt Wang, you're right. Okay, I'll go find a job later. Seeing the young man come to his senses, Old Man Li's tense face finally relaxed, and he casually shook his newspaper. Before continuing to read, but his tone was noticeably happier. Good. That's more like it. All right, since you didn't go to work today, just stay and have a drink with me. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Fang Chenyi scratched his head. Uncle Li, I won't be freeloading today. I have plans with someone else. Next time, I'll bring some good wine and we can drink together. Seeing Fang Chenyi preparing to leave, Mrs. Wang quickly intervened with a nod. All right, go ahead and attend to your plans. And don't be stingy when you're out with the girl. By the way, do you have any money on you? If not, I'll give you a few hundred first. As she spoke, she reached for her purse. Fang Chenyi waved his hand quickly. No need, Aunt Wang, I still have money. Oh, by the way, Uncle Li, Aunt Wang, I came here today to tell you something. As both of them turned their attention to him, Fang Chenyi continued, I might not be living here for a while. Before Fang Chenyi could finish his sentence, Old Man Li waved his hand indifferently. All right, you don't have to live here if you don't want to. The house will always be here for you, and you don't have to pay rent until you come back. Hearing this, Fang Chenyi felt warm inside. It almost brought tears to his eyes. He forced a smile and said, It's not that. I just wanted to let you to know that even though I won't be living here, I'll still pay the rent. All right, Uncle Li, I know your situation, and if you really consider me as your junior, then don't refuse the rent. If you really don't want it, I'll find another place to rent. All right, if I want to give it to you, I'll give it to you. I'm not stupid. If you're giving me rent, how could I refuse it? Now go attend to your date. You're as annoying as my son. Without lifting his head, Old Man Li waved his hand dismissively. After chatting for a few more moments, Fang Chenyi left under Mrs. Wang's urging. Once he stepped out, he took out his phone and transferred 70,000 yuan to Uncle Li's bank account. Noting 10 years of rent per payment in the transfer description, the rent for a year was 7,000 yuan, so Fang Chenyi prepaid for 10 years. It's not that he didn't want to pay for more, but he was afraid that Uncle Li and Aunt Wang wouldn't be able to accept it. Since everything here was settled, Fang Chenyi decided to leave a memory. He directly left the neighborhood, thinking that he had promised to return within half an hour. To the young man who wanted to rent the villa, he checked the time and realized it was almost time. Once again, he arrived at the entrance of his villa. He could see the young man squatting under a big tree, smoking a cigarette. Hearing the sound of the sports car, seeing Fang Chenyi's car returning from afar, the young man quickly extinguished his cigarette and approached with a fawning expression. Ha ha, big brother, you're back. Fang Chenyi parked his car at the entrance of the villa, looked at the approaching young man, and didn't get out of the car. Instead, He rolled down the window and raised his chin at the young man. So, which one did you like? The young man, seeing Fang Chenyi's expression, didn't dare to hesitate and quickly pointed to the farthest villa, number 12. That one. Big brother, that one looks good. The price of the villas in Century Garden was based on their numbers. Villa number 1 had the largest plot, the best location, and the most luxurious decoration, so it was the most expensive. Villa number 12, on the other hand, was the cheapest. Of course, this cheap was only relative to the other 11 villas. After all, it still cost nearly 20 million. However, looking in the direction the young man pointed, Fang Chenyi couldn't help but feel speechless. He felt a surge of annoyance in his heart. Was this guy deliberately trying to provoke him by choosing the only 2 villas that didn't belong to him out of the 10? Was he trying to embarrass me? But seeing the young man's submissive appearance, Fang Chenyi suppressed his displeasure and asked, "Why couldn't you find any of the ones in front suitable?" Hearing Fang Chenyi's displeased tone, the young man was clearly stunned, then quickly whispered in explanation, It's not that. It's just that compared to the others, that one is the cheapest." "Oh, so that's the case. I thought you were deliberately trying to provoke me." Cursing inwardly, Fang Chenyi reached for the woven bag beside him. Without even looking, he threw a bunch of keys to the young man. "All right, I'm too lazy to look for it. Take whichever keys belong to that villa and live there." "Thanks, big brother." The young man quickly caught the keys and expressed his gratitude. After leaving these words behind, Fang Chenyi stepped on the gas pedal, and the sports car directly rushed out again. As the bewildered young man behind clumsily caught the bunch of keys, he was already in complete admiration of this rich man. "Oh my god, this is a true tycoon. This is the aura of a tycoon." He casually throws out a bunch of keys, randomly selects which villa to give away. "Oh my god, when will I ever reach the level of a big shot like him?" Watching the taillights of the supercar fading into the distance, the young man was utterly amazed. Lowering his head to look at the keys in his hand, the number 9 was clearly written on it. Looking at the number, the young man felt intoxicated. This seemed to be his luck. Among all these villas, he ended up with the 4th to last one. Of course, even if it was the 9th villa, or the 12th one, it was still quite impressive. After all, how many people could afford to live in such luxurious villas? He didn't think he'd be able to rent a villa in the first place, but here he was. Ignoring the antics of the young master of the Lao Long family in the wind, let's focus on Fang Chenyi. After leaving the villa area, he called Bai Mengen. "Hey, Xiaohan, what are you up to?" With the phone connected, Fang Chenyi drove towards Bai Mengen's building, asking. It felt great to suddenly have a girlfriend after being single for so long. "I'm about to go back to school. What's up? Do you miss me? Do you want to buy bedding?" Alright, but I have to be back at school before 2:30 this afternoon." "Okay. Then you come. I'll wait for you. Hang up now. Bye." On the other end of the phone, Bai Mengen's heart inexplicably became happy upon receiving Fang Chenyi's call. Regarding this guy, Bai Mengen, who used to be a bit strong-willed, now seemed to have turned into a little woman. Bai Mengen's display of being a little woman made her roommate Su Tangtang almost drop her jaw. "Oh my god, did I mishear just now? What's happened to our Bai Miss?" Her tone, her voice, oh my god. Listening to her roommate Su Tangtang's banter, Bai Mengen, who had just hung up the phone, waved her fist and a threatening expression appeared on her exquisite face. Seeing this, Su Tangtang breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, that's more like the Bai Mengen I know. I must have misheard just now. I must have, but hey, Bai Beauty, did you just get a boyfriend? And are you going to buy bedding? Oh my god, are you going to live together? Oh my god, you didn't come back last night, did you?" At this point, Su Tangtang's face showed a hint of uncertainty, because in their understanding, there was nothing Bai Mengen couldn't do. She was excellent in studying, she was beautiful, and she had skills. Even Fang Chenyi's father, who had been rejected by Bai Mengen, was not the only one. Go. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." "No. I'm going to buy something with a friend later, so I won't go to school with you." "Yad. I'll be right there. Bye." With that said, Bai Mengen hugged the books she had packed and walked out. But just as she had walked out, she walked back in. Under the puzzled gaze of her roommate Su Tangtang, Bai Meng'en went to the mirror, glanced left and right at her face, and then grinned at her dumbfounded roommate. Head, see you later. Dang. As the door closed, Su Tangtang, who had her mouth wide open, finally came to her senses. Although she muttered to herself, "Oh my god, what kind of man is Fan Chanyi? He actually made our invincible. I look in the mirror for the first time ever. No. I have to see it today." Muttering to herself like this, Su Tangtang threw the cosmetics in her hand and ran to the balcony barefoot. She wanted to see what kind of man could make invincible by fall for him. After all, Bai Meng'en had rejected countless rich young masters before. At this moment, Bai Meng'en had not yet reached the downstairs. Su Tangtang ran to the balcony and looked downstairs, only to see a silver-white supercar parked not far away. For the slightly materialistic Su Tangtang, the Lamborghini logo was so eye-catching. She didn't know how much this car was worth, but just by looking at its cool appearance, she knew it wasn't cheap. Oh my god, did Bai Meng'en really find such a wealthy boyfriend? I'm not bad-looking either. Why don't I have such a wealthy person pursuing me? It's so enviable. While Su Tangtang was looking at the supercar with envy, something unexpected happened. Bai Meng'en, who had reached the door of the building, didn't walk towards the super cool Lamborghini, but instead walked in the opposite direction. Could I have been mistaken? Is that Lamborghini not Bai Meng'en's boyfriend's? If that's the case, do I have a chance to get to know this rich man who drives a Lamborghini? Oh my god. What is Bai Meng'en doing? Another exclamation escaped from Su Tangtang's lips, but she had lost count of how many times she had exclaimed "Oh my god" today. However, this time was different from before. Previously, it was out of shock, but this time she was genuinely frightened. It wasn't for anything else, but because Bai Meng'en, at this moment, was actually hugging a rag picker. Oh my god. What on earth was happening? Did Meng'en lose her mind? Leaving Su Tangtang aside, let's focus on Fan Chanyi. When he arrived at Bai Meng'en's building, he happened to see a long row of trash cans ahead. Seeing the trash cans, Fan Chanyi's hands itched. Since he was waiting for Bai Meng'en anyway, he might as well take this opportunity to pick through the trash. Who knows, he might find something good. True to his style, Fan Chanyi wasted no time. He opened the car door, grabbed the woven bag and trash picker beside him, and headed towards the row of trash cans. The host found one cardboard box. The system rewards 800 yuan, which has been deposited into the host's bank account. Please check. The host found a tattered Plaza ad poster, triggering a special system reward, a 5 million shopping card for Plaza. The reward has been placed in the woven bag for the host to collect at their convenience. Oh my god. Triggered another special system reward. Is this for real? Just as Fan Chanyi excitedly pulled out the black card from the woven bag, a graceful figure leapt in front of him. Hey. Head. Looks like you're making a contribution to the environment again. So, ready to go. Let's go shopping together. With these words, Bai Meng'en stepped forward and hugged Fan Chanyi's arm. Meanwhile, upstairs, Su Tangtang's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. How could Meng'en be interested in someone like this? And the arm she was holding onto, didn't it just reach into the garbage bag? Seeing this, Su Tangtang couldn't hold back any longer. As Meng'en's best friend, she couldn't let her fall into a pit like this. Thinking this, Su Tangtang didn't even bother changing out of her clothes. With her cute slippers on, she hurried downstairs. Of course, Bai Meng'en didn't hear Su Tangtang muttering to herself. Can you let me finish picking up the trash first? Helplessly stuffing the black card into his pocket, Fan Chanyi looked at the two remaining trash cans in front of him and said, "Of course, no problem. Let's go. I'll help you pick them up." With these words, Bai Meng'en, dressed in a youthful dress, was ready to help Fan Chanyi pick up the trash. Seeing this scene, Fan Chanyi was startled and quickly grabbed Bai Meng'en's hand, saying, No, you're dressed so cleanly. You shouldn't get your hands dirty. Just watch from the side. Joking aside, if he let Bai Meng'en help him pick up trash, not only would he receive no reward, but he might also be punished by the system. How could he let her help? Hehe. It's okay. It's like they say, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. If you're willing to pick up trash, I'll help you. With these words, Bai Meng'en grabbed the trash picker from Fan Chanyi's hand and prepared to pick up the trash. Fang Chenyi slapped his forehead in frustration. All right, lady, whether I'm a chicken or a dog, we're not picking up trash today. Let's go by betting. After saying that, Fang Chenyi grabbed the trash picker from Bai Meng'en's hand and threw it into the woven bag. Then he took Bai Meng'en's hand and walked towards his sports car. It seemed that he couldn't pick up trash anymore as long as she was around. Hey, why are we not picking up anymore? I can help you, you know. Hehe, are you afraid I'll find it disgusting? Well, it's too late for that. Besides, you have classes this afternoon. Let's go finish shopping and then I'll take you to school. Hearing the first half of Fang Chenyi's sentence, Bai Meng'en blushed. This guy. How did she fall for him last night? But Bai Meng'en wasn't the type to hesitate or back down. Since she had entrusted herself to this man, she had to love him wholeheartedly. Moreover, in Bai Meng'en's heart, she had to be a useful person, never a decorative vase. Of course, being a versatile academic genius, she was never a decorative vase to begin with. Although Fang Chenyi was wealthy, Bai Meng'en always told herself that it was his money, earned before she knew him, so she would never ask him for a penny. Seeing Bai Meng'en lost in thought, Fang Chenyi shook his head with a smile. He came to the passenger seat, intending to help Bai Meng'en open the car door. But before he could, Bai Meng'en had already opened the door herself and flashed a playful smile at Fang Chenyi. Hehe, I can do it myself. Lightly tapping Bai Meng'en's nose, Fang Chenyi found himself liking this girl more and more. Not only was she beautiful, but her personality was also so charming. Watching Bai Meng'en get into the car, Fang Chenyi smiled and returned to the driver's seat, opened the door, and bent down to get in. And neither of them noticed that at this moment, at the entrance of the building where Bai Meng'en came out, Su Tangtang, wearing a bunny pajamas, was staring wide-eyed with her mouth open, staring at the Lamborghini that was gradually moving away. After a long while, Su Tangtang finally came to her senses. Oh my god, is that Lamborghini the one that ragpicker guy was driving? Yeah. I knew it. How could a ragpicker be so handsome? Not bad, not bad. So rich and still so frugal. Such a man is so charming. No wonder Meng'en fell for him. Hehe, I have a little urge to steal him away. In the Lamborghini, Fang Chenyi drove with one hand, while Bai Meng'en sat quietly in the passenger seat, holding a stack of books and watching Fang Chenyi drive. Why are you looking at me like that? Fang Chenyi turned his head and glanced at Bai Meng'en, who was quietly watching him drive, and asked with a smile. I like looking at you. Bai Meng'en replied without hesitation to Fang Chenyi's question, and even after saying it, she continued to smile quietly and watch Fang Chenyi drive. In her eyes, there was undisguised admiration and affection. When this sentence was said, even Fang Chenyi, with his thick skin, felt a bit embarrassed, but he felt extremely pleased in his heart. After all, when a beautiful woman said sweet words to you, it was very pleasant to the ears. Hehe. What do you like most about me? Fang Chenyi's words had a hint of teasing, making Bai Meng'en pout and say, You're annoying. Can't you be serious during the day? Listening to the coquettishness in her voice, Fang Chenyi's heart felt a little itchy. He really wanted to go home now and see if the bed in his villa was good for shock absorption. Although he was itching in his heart, Fang Chenyi was not the type to think with his lower body alone. Since there were no outsiders present, after a few more jokes, Fang Chenyi finally brought the conversation back on track. Hehe, all right, let's not talk about this. Let's change the subject. If we keep talking about it, I'm afraid I'll turn around and go back now. Bai Meng'en glared at Fang Chenyi with annoyance. Humph, hooligan. With a squeak, seeing no cars behind them, Fang Chenyi directly parked the car on the side of the road, then turned on the hazard lights and smirked at Bai Meng'en sitting next to him. Seeing this, Bai Meng'en immediately put on a frightened expression, tightly clutching the books in her arms. Ah, you little rascal, what are you up to? Seeing her reaction, Fang Chenyi couldn't help but smirk. Hehe, since you called me a little rascal, I can't disappoint you with that title. 10 minutes later, the Lamborghini was once again on the move. Of course, those 10 minutes were not spent on any intimate activities, as it wouldn't be appropriate in public. Bai Meng'en, feeling a bit embarrassed, adjusted her slightly messy hair and gave Fang Chenyi a playful glare. With a mischievous grin, Fang Chenyi said, Hehe, Let's change the subject, shall we? If we keep talking about it, I might just turn the car around now. Although Bai Menghan teased him earlier, she didn't mind Fan Chenyi's actions at all. In fact, she found their closeness rather sweet. When Fan Chenyi asked about betting brands, she shook her head obediently. Do betting brands really matter? I've never paid attention to that. As long as I like it, it's fine. I usually just buy whatever's on sale at the supermarket. Oh, they probably do. I usually go for whatever's on sale too. Alright then, let's pick something together later. Bai Menghan had been curious why Fan Chenyi wanted to buy betting, but since he didn't mention it, she didn't bring it up either. Now that he did, she responded. Throughout their journey, Fan Chenyi and Bai Menghan attracted numerous glances due to their striking appearance. Men admired Bai Menghan, while women ogled Fan Chenyi. As Bai Menghan had classes in the afternoon, they didn't linger for long, and headed straight to the household goods section on the upper floor. Unbeknownst to them, a female influencer doing a live stream downstairs had noticed Fan Chenyi and was enamored by his appearance. She quickly made her way upstairs to catch up with them. Upon reaching the escalator leading to the third floor, a heavily made-up woman blocked their path. Fan Chenyi furrowed his brow slightly, but before he could speak, the woman aimed her selfie stick at them. However, when she saw Bai Menghan standing beside Fan Chenyi, she was taken aback by her beauty. As a seasoned prankster, she immediately came up with a mischievous plan. Huff, huff, hey handsome, hello there. I'm an outdoor streamer, and I'm currently interviewing passersby. Can I interview the two of you? Fan Chenyi, taken aback, glanced at the woman's phone and realized what was happening. He managed a forced smile. Sorry, we're in a hurry. With that, he nodded at the woman and pulled Bai Menghan along as they ascended the escalator to the third floor. Meanwhile, in the influencer's live stream, the chat exploded with excitement. Whoa, what's going on? Did little cutie spot a handsome guy? Ha. Little cutie is going to flirt with that nice-looking man again. Can't wait for the show. Love is in the air. Coordinates, Bida Plaza. 8 to 10 minutes. Little lady is mine. Rejected by Fan Chenyi as expected, the woman wasn't ready to give up. She glanced at the comments flooding her live stream, her face turning pale with anger. These live stream viewers, who usually act like wolves in sheep's clothing, calling themselves little cutie, were now claiming that another woman was prettier than her in her own live stream. Unbelievable. Thinking back to how the handsome guy just rejected her interview, it must be because of that woman. No. I have to teach that woman a lesson today. Humph. Looking at their clothes, they don't seem wealthy at all. That makes it easier. I'll find a chance to make the handsome guy look bad first. Then make the woman feel embarrassed and angry, so she leave him. Then I can offer to take care of the handsome guy with some money. Heh. It's a win-win situation. With these thoughts in mind, the female influencer suddenly aimed her camera at herself. Seeing the reactions in the chat, the female influencer cursed at her fans in her heart. But she put on a cute pout on her face. Unseen by her viewers, there were quite a few clumps of powder falling off her face as she pouted. Heh. You're all naughty, really naughty. I'm not as pretty as that other girl. With this statement, the chatroom erupted with disdain. Sigh. I used to think I loved you, but now I realize I was wrong. Actually, I love that other girl. Upstairs. That girl is my future wife. Stay away from her, you jerk. Little cutie, I'll give you 1 second to decide. If you don't catch up with the girl ahead, I'll unfollow you. It's up to you. Yeah, if you don't catch up with the girl, we'll unfollow you. Feeling frustrated with her fans, the influencer pouted again, then pretended to be swayed by their comments. Fine, you guys are all so bad. Really bad. It's because I'm so kind-hearted. I'll go help you catch up with that girl later. Saying this, she glanced at the chat, which was now full of compliments about her being understanding and sweet. But then, she suddenly lowered her voice and said to her phone screen, Humph, don't blame me for not warning you. That girl is with a handsome guy. Sure enough, this statement stirred up the chatroom once again. The girl is mine, and the scumbag guy is yours. Little cutie, I'll give you a task. If you can make the girl leave that despicable guy, I'll give you 10 sets of gifts. With this message, the screen lit up with gift notifications. Wow, Thanks to Explosion Gan, Yasuo for the gifts. Don't worry, I'll go steal that handsome guy. With that, the influencer ignored the chat and hurried up the escalator to the 3rd floor. Wait for me, I'm coming. After running up 2 flights of stairs, the influencer once again blocked Fang Chenyi and Bai Menghan. Seeing the influencer again, Fang Chenyi furrowed his brows. Sorry, as I said before, we're in a hurry. Please interview someone else. But this time, the influencer wouldn't let them go so easily. Taking a step forward to block their path again, she pouted cutely and said, "Oh, come on. Just a few quick questions won't take up much of your time. Just cooperate with me. Okay, look, I have so many fans watching. It'll only take a moment, a few questions." Before Fang Chenyi could respond, Bai Menghan, who was holding his arm, took a step forward with a sweet smile. We really are in a hurry. Please ask your questions quickly. Bai Menghan's timely intervention left the influencer feeling displeased. But she put on a happy face and stepped forward to hold Bai Menghan's hand. Hey, you're so nice, girl. Let me ask you a few questions. Bai Menghan maintained a posed smile and nodded, indicating that the influencer could proceed. Once the influencer and Bai Menghan stood together, the viewers in the live stream instantly noticed the difference between their previous little cutie and the real goddess. Of course, the goddess they referred to was Bai Menghan. The influencer, who they usually called little cutie, now seemed like a goddess, Tilda wannabe. Bai Menghan's graceful demeanor made the influencer mutter to herself. She's really good at pretending, but her face still wore a cute expression. However, as she kept pouting, some of the powder on her face kept falling off, much to Fang Chenyi's disbelief. Heh, girl, you and a guy seem so affectionate. He must be good to you all the time. The influencer held Bai Menghan's hand and pretended to ask with envy. Seeing Bai Menghan smile and nod again, the influencer continued to speak. So, does the guy usually buy you nice clothes, bags, and stuff like that? The influencer asked this question just to set the stage for her next challenge. Just looking at their attire, both of them are dressed in cheap clothes, especially the woman's long skirt. Although it looks fresh and elegant, it's undeniable that it only gives that feeling because it's worn by her. If someone else were to wear that skirt, like the influencer herself, it definitely wouldn't have the same effect, considering the rough workmanship. After hearing this question, Bai Menghan first smiled and glanced at Fang Chenyi, then turned to the influencer with a smile and gently shook her head, saying, "Realized it now. He really hasn't given me anything." With this statement, the fans in the live broadcast room were instantly furious. Oh my god, this guy is such a scumbag. Having such a beautiful girlfriend by your side, yet you've never given her anything. Are you even a man? TFFT, you scumbag, get lost. I'm willing to give my entire fortune to this lady. Hey, guy upstairs, if you're looking for trouble, my wife is off limits. After a brief pause, Bai Menghan leaned her head happily on Fang Chenyi's shoulder before continuing. But it's okay. As long as he continues to love me, I'm content. The two of them only met last night, so they're still in a haze about how things escalated so quickly. But what Bai Menghan said was truly her heartfelt sentiment. With a man like Fang Chenyi, as long as he continues to love her, she's genuinely content. Oh my god. Why can't I find a girlfriend like this? Out, guys. Did you notice what the scumbag is holding? Why does it look like a bag of junk collected from the street? Guy upstairs, now that you mention it, it does look familiar, just like the trash bags the street cleaners carry. I can't believe it, is this guy really a trash collector? Even trash collectors can find such a beautiful girlfriend now. Has the world changed? I want a girlfriend like this too. The influencer couldn't help but feel speechless when she heard Bai Menghan's words. She subconsciously glanced at the chat messages and saw the series of analyses. It's true that Fang Chenyi wasn't a trash collector, but he definitely wasn't wealthy. In the influencer's eyes, it seemed like the fans in the chat were just making up stories about the guy. However, while she was certain he wasn't a trash collector, she was also sure that he wasn't wealthy. With that in mind, she thought it would be even easier for her to support him financially. Hey, why is this girl so dishonest? Didn't I give her gifts last night? Just think about it, Didn't I give her the treasures I've cherished for 20 years? After hearing Bai Menghan's words, Fan Chenyi couldn't help but inwardly sigh. Although they had only met less than a day ago, he did give her gifts last night. Of course, he could only think this to himself. He wouldn't say it out loud in front of others. Guy, it's your fault this time. How can you not have given your beautiful girlfriend any gifts? You're really not being a man. Look, she doesn't even have a bag. Do you know how important bags are to girls? After a brief pause, the influencer pretended to look around and pointed to a nearby luxury store specializing in bags, saying, "If I were you, even if I had to save up for a year without eating or drinking, I would buy a nice bag for my girlfriend." All right, I'll help you out. How about this? Let's give you a chance to buy a gift for her now. What do you think? Look, there's a bag store right here. I wonder if you're willing to use half a year's salary to buy her a beautiful bag. Her intention was clear, of course. In front of everyone, as long as he was a man, he would say he's willing, regardless of whether he actually intends to buy one. Then she would encourage them to enter the famous luxury store, knowing that even the cheapest handbag there would cost thousands of dollars. She believed that with her persuasion, Bai Menghan would definitely feel embarrassed, and when she got angry, she would storm off. At this moment, by standing up and saying she would help this guy out, she could easily control the situation. However, her intentions were good, but the guy on the other side didn't follow the script. Use half a year's salary to buy her a bag. Haha. Let's forget about that. Alright, you've asked your question. We're in a hurry. With that, Fan Chenyi ignored the influencer and walked away again. This scene instantly made the audience in the influencer's live broadcast room start criticizing Fan Chenyi for being too much of a scumbag. Oh my god, is he even a man? How can he say something like that in this situation? This guy is too much of a scumbag. Even if I had to give up my entire fortune of $72.50, I would still buy a bag for the lady. Not only the audience in the live broadcast room, but even the influencer herself was a bit confused. Could there really be such a scumbag of a man? Even just verbally agreeing would have been fine. But as she was about to follow them again, a soft voice suddenly sounded, causing her to stumble and almost fall to the ground. Heh. Little Han Han, would you be angry because I refused to spend half a year's salary on buying you a bag? Actually, don't overthink it. It's not that I'm unwilling to spend half a year's salary on a bag. I just can't think of a bag that's worth over 100 million. Although Fan Chenyi's voice was not loud, the female anchor behind him heard it clearly, as did her audience in the live broadcast room. For a moment, the entire room fell into a strange silence. After a moment, the quiet live broadcast room suddenly erupted with a frenzy of chat messages. Oh my god, this guy is just awesome. I give him 101 points for his acting skills. It's not that I don't want to buy you anything, it's just that my half-year's salary is over $1 billion. I really can't think of a bag that expensive. 6666. Bro, you're really good at bragging. $500 million in half a year. I bet you're a top-level bullshitter at the human doll factory, aren't you? You should aim for more than $1 billion. Wow, this guy is creating the 11th heaven. The heaven of showing off. Ignoring the female anchor behind him, Fan Chenyi's words made Bai Menghan smile sweetly. In your mind, am I really that shallow? Let me tell you, I know you have money, but that's your money, not mine. I won't ask you to spend it on me, and even if I did, it would be the money we earn together in the future. Looking at Bai Menghan's serious expression, Fan Chenyi couldn't help but be amused. He gently tapped her delicate nose and said, "Silly girl, you're already mine. Why bother making such distinctions? Let's go. Let's hurry up and buy bedding first. If we have time, you can accompany me to buy a couple of outfits." As they spoke, the two of them walked up the stairs leading to the top floor. However, the female anchor, holding the broadcasting equipment, followed closely behind. After Fan Chenyi's boastful words, the fans in the live broadcast room goaded the female anchor to follow them. They wanted to see how this guy, who claimed to make $1 billion in half a year, would spend his money next. Glancing at the female anchor following behind them, Fan Chenyi and Bai Menghan didn't pay her any attention. There were fools every year, but this year seemed to have more than usual. They quickly reached the top floor on the escalator. However, just as they were about to step off the escalator, someone ahead casually tossed a mineral water bottle to the ground. Coincidentally, it rolled right to Fan Chenyi and Bai Menghan's feet. Both of them paused, and then Bai Menghan lifted her foot and stepped on the mineral water bottle, crushing it underfoot. Seeing her about to bend down to pick it up, Fan Chenyi, familiar with her movements, was startled and quickly reached out to stop her, saying, "No, no, there are too many people watching. It's not appropriate for a beautiful girl like you. Let me do it." Although he said this, Fan Chenyi's heart was murmuring, "My God, I can't let you pick it up. I can handle losing the $100, but I can't bear the punishment. If there's a special reward next time, and it's cancelled because of this cheating, where will I go to cry? HMPH. So in your mind, I'm that shallow." After Fan Chenyi stopped Bai Menghan from picking up the bottle, he quickly bent down to pick it up himself. He shook the bottle into a woven bag and threw it away. The host has picked up one plastic bottle. System reward, 100 yuan. Reward has been transferred to the host's bank account. Ignoring the notification sound in his mind, Fan Chenyi looked at Bai Menghan, who was pouting. He chuckled and pinched her pouting lips. "Of course not. In my heart, little Han Han is all round, both inside and out, smart, understanding, sensible, knowledgeable. All right, if you keep praising me, I'll float away. I hate you for this. There are so many people watching. Let's go." With a snort, Bai Menghan was embarrassed by Fan Chenyi's praise, and lightly patted his arm before continuing to walk forward, pulling Fan Chenyi's arm. But what they didn't know was that at this moment, the female anchor and her audience in the live broadcast room were completely dumbfounded. The reason was simple. Just now, they had seen Fan Chenyi and Bai Menghan pick up trash with their own eyes. The female anchor swallowed hard and then muttered in disbelief, "Oh my God. This guy is actually a trash collector. Trash collecting with a half-year salary over $1 billion. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Hey, guy upstairs, laugh all you want. The trash collector has a girlfriend. Do you? I'll ask, does anyone have a woven bag? Please save one for me." After neatly rolling up the woven bag again, Fan Chenyi was pulled directly into the nearest store that sold bedding by Menghan. Upon seeing the name of the store they entered, the female anchor behind them was once again stunned, then muttered somewhat speechlessly, "This trash-collecting guy really has courage. This is the flagship store of the famous French bedding brand Needlecloth. How? The things inside may not necessarily be the best, but they're definitely the most expensive. Going in there, aren't they just asking for trouble?" After muttering to herself, the female anchor found a bench outside the Needlecloth house store and sat down. However, the live broadcast camera continued to focus through the glass window on Fan Chenyi and Bai Menghan inside. "Dear viewers, let's wait here for a while. I don't think this trash-collecting guy will take much time." The reason the female anchor didn't follow them in was simply because she knew that with their financial situation, they couldn't afford to shop there. It would be better to wait outside than to follow them in and then come out. And at this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room also agreed with the female anchor. "Oh my, this trash-collecting guy really has guts. We use this brand of bedding at home, and even a random bedsheet inside costs thousands. Wow, the guy upstairs is a real tycoon." Confirmed. "Tycoon, can I ask, do you still need a hanger for your thigh?" Meanwhile, in a dilapidated neighborhood in Qinhuangdao, a somewhat sleazy chubby guy was lying on a wooden bed, enjoying his Taobao purchase while watching the live stream. Seeing the barrage of compliments directed at him in the live chat, the chubby guy's face was full of pride. However, he seemed to forget his strength, and with a loud bang, he accidentally broke his beloved doll. Back to Fan Chenyi and Bai Menghan. Just as the female anchor guessed, they didn't take long before they walked out together. Seeing them come out empty-handed, the female anchor's suspicions were confirmed. Hehe, it seems that this trash-collecting guy was indeed stimulated by the prices inside. But this is a big brand after all. Look, even the saleswoman treated this kind of trash-collecting guy so politely and personally escorted them out. Wow, it's true. This big brand is really something. Even the saleswoman is so beautiful. I'll go in later just to stroll around, not to buy anything, just so the lady can escort me out. Tycoon, where's the tycoon? Just now, the treatment for this trash-collecting guy was like this. I wonder what kind of treatment the tycoon would get if you went in. The barrage in the chat was constantly calling for the tycoon from earlier. But at this moment, the so-called tycoon was lamenting over accidentally breaking his beloved doll. Ignoring the female anchor and her audience, let's focus on Fang Chenyan by Meng Han. The person who escorted them out wasn't just a saleswoman, but the manager of the betting store. Mr. Fang. Miss Bai, please take care. The batch of betting you ordered will be delivered to you on time. Thank you once again for visiting the Needlecloth How flagship store. If there's any inadequacy in our service, please forgive us. After waving goodbye with a smile and saying that the service was good, Fang Chenyi pulled by Meng Han away. The female anchor who had just brought the live broadcast audience overheard their conversation and was a bit puzzled. I swear, did I just hear wrong? Did the saleswoman really say that you two ordered something? Are you sure you heard it right? It's impossible, I swear on the toilet. If this trash-collecting guy really bought betting from here, then I'll do a handstand and pull a cart. Oh my god, you're too cruel upstairs, but I also think the trash-collecting guy can't afford it. How about this, if you really do a handstand and pull a cart? I'll treat you to a month of bread and pickles, and I'll even give you a duck 3 and duck for tit. Little cutie, hurry up and ask the saleswoman. Yes, hurry up, you must have misheard. Seeing the barrage in the live chat, the female anchor couldn't help but mutter a curse in her heart. You're the one with ears going deaf. Of course, she couldn't say that out loud. So, with a reluctant expression, she said, Well, it's all because you asked me to ask. It's not that I want to embarrass the guy. With that, the female anchor took small steps and hurried to the famous betting brand storefront. As she watched the two young tycoons leave and prepared to return to the store, the female store manager was intercepted by a voice with a slightly tense tone. Excuse me, miss, I'm an outdoor influencer on Douyin. Can I bother you for a moment to ask you a question? The female store manager was slightly taken aback. Years of makeup experience told her that the woman holding the phone in front of her was obviously older than herself, but her good manners prompted her to smile slightly at the female anchor, especially when she saw that the number of online viewers on the female anchor's phone screen was already in the thousands. This interaction could potentially provide free advertising for her store. So, she nodded and replied, Hey, hello there, little sister. As long as it's not a question that violates principles, it's fine. Hearing this response, the female anchor was satisfied, especially with the address of little sister. Her smile became even brighter. It's just a simple interview. I won't ask any inappropriate questions. So, miss, could you tell me what style of betting that young man ordered from our store just now? Please don't misunderstand. I'm only asking about the style, nothing personal. The female anchor was clever. Instead of directly asking if Fang Chenyi had made a purchase, she asked about the style he had ordered. This way, if he did make a purchase, even if the saleswoman couldn't disclose the specific style, she would likely respond with something about it being related to the customer's personal choice. If he didn't make a purchase, the saleswoman would simply say that he hadn't ordered anything. After hearing the question from the female anchor, the female store manager frowned slightly. The audience watching this scene on the screen immediately understood what was going on. They could tell from the saleswoman's expression that the young man hadn't made a purchase. They had thought so too. How could a trash collector afford items from Needlecloth How? However, before the audience in the live chat could bombard the screen with messages, the female store manager shook her head after a moment of contemplation and then spoke, almost shocking the audience. I'm sorry, little sister. It's not easy for me to answer that question. Mr. Fan just ordered too many items, and I can't list all the styles he ordered. In short, Mr. Fang ordered almost all of our new styles. With that, the female store manager politely nodded again to the female anchor. Well, if you had any further questions, you can go inside and ask our staff. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. The live broadcast room fell silent for a moment. After a few seconds, a barrage suddenly appeared on the screen. Brothers, did you notice? Just now, when I looked at this beauty, It seemed like the badge on her chest read store manager. Oh my god. Fellow upstairs, you're right, but I feel like your description is a bit off. The beauty clearly is. Awesome. Are rich people nowadays all like this? Has picking trash become a hobby for the rich? For a moment, the audience in the live broadcast room discussed various topics. But 99% of them were talking about the trash collector. Many of them were already rummaging through their belongings at home, not for anything else. Just to join the ranks of getting rich by picking trash as soon as possible. Fang Chenyi and Bai Menghan left the bedding store. Fang Chenyi checked the time on his phone. It was 12:30, still some time before 2 o'clock. Therefore, the two decided to eat first. Originally, Fang Chenyi planned to invite Bai Menghan to the upscale Western restaurant downstairs, but Bai Menghan refused. In the end, at Bai Menghan's insistence, they went directly to the snack city on the top floor and ordered a bunch of skewers. They walked and ate along the way. Watching Bai Menghan walk and eat at the same time, Fang Chenyi couldn't help but be a bit stunned. What's with that look? What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Bai Menghan, who had just finished skewering a skewer and put the bamboo stick back into the large paper cup in her hand, asked somewhat puzzledly. No. Nothing. I'm just watching. Why does my little Han Han look so good even when eating? This wasn't Fang Chenyi trying to cheer up Bai Menghan. It was completely truthful. He didn't expect eating skewers, something so straightforward, to not feel out of place for Bai Menghan, a beautiful young lady. On the contrary, it seemed to add a touch of liveliness to her. Stop it, you. Let's go. Didn't you say you wanted to buy some clothes? We still have plenty of time. Let's go take a look. After lightly patting Fang Chenyi's arm, Bai Menghan bounced ahead, jogging a few steps ahead before turning back to tease Fang Chenyi. Hey handsome guy, do you want to accompany me, the little lady, to go shopping? Shaking his head with a smile, Fang Chenyi quickened his pace to catch up. The heavenly couple naturally attracted the envy of the other diners in the food court. Male diners looked at Bai Menghan, who looked like a fairy, while female diners stared at the handsome Fang Chenyi. Before they knew it, those who could usually only eat one bowl of food had already filled up their third bowl. It's true, since last night's dinner at the Qinhuang Hotel, Fang Chenyi had been planning to buy himself some decent clothes. Otherwise, he would always be mistaken for a trash collector. Even though he had a thick skin, he still felt a bit embarrassed. And to be honest, he didn't want to be seen as a poser. When he was picking trash before, he thought that if he wore designer clothes, and then when picking trash, people wouldn't look at him with those eyes anymore. After all, at that time, he could openly say that he was making a contribution to society by recycling and reusing resources. As he thought about this, the two of them had already reached the men's clothing section on the third floor. Because Fang Chenyi had his own plans, he headed straight for the most prestigious brand he had ever heard of, Louis Vuitton. Excuse me, sir and madam, I'm sorry, but we have a resting area here. Could you please come in after you finish eating? Just as the two of them reached the door, a small sales assistant from Louis Vuitton politely intercepted them outside. Fang Chenyi and Bai Menghan stopped in their tracks, their faces showing some confusion. What? Are we not allowed in because we're eating? Or are you afraid we'll dirty your clothes? Fang Chenyi hadn't expected that in this real-world society, there would actually be such snobbish behavior, something often seen in novels. And it was happening to him. Seeing that the two of them were dressed relatively cheaply and eating junk food, they probably wouldn't be able to afford anything in their international first-line brand store anyway. Plus, if they entered, they might end up leaving the store smelling like skewers, which the store manager wouldn't be happy about. Then they definitely get a scolding, especially given the store manager's personality. So, she kindly reminded them. However, upon hearing Fang Chenyi's question, it was obvious that they had misunderstood her intentions. Especially when she looked up and saw Fang Chenyi's handsome face, the salesgirl's heart couldn't help but beat faster. And she quickly waved her hands and glanced timidly at the store behind her before lowering her voice and saying weakly, No, it's not that. We don't have a rule against bringing food inside. It's just, our store manager has a bit of a, temperament, sir, madam. We have a dedicated resting area here, and we provide drinking water. It's better for your health if you sit down and eat slowly. Their store manager had a bad temper. Fang Chenyi couldn't help but chuckle. A store that dared to do business and still dared to treat customers with such an attitude. Even without thinking, Fang Chenyi could guess that the salesgirl was putting it more politely. The real meaning was probably that they didn't look like they could afford anything. Of course, the salesgirl's tone was still relatively polite, and from her demeanor, it didn't seem like she looked down on the two of them. It really seemed like she was saying what she meant, especially after glancing at the badge on the intern salesgirl's chest, which read Intern Salesgirl, Elchin. Fang Chenyi by Menghan understood that this intern salesgirl, who was about the same age as them, was probably genuinely trying to give them a friendly reminder. But Fang Chenyi was annoyed. Even without mentioning the sports cars and properties under his name, the wealth in his bank account made him a millionaire. Could it be that he still looked like a bumpkin? At that moment, a displeased female voice came from inside the store behind the intern salesgirl. Elchin, what are you doing there? Chatting during work hours? Do you not want to be promoted? Upon hearing this, the intern salesgirl startled, then smiled apologetically at Fang Chenyi by Menghan before hurriedly returning to her position. Fang Chenyi by Menghan exchanged a glance and saw a trace of helplessness in each other's eyes. Yi, why don't we go next door? I feel like the clothes in the Armani store next door are nicer than theirs. Although Fang Chenyi wanted to go in and directly pick out the most expensive clothes to slap them in the face, he thought, in the end, wouldn't that just be giving the store a favor? Buying clothes, only to let the people who look down on him take the commission in the end. That would be stupid. Thinking this, Fang Chenyi nodded to Bai Menghan. Okay, let's go take a look at Armani. After saying that, with one hand holding skewers and the other hand holding Bai Menghan's, Fang Chenyi walked towards the Armani store next door. As soon as the two left, the female store manager at Louis Vuitton, who was around 35 or 6 years old, sneered disdainfully and then praised the intern salesgirl standing at the door. Elchin, you did well just now. Remember, people like them are better off not entering the store. Don't even bother looking in the mirror. Do you think these kinds of young people can afford a brand like ours? Hearing the store manager's praise, Elchin, who was at the door, couldn't help but sigh quietly. It seemed that she had been right just now. If she had let those two people in, she would probably have been ridiculed by the store manager in the end. Ignoring this, Fang Chenyi took Bai Menghan to the Armani store next door. As they approached the Armani store, Fang Chenyi wondered if they would be stopped here too. Little did he know that as soon as he and Bai Menghan arrived at the Armani store, the salesgirl at the door immediately brightened up. Without waiting for the two to enter, she jumped in front of them. This sudden appearance startled Fang Chenyi and Bai Menghan. Fang Chenyi couldn't help but feel speechless. Seriously, are all these salespeople of the same type? But the next moment, the salesgirl's reaction completely exceeded Fang Chenyi and Bai Menghan's expectations. The salesgirl came to them and bowed deeply. Sir, madam, welcome to the Armani flagship store. I am the store's gold-level sales representative, Ly. I am honored to be able to serve you both. The woman's actions left Fang Chenyi and Bai Menghan stunned. What was going on? Wasn't this too enthusiastic? Sir, madam, please come in. May I ask what style of clothing you are looking to purchase? Our Armani specializes in ... As she spoke, the salesgirl made a gesture of invitation and began to eloquently introduce the store's flagship styles. Wait, hold on. Is it okay for us to go in like this? Fang Chenyi interrupted the salesgirl, pointing to the paper cups of skewers in his and Bai Menghan's hands, and asked, Of course, it's no problem at all. Heh. To be honest, I really love the smell of this. Please, come on in, the saleswoman replied with a smile. Then, she didn't forget to say to the somewhat stunned other salesperson beside her, Ziwu, quickly go get 2 cups of lemon water for them. Fang Chenyi and Bai Menghan exchanged glances and nodded. Yes. This was the attitude a salesperson should have. After nodding, they lifted their feet and followed her into the store. Because Armani and Louis Vuitton were adjacent, everything that happened here was seen by the female store manager at Louis Vuitton. However, the Louis Vuitton store manager couldn't understand why the Armani gold-level salesperson who had always been high-minded, was being so enthusiastic towards these two ordinary-looking young people today. Of course, she wouldn't know that just now, this gold-level salesperson happened to see what had happened when Fang Chenyi and Bai Menghan were buying bedding at Needleland Cloth. Especially when Fang Chenyi took out that black card when paying. 5 minutes later, Fang Chenyi was wearing a limited edition Armani suit worth 680,000 yuan, stepping into Armani limited edition shoes worth 120,000 yuan. Even the belt was worth 88,000. As for the underwear worth 8,000 yuan each and socks worth 800 yuan, let's not dwell on those. Looking at his handsome self in the mirror, Fang Chenyi shook the shopping bag in his hand lightly, feeling extremely heroic in his heart. Damn, let's see who still laughs at me for picking up junk. Wow, sir, you're so handsome. Honestly, if you didn't already have such a beautiful girlfriend, I'd definitely not be able to resist pursuing you, the gold-level saleswoman remarked, admiringly. Fang Chenyi was speechless at the saleswoman's words. He glanced at Bai Menghan, who was smiling admiringly beside him, then turned to her with his arms open, proudly asking, "So, little Han Han, is your husband handsome or not?" Bai Menghan stepped forward and planted a kiss on his cheek, more like asserting her dominance. "My Yi is the most handsome." The scene left the envy of the nearby sales assistants. As Fang Chenyi swiped his card to pay, the other sales assistants finally reacted. They secretly praised their gold-level saleswoman. No wonder she was a gold-level salesperson. With just this one sale, she would earn at least 50,000. Of course, who could compete with her in terms of insight? But really, what's wrong with the world nowadays? Do tycoons love wearing street coats? Do tycoons even like eating junk food? Beep. The host has equipped a full set of limited edition Armani suits, increasing the host's personal style. The system activates a special reward once. Please pick up new junk as soon as possible. I knock. Is there really such an operation? Just changing into a suit earns me a special reward. This is too awesome. Hearing the sudden prompt in his mind, Fang Chenyi felt happiness come to suddenly. A special reward, that's definitely a good thing. Thinking back, these special rewards have never been ordinary. The first special reward gave him a Lamborghini 6th Element worth over 20 million. The second special reward gave him 10 villas worth 3 billion in total at Century Garden. Then there's the Han Emperor Mao Tali worth millions and the Mona Lisa, whose value is unknown. The most recent special reward gave him a Fulgur Nocturnus pen worth 50 million, even more expensive than a Lamborghini. It can be said that each special reward is worth at least tens of millions. Thinking of this, Fang Chenyi's heart started to beat faster. Especially when he heard the word limited time, he couldn't wait to start picking up junk. With a glance around, he immediately saw a small trash can under the cashier counter in front of him. And at this moment, there were some papers and a few small water bottles in the trash can. Seeing this, Fang Chenyi's eyes lit up. Then, while everyone was watching the tycoon with their own thoughts, the tycoon suddenly turned to the gold-level saleswoman and pointed to the trash can at his feet, asking, "Do you still need these things?" The gold-level saleswoman and the others were all stunned when they heard this, not understanding what the tycoon meant. But fortunately, the gold-level saleswoman reacted quickly and quickly apologized, saying, I'm sorry. Thank you so much for your guidance, sir. We will definitely put this trash can in a hidden place in the future. I'm really sorry for affecting your mood." After saying this, the gold-level saleswoman bent down and picked up the trash can, preparing to hand it over to the other sales assistant to take away. Seeing this, Fang Chenyi also reacted. This was too much. If they took it away, what would he pick up? Especially when the system said it so clearly. Limited time. Who knows how long this limited time is? So, Fang Chenyi shouted loudly at the gold-level saleswoman who had just handed over the trash can. "Wait. Put it down. Don't take it away." This shout startled the gold-level saleswoman, and she fumbled with the trash can, dropping it on the ground. Fortunately, there were only a few empty water bottles and some flyers inside. Seeing the trash scattered on the ground, after the sales assistants were stunned, they all prepared to pick it up. What's wrong with today? How could such a low-level mistake happen in front of such an important customer? If this makes the customer feel unhappy, Then don't expect them to come to their store again in the future. But before they could touch the trash scattered on the ground, the tycoon shouted again, "Wait, don't move, let me do it." As soon as the words fell, a pair of trash tongs suddenly appeared in front of the sales assistants who were squatting down. Then, to the astonishment of everyone, the trash tongs swiftly picked up the flyers scattered on the ground like lightning. Not only that, after picking up the flyers, the tongs continued to move without stopping. In just a few breaths, all the trash on the ground had been picked up by the tycoon. Watching the tycoon's smooth movements, everyone except by Manhwan, who was still enjoying her skewers, was dumbfounded. Of course, as the person involved, Fang Chenyi didn't pay any attention to them at this time. There was no other reason. At this moment, he was savoring the prompt sound that had just stunned him. The host has picked up a worn-out Louis Vuitton flyer, triggering a special reward from the system, rewarding 51% ownership of Louis Vuitton China Limited. The share transfer contract has been placed in the shopping bag for the host to retrieve. The host has picked up a mineral water bottle, and the system rewards 100 yuan. The reward has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check it carefully. A series of prompts sounded, but Fang Chenyi ignored them all except for the first one, which left him puzzled for a moment. What's going on? Instead of rewarding items, I suddenly received a share of a company. And most importantly, it's the shares of Louis Vuitton China, and it's an absolute controlling stake. For a moment, Fang Chenyi was speechless. He looked over to the Louis Vuitton store across the street. He couldn't understand why the reward was for Louis Vuitton China when he was in an Armani store. Little did he know, the flyer he picked up wasn't from Armani, it was a piece of promotional material from the other side, obtained to keep track of their competitors' activities and casually thrown into the trash can. As everyone watched the wealthy Fang Chenyi, who seemed at a loss, he suddenly heard his phone ringing. Bringing him back to reality, Fang Chenyi reached out and took out his phone. Seeing an unfamiliar number calling, he answered with some doubt. However, as soon as he picked up, a very respectful female voice came from the other end, though it sounded a bit strange, obviously not Chinese. "Hello, may I speak to Mr. Fang Chenyi?" Hearing the voice, Fang Chenyi was initially stunned. "Mr. Fang, is she referring to me? Could it be a call from Louis Vuitton China?" "Yes, I am Fang Chenyi, who is this?" After receiving confirmation from Fang Chenyi, the other party immediately said respectfully, "Oh, dear Mr. Fang, hello, I am the CEO of Louis Vuitton China. You can call me Serena or Shayona. I just received the news that you have acquired 51% of the shares of Louis Vuitton China. I'm glad to serve you in the future. I'm calling to inquire about your arrangements. When do you think it would be convenient for the board meeting?" It's actually the CEO of Louis Vuitton China. I didn't expect their information to be so accurate. I just received the reward, and they called immediately. I just don't know what method I used to make the acquisition. Beep. The host signed the acquisition agreement directly with the Louis Vuitton headquarters on Wall Street, and all the funds used were legally obtained from the Wall Street stock market. The host's external identity is a mysterious wealthy person from China, based on the identities that could be found previously. While Fang Chenyi was pondering, the system suddenly sounded in his mind. Hearing this, Fang Chenyi breathed a sigh of relief. It's reassuring that the system handles things reliably. After understanding his identity, Fang Chenyi spoke to Serena on the phone. "Well, nice to meet you, Serena. I don't have time recently. Let's postpone the board meeting for now. You can just proceed as usual." "All right, I have something to do now, so I'll hang up." After saying this, without waiting for Serena to speak again, he hung up the phone directly. In a tall building at the Louis Vuitton China headquarters, a blonde, blue-eyed beauty listened to the busy tone coming from the phone, feeling a bit dumbfounded for a moment. She looked at a very young and handsome photo on the computer screen in front of her, murmuring to herself, "Oh, my God, this is the first man who hung up on me. You, my new and old boss, you've successfully caught my attention." After hanging up the phone, seeing everyone's admiring eyes, Fang Chenyi felt a bit embarrassed. He looked at his phone and realized it was getting late. He smiled and said to Bai Menghan, "Let's go, I've finished buying my clothes. Now let's buy some for you." With outsiders present, Bai Menghan just smiled and nodded. She held a cup of skewers in one hand and wrapped her other arm around Fang Chenyi's, following him out of the Armani store under the envious gazes of the female employees. Meanwhile, the female store manager standing in the Louis Vuitton store opposite saw the transformed Fang Chenyi. As the manager of Louis Vuitton, she was very familiar with their competitor Armani. She immediately recognized the million-dollar outfit on Fang Chenyi. This scene made her eyes widen in shock. After coming back to her senses, an unnamed anger surged in her heart. Damn it, the tycoon originally came to her store first. If she had managed to make this sale, as the store manager, she could have earned at least 50 to 60,000 in commission. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Just then, she saw Li Qian, the intern sales assistant, at the door. It's all because of this jerk. If it weren't for her intercepting the tycoon at the door, how could I have lost such a wealthy customer? She conveniently filtered out the praise she had just given to Li Qian. Thinking of this, the female store manager pointed at Li Qian, who was equally shocked, and said in front of all the employees, "Li Qian, pack up your things. Your internship is over from now on. You can leave." Li Qian at the door was stunned when she heard the store manager's words. Then, her face was full of grievances. "Manager, all right. No need to say more. You have been dismissed, and because of your mistake, the company has lost an important potential customer, so your salary for this month will be deducted by half. All right, no need to say any more. Your entire month's salary will be deducted." Seeing the store manager's stern face, the intern sales assistant Li Qian opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. She turned around, dejectedly returned to the employee lounge, changed her clothes, and left. As for her salary, the finance department would deduct it and issue it to her next month. As Li Qian left the Louis Vuitton store, the store manager's phone rang twice. Feeling annoyed, she took it out and saw that it was a document sent from the WeChat group of their Hebei region. Casually opening it, she found it was sent by the Louis Vuitton China headquarters. And besides the very conspicuous title "Louis Vuitton China's new chairman takes office today," under the title was a handsome and young colored photo. "Wow, this is the new chairman. He's so handsome, oh my god, if he asked me to be his mistress, I'd totally agree. Huh, why does this photo look familiar? This handsome guy seems like I've seen him somewhere." After reading the notice issued by the headquarters, which mainly introduced the mysterious new chairman, and reminded all departments to work diligently, the female store manager furrowed her brow slightly. However, after thinking for a while, she couldn't figure out where she had seen this person before. Actually, it's not her fault. When Fang Chenyi and the others arrived earlier, she only saw a side profile. Plus, in her eyes, she only saw Fang Chenyi and Bai Menghan looking impoverished. Shaking her head to stop fantasizing about the new chairman in the photo, she saved the screenshot of the chairman's photo and closed the notification. After all, matters at the top level of the group were far from her reach as a store manager in a third-tier city. As for Fang Chenyi, after leaving Armani, he didn't go to Louis Vuitton across the street to show off. It would feel like he was acting arrogantly. Holding Bai Menghan's hand, he went straight to the women's clothing area on the second floor, and forcibly bought her a bunch of designer clothes, regardless of whether Bai Menghan wanted them or not. Half an hour later, Fang Chenyi, leading the reluctant Bai Menghan, walked ahead, while behind them followed a mall staff member carrying large and small bags. This staff member was specially sent by the manager of Patek Mall because of Fang Chenyi's huge consumption. Because Bai Menghan had classes in the afternoon, they didn't linger in the mall and went directly to the parking lot via the elevator. Arriving at his Lamborghini, under the envious gaze of the mall staff member who helped carry the bags, Fang Chenyi took out his keys and after 2 beats, the silver Lamborghini's headlights flashed twice. "Ha, thank you so much, little brother. Come, let me, ha, I forgot I didn't bring cash. Here, open your phone, scan the payment code." To be honest, this staff member had worked in the mall for many years and had never seen someone give a tip by scanning a code. Normally, the most they would receive is to 100 bills. They didn't know how much this tycoon would give by scanning, but if they received just 200 or 300, it would be embarrassing. However, if they received 500, it would be too much. For a moment, the staff member was somewhat looking forward to it. If the other party really scanned 500, it would feel great. Although he was looking forward to it, the staff member still declined politely. No need, no need. You've spent so much in our mall. How could I accept your tip? It's what I should do. What I should do. Fang Chenyi's face turned stern. There's no such thing as what you should do. Hurry up. Open your phone. I still have things to do. No time to waste. Seeing that Fang Chenyi didn't seem hypocritical, the staff member couldn't hide his joy. However, he still had a somewhat embarrassed expression as he took out his phone. Asterisk ding. WeChat payment received 1,888 yuan. Hearing this sound, the staff member was visibly stunned. Then his face couldn't contain his excitement. He didn't expect the tycoon to give him a tip of 1,888 yuan at once. This was half a month's salary for him. Thinking of this, the staff member expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Fang Chenyi waved his hand. No need to thank me. Young man, work hard. I also started from where you are now, and back then, I wasn't even as good as you. As this was said, the staff member was momentarily stunned. Then he looked somewhat incredulously at Fang Chenyi, then at the sports car behind him. In his eyes, Fang Chenyi was definitely a rich second generation. Otherwise, how could he spend 2 million here over lunch and afford such an expensive car? Of course, Fang Chenyi wasn't stupid. He naturally knew what the other party was thinking, but he also knew that even if he spoke the truth, the other party wouldn't believe it. Patting the staff member's shoulder, he didn't say anything else, just turned around and got into the car. Starting the car, he lowered the window and gave the somewhat bewildered staff member a wry smile. Hehe, you might think I'm showing off, but I'm really not. I used to be worse off than you. If it weren't for me starting to collect junk, I might still be tolling away for others. After saying this, without waiting for the staff member to recover, he stepped on the gas pedal, and the Lamborghini roared past the staff member. After snapping out of it, the staff member swallowed nervously, then muttered somewhat unbelievingly, "Is that true? Collecting junk, he's fooling around, right?" As the car drove away, in a pink Volkswagen Beetle parked next to the staff member, a woman pushed open the door and walked out. Watching the direction where the tail lights had disappeared, she muttered to herself, "Oh my god. I didn't expect the guy who collects junk to drive such a cool Lamborghini." This woman was none other than the web celebrity named ZK, who had just finished her live broadcast and received a blow. But she was absent-minded, and the staff member next to her was listening attentively. Standing behind the woman, the staff member hesitantly asked, Miss, the big shot who just drove the Lamborghini, is he really a junk collector?" The web celebrity was startled by the sudden voice behind her. And when she turned around, she saw the staff member who had helped the guy with the bags. Her face immediately showed displeasure, but she still reluctantly nodded. Seeing this, the staff member was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly burst into laughter. As he laughed, he ran towards the direction of the elevator. "Ha ha, Wang Meng, am finally going to make it. Screw this job. I want pretty girls. I want to drive a Lamborghini. I want to collect junk." Looking at the young store clerk running away like crazy, the web celebrity couldn't help but feel dumbfounded. Is this kid okay? But can you really make money by collecting junk? Fang Chenyi drove his Lamborghini out of the parking garage, and just as he came up the slope, he saw a girl not far ahead, carrying a cardboard box, looking very dejected as she walked along the road. "Hot, Xiaohan. Isn't that the girl who didn't let us into Louis Vuitton just now?" Fang Chenyi asked, pointing towards the girl as he drove. Following Fang Chenyi's gaze, Bai Menghan also saw the girl crossing the road ahead. After seeing the girl's face clearly, she nodded affirmatively. Yes, it seems to be her. While the two were talking, the girl took a few steps and caught up with an elderly woman struggling to push her wheelchair up the slope. Placing her belongings on the roadside curb, the girl jogged over and pushed the old lady's wheelchair up the slope, then made sure to push the old lady onto the sidewalk. Seeing this scene, both Fang Chenyi and Bai Menghan felt that the girl had a good heart. But as they watched the girl walk back to retrieve her belongings, her face showed a hint of melancholy. "What's wrong with her? She seems upset about something." Park the car over there. That girl just now seemed nice. I'll ask her what's wrong," Bai Menghan suggested. Listening to Bai Menghan, Fang Chenyi lightly honked the horn as the car passed by the girl, then parked next to her. The sudden honk startled El Chin, especially when she looked up and saw a very, very beautiful sports car. She was even more shocked. Hurriedly stepping aside, she also apologized to the car repeatedly. After all, she had carelessly walked onto the road. But the next moment, the car window of the sports car rolled down gently, and when El Chin saw it was Bai Menghan behind the window, she was amazed. She couldn't believe that the supercar was driven by this girl who had stopped them outside the store. But thinking back to seeing this girl's boyfriend spending over $1 million at Armani earlier, El Chin felt relieved. A person who could spend $1 million on a set of clothes and drive such an expensive car wasn't surprising at all. However, she couldn't understand why such a wealthy person would dress so casually and eat so casually. She didn't know what the other party stopping meant. Was it to settle accounts with her? But alas, she couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. People who could afford such a car were definitely not ordinary people. Usually, these wealthy people had bad tempers. This was evident from her time as a shop assistant at Louis Vuitton. Every time those wealthy bosses treated them, the shop assistants, with disdain. Unless you could spend a lot of money, make some sacrifices, maybe those bosses would be happy and give you a tip. Of course, El Chin had never done such a thing. As El Chin was lost in thought, Bai Menghan gently rolled down the car window and revealed a sweet smile. "Why do you look so down? Did something happen?" Bai Menghan's voice was sweet but not cloying, giving people a refreshing feeling. Seeing that it was Bai Menghan behind the window, El Chin was stunned. Then looked somewhat incredulously at her. You're not mad at me for stopping you outside?" Bai Menghan didn't speak, just smiled and shook her head. The meaning was obvious. She didn't mind. Seeing this, El Chin finally let go of the breath she had been holding. And perhaps it was seeing Bai Menghan so approachable, and being about the same age as herself. Plus this matter was related to them, so she poured out her grievances. "Phew. Thank you, sister, for letting me get it off my chest. I feel much better now that I've said it. I won't bother you anymore. I'll go back and get ready. Tomorrow, I'll continue looking for a better job." After finishing speaking, El Chin smiled sweetly at Bai Menghan and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Bai Menghan also felt somewhat helpless. After all, she was just a student and couldn't help her find a better job. But at this moment, Fang Chenyi, who had been sitting silently in the car without speaking, spoke faintly. "Hey, I can tell you have a good heart. How about this? You don't need to look for a job anymore. Come back to Louis Vuitton tomorrow and continue working." Hearing the voice coming from inside the car, both El Chin and Bai Menghan were stunned. They didn't understand why Fang Chenyi suddenly said such words. "Yi, don't joke like this. Zi Chin is already feeling bad about losing her job," Bai Menghan said, knowing that her man wasn't someone who would find joy in others' misfortunes. But hearing Fang Chenyi's words, she couldn't help but be puzzled. Especially El Chin, hearing this, thought that Fang Chenyi was joking with her because of what happened before. Sitting in the car, Fang Chenyi looked through the window at the two women's expressions and couldn't help but feel speechless. Why didn't anyone believe in his abilities when he told the truth? "No. Do you think I'm bragging?" Fang Chenyi asked, seeing the disbelief on the women's faces. "Yi, don't make jokes like this. Zi Chin lost her job and is already feeling upset," Bai Menghan said, knowing that her man wasn't the kind to gloat. But hearing Fang Chenyi's words, she couldn't help but be puzzled. Especially El Chin, hearing this, thought that Fang Chenyi was joking with her because of what happened before. Sitting in the car, Fang Chenyi looked through the window at the two women's expressions and couldn't help but feel speechless. Why didn't anyone believe in his abilities when he told the truth? "All right, I'm not joking with you. I'll tell you the truth. Louis Vuitton is owned by my family. You can come back to work tomorrow without worrying," Fang Chenyi said, making his intentions clear. After hearing this, El Chin and Bai Menghan were both stunned. They couldn't understand why Fang Chenyi suddenly said such things. "Yi, don't joke like this. Zi Chin is already feeling bad about losing her job," Bai Menghan said, knowing that her man wasn't someone who would find joy in others' misfortunes. But hearing Fang Chenyi's words, she couldn't help but be puzzled. Especially El Chin, hearing this, thought that Fang Chenyi was joking with her because of what happened before. Sitting in the car, Fang Chenyi looked through the window at the two women's expressions and couldn't help but feel speechless. Why didn't anyone believe in his abilities when he told the truth? All right, with my status, do I need to joke with you? Anyway, just come back to work tomorrow, and oh, remember to dress more formally. After speaking, Fang Chenyi continued to address Bai Menghan. Let's go, Xiao Han, or we'll be late. As they watched the sports car drive away, Elchin stood in place feeling somewhat at a loss. Was the rich guy just now joking about letting her come back to work tomorrow, or did he really know someone important at Louis Vuitton? As for him saying Louis Vuitton was his family's, Elchin didn't believe it. It wasn't because she doubted his wealth, but mainly because if it were true, he wouldn't have gone to buy things at a competitor's store just now. Of course, she wouldn't know that if it weren't for Fang Chenyi going to Armani to buy things, he wouldn't have gotten a 51% stake in Louis Vuitton China. In other words, if she hadn't stopped Fang Chenyi, he might not have gotten a stake in Louis Vuitton China either. And this was a big part of why Fang Chenyi intended to help her. Otherwise, there were many people doing good deeds on the street every day. Why didn't Fang Chenyi help them? After hesitating for a moment, Elchin gritted her teeth and decided to trust him once. After all, with his status, he shouldn't be playing tricks on her. And even if he did, what did it matter? On Fang Chenyi's side, after the sports car drove away, Bai Menghan hesitated for a moment, then asked, Yi, what's the matter with you saying she should come back to work here tomorrow? One hand on the steering wheel, the other handing the phone to Bai Menghan. Fang Chenyi explained somewhat helplessly, didn't I just say it? Louis Vuitton is owned by my family. I was telling the truth, why don't you believe me? Here, don't use the phone while driving, help me make a call, it's the first one in the call history, then put it on speaker. Hearing Fang Chenyi's words, Bai Menghan took the phone and looked at the heavily worn device. Then she looked at the sports car worth tens of millions of dollars under her bottom, feeling quite puzzled about what kind of person Fang Chenyi really was. If she said he was extravagant, this phone had obviously been used for several years, and it was mainly a domestic low-end model. The main thing was that he could be happy for half a day just to pick up a water bottle, but to say he was thrifty, aside from the sports car worth tens of millions of dollars under his bottom, and the nearly $2 million they spent on clothes today, just the bottle of wine they had earlier cost over $10 million, so thriftiness didn't really apply. Louis Vuitton isn't a Chinese brand. Are you a foreigner? While helping Fang Chenyi open the phone, Bai Menghan asked somewhat incredulously. Obviously, she didn't quite believe what Fang Chenyi said. Fang Chenyi shook his head without explaining, just waiting for the call to connect. Ring. The phone rang for just one ring before it was answered, and then a somewhat stiff Chinese female voice came through. Oh, my dear chairman, I'm really happy to receive your call again after just a dozen minutes. It's my honor. Hearing this obviously non-Chinese voice, Bai Menghan was stunned, especially when she heard the endearment towards Fang Chenyi. Her beautiful big eyes became even more confused, and her delicate ears perked up. Ahem, Serena, in our country, don't casually use dear, it might be misunderstood. Feeling Bai Menghan's slight movements beside him, Fang Chenyi didn't want her to misunderstand, so he directly said this to Serena. Of course, the reason he said this was to let Bai Menghan hear it. Oh, my dear chairman, I really don't mind if others misunderstand our relationship, because I really think you're handsome, like my handsome prince. All right, enough, stop it. Hearing the increasingly absurd words from the other end, Fang Chenyi hurriedly interrupted, silently muttering in his heart. They say foreign women are open-minded, today I've seen it's true, but now he was already a married man. After interrupting Serena, before she could say more, Fang Chenyi didn't dare to idle chat. Who knows what other strange words she might come up with. So he cut to the chase. Okay, let's get down to business. I came to the store of our Louis Vuitton in Qinhuangdao, Hebei today, and the manager at this store made me quite unhappy. I really doubt your management level. I think if you can't manage well, I don't mind having the company undergo a major shakeup. Oh, by the way, there's an intern sales associate named Elchin in this store who's very good. Well, I won't say more. You reflect on it yourselves. After speaking, Without waiting for Serena to respond, Fang Chenyi directly pressed the end call button on Bai Menghan's hand. Yi? Who were you talking to? Based on the brief content of the phone call just now, Bai Menghan seemed to have guessed something, but she wasn't sure. Don't get me wrong, it's just a subordinate of mine, and we haven't even met. Although he wasn't afraid of Bai Menghan misunderstanding, Fang Chenyi still explained. Bai Menghan didn't expect Fang Chenyi to explain to her, feeling quite sweet for a while. After all, this showed that Fang Chenyi cared about her feelings. But she also wasn't that petty of a person. Bai Menghan knew that for a man as outstanding and handsome as Fang Chenyi, she could only use her own charm to keep his heart. HMPH, am I really that petty in your eyes? I didn't ask you about that. What I wanted to ask was, is the person you were talking to really from Louis Vuitton? In other words, is Louis Vuitton really owned by your family? He lightly brushed his hand against Bai Menghan's delicate nose, then said with some annoyance, I've said it several times already. Can I still lie to you? Of course, it's owned by my family. More accurately, Louis Vuitton China is owned by my family. Meanwhile, in the boardroom of Louis Vuitton China's headquarters, after hanging up the chairman's call, SLNA, who was sitting at the head of the table, changed her smiling expression to a serious one, and spoke sternly to her subordinates below. Damn it. Didn't I already instruct all the stores to put in their utmost effort? Who can tell me why? Immediately connect me to the head of the HB region. As soon as she finished speaking, the assistant on the side quickly picked up the phone on the conference table and dialed the number of the HB region's head. As soon as the call was connected, without waiting for the other party to speak, Solna, who was sitting at the head of the table, exploded in anger, launching into a tirade. Hu Enshin, what the hell have you done? You have 5 minutes to explain everything to me. If you can't figure out what happened within 5 minutes, you can pack up and get out tomorrow. After a round of scolding, without caring whether the other party understood or not, she hung up the phone with a snap. Meanwhile, the head of the HB region, sitting in his office, was left dumbfounded by the sudden outburst. He had been scolded by his boss for a good half hour, but he had no idea what he had done wrong. He couldn't understand why his boss suddenly got so angry. Did he do something wrong? He couldn't think of anything he had done wrong during this period. He had been diligent all along. No. What's going on? How could my boss suddenly get so angry? Did I do something wrong? Although he didn't know what had happened specifically, he was sure that something had gone wrong on his end, and it was probably something big. He didn't understand why his boss knew about it before he did. What exactly had happened that he still didn't know about? But regardless of what had happened, his immediate superior had only given him 5 minutes. He needed to quickly figure out what had happened. With that in mind, he quickly picked up his phone and opened WeChat. Instead of contacting his subordinates, he directly contacted a good friend of his in the headquarters. Because of their good relationship, without much thought, he asked his friend directly about his problem, hoping that his friend could shed some light on what had happened and why his boss suddenly got so angry. Coincidentally, his friend was currently in the headquarters conference room. After receiving his message, his friend looked up and glanced at Soma, who was still sitting at the head of the table with a cold expression, not saying anything. Then he quickly replied to the message. The message was simple, but it conveyed all the details of what the new chairman had just said. The new chairman went to the Qinhuangdao branch. He didn't even enter the door and got furious. But he specifically praised a young intern named Li Qian. Upon seeing this message, Hu Anshan suddenly slapped his forehead. He cursed the ancestors of the Qinhuangdao branch's manager a dozen times in his heart. The new chairman came to his branch, but he didn't even enter the door. This manager must be out of his mind. Picking up his phone, he immediately called the manager of the Qinhuangdao branch. Why aren't you flying up to heaven? How could you not fly up to heaven? As soon as the call was connected, Hu Anshan directly scolded him. Meanwhile, the manager, who was still annoyed about not getting his commission of 50 to 60,000, heard the contents of the call and was first stunned, then his face turned ugly. Ow, honey, this is what happened. Why did you suddenly get so angry? Do you miss me? How about I fly to see you tonight? Hearing this, Hu Anshan immediately got a headache. He cursed himself for not controlling himself earlier, but when he thought of the message his friend had just sent, His somewhat eased expression immediately turned grim again. "You're playing dumb. I put you in charge of the branch to avoid trouble. Look at what you've done. You dared to stop the new chairman from entering. I think you're really out of your mind. Now, you tell me in detail what happened." The manager was stunned. He stopped the new chairman. No way. How could he have seen the new chairman? Oh, no. Wait a minute, you mean the two poor guys I stopped just now were our new chairman? No, not poor, rich. But how is that possible? I just saw him go to Armani across the street to buy clothes. How could our chairman buy clothes across the street? Hearing this, Huanshan roughly understood the whole story. The chairman must have been on a secret visit, but this manager mistook him for a poor guy. This woman is really a stupid woman with a big chest and no brains. How did he end up with such a stupid woman in the first place? You fired Li Qian? Yeah. Head. Brother Sean, am I really insightful? To be honest, the manager herself didn't expect that by firing that intern earlier, she would become her scapegoat and potentially earn the favor of the new chairman. Especially when she thought that because of her foresight, she might win the favor of the new chairman. And then she could sacrifice herself a little more. She might even get a chance to get close to the new chairman. Thinking of this, Li Qian's mind involuntarily recalled a handsome photo she had saved on her phone earlier. But while she was still fantasizing about the chairman's power, Huanshan's words on the other end of the phone left her dumbfounded on the spot. You fucking fired Li Qian? Why don't you fire yourself instead? How? You tell me. Why don't you fire yourself? Listening to the furious voice of Huanshan on the other end of the phone, Xiao Han's body trembled, and then she hesitantly asked, that Li Qian, is she also your mistress? In her mind, if Li Qian wasn't Huanshan's lover, why would he be so furious? Especially since she had slept with him before. Your mother's mistress, now you tell me in detail what happened, word for word. With Huanshan's roar, Xiao Han didn't dare to hide anything. She explained everything in detail. After listening to Xiao Han's explanation, Huanshan felt a bit puzzled. According to reason, Li Qian was the one who first stopped the new chairman. How come in the end, the chairman praised Li Qian? The more he thought about it, the more he thought, could it be that the new chairman has taken a liking to this Li Qian? With this possibility in mind, Huanshan, with a hint of doubt, asked Xiao Han, what does Li Qian look like? Without mixing in your personal feelings, tell me the truth. Sure enough, Huanshan was interested in Li Qian. Oh, she's okay. Not as pretty as me, but just a little bit less. Upon hearing Xiao Han's words, Huanshan made a judgment. His guess just now should be close to the truth. As for Xiao Han's claim that she's not as pretty as her, Huanshan didn't care at all. All right, starting tomorrow, you'll be demoted to a regular salesperson, and Li Qian will be the new manager of the Qinhuangdao branch. With a plan in mind, Huanshan didn't hesitate to give orders. He had to treat the woman that the new chairman was interested in well. What? Let her be the manager and I be the salesperson. But I treated her like that before. Won't she bully me? HMPH, I'm letting you stay as a salesperson out of consideration. But let me tell you, this is only temporary. If the new chairman isn't satisfied with this arrangement, then you'll have to pack up and leave. With one sentence, Xiao Han was completely stunned, about to say something more, but the other party had already hung up the phone. Ignoring Xiao Han's sigh, after hanging up the phone, Huanshan quickly called the CEO and explained the whole situation in detail, and then subtly mentioned his handling method and the new chairman's interest in Li Qian. As for this handling result, Silna didn't dare to make a decision. As for what Huanshan said about the chairman being interested in Li Qian, SLNA was still a little skeptical. After all, according to the information about the new chairman, he wasn't a playboy, especially since the information showed that the chairman already had a girlfriend. She was even the school flower of Yanzhou University. But no matter what, there was a result to the matter. So SLNA paused the meeting again and called the new chairman. At this moment, Fang Chenyi had already brought Bai Menin to the campus of Yanzhou University. The cool and handsome sports car naturally attracted the attention of every student. Especially when they saw Bai Menin sitting in the passenger seat, they couldn't help but feel jealous. Wow! Is my goddess going to be taken by a pig? Is my goddess going to lose her chastity? The car quickly drove towards the classroom by Mengen indicated. Soon, it stopped in front of the teaching building. All right, Yi, I'm going to class now. Don't miss me too much. After parking the car, Bai Mengen quickly kissed Fang Chenyi's cheek like a dragonfly touching the water, then quickly opened the car door and got out of the car. She was afraid that Fang Chenyi would ambush her. Smiling and touching his cheek that was kissed by Bai Mengen, Fang Chenyi shook his head with a smile, murmuring, "This seductive little girl." Watching Bai Mengen enter the teaching building, Fang Chenyi stepped on the gas pedal, intending to return the same way. But at this moment, his phone rang. Taking it out and looking at it, it was the number of SLNA, the big ocean horse. Shaking his head, he stopped the car and answered the phone. "Oh, my dearest chairman, it's been a long time since I heard your voice. I really miss you. Do you have ... double quotes, sigh." Interrupted by Fang Chenyi's strange sound. Sona, who was speaking, was a little confused. Although she was a Chinese expert, what did this sigh mean? Why had she never heard of it before? Just as SLNA was puzzled by the meaning of sigh ~~ tremolo. Before she could figure out what it meant, Fang Chenyi's voice came through the phone again. "Sona, if you call me that again next time, I really don't recommend getting a new CEO for the group." After a pause, he continued, "All right, what's up?" "Oh, my dearest, beloved chairman, it's like this. About what you just said, we've deeply reflected on it and realized the serious issue of personnel quality, upward tone and, about what happened at noon, I deeply regret it." Listening to Sona's strange tone, Fang Chenyi couldn't help but be amused, even if he was angry. "Okay, let it go this time. Just be more careful next time. But in the future, you must strengthen personnel quality. If I catch you for the second time, all of you will be fired." Sona didn't expect the new chairman to be so easy to talk to. For a moment, she also breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, you're really so tolerant, my dearest, beloved chairman. Oh, and about the handling of the Qinhuangdao store, I've arranged for Miss Li Qian to replace the original store manager. What do you think of this arrangement? That kind of tone foreigners use. Brothers, please use your imagination. Well, her character is okay. Let her try it for a while, and if it's not suitable, we'll discuss it again. All right, that's it." Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Sona couldn't help but twitch her mouth. This boss really didn't follow the usual rules. But one thing was confirmed. It seemed that the chairman was really interested in that Li Qian. After hanging up the phone, Selena turned her head to look at the management team in the conference room with some confusion. After thinking for a moment, she asked a question that left everyone unsure how to respond. "I have a question for you all. What does sigh mean?" Listening to Selena's vivid voice, the people below didn't know what to say for a moment. They couldn't just say that sigh means stopping livestock, right? Seeing everyone looking at each other, no one speaking, Selena couldn't help but furrow her brows slightly. She casually pointed to the closest female manager and asked, "You, tell me, what does it mean?" Being singled out by the boss, the female manager had to speak even if she didn't want to. Fortunately, she was quick-witted. "CEO, the meaning of sigh ~~ is, in China. It represents the powerful knight who, after charging on the battlefield, slowly stops." After hearing the female manager's answer, the high-level executives below couldn't help but applaud her. "Oh, a powerful knight charging on the battlefield." After hearing this, Selena's face couldn't help but blush slightly. And she secretly speculated in her heart, what did the boss mean by saying this? Could it be the boss wants to express that he is the mighty knight charging on the battlefield, and I am a warhorse beneath him? In that case, does the boss want to gallop with me? Thinking that the boss could take an interest in a young employee, it was completely acceptable to think about flirting with her as well. But this seemed different from the information she had learned before. But with the boss being so handsome and rich, being able to gallop with him was indeed a good thing. Shaking her head, she stopped thinking about those exciting things, calmed down a bit, and put on a serious face again, continuing to speak to the people below. "All right, let's continue the meeting." After hanging up the call with Selena, Fang Chenyi turned the steering wheel and started the car again. Now he needed to go back to the villa. The bedding he ordered would be delivered soon. He needed to tidy up the villa quickly so he could bring his parents and sister over from their hometown. Thinking about his parents, who had worked hard for most of their lives, being so happy to see him successful, made Fang Chanyi smile. Of course, he didn't need to worry about his parents questioning the source of his money. The system had arranged everything for him, and all he needed to do was show his information to his parents online, and they would be reassured. After all, he earned all this money with his own abilities. Driving and planning at the same time, Fang Chanyi suddenly saw a row of trash cans ahead. Stepping on the gas, the Lamborghini rushed forward like a wild beast, shocking many students who were watching, especially to male students not far from the row of trash cans. Seeing the Lamborghini rushing towards them, they quickly stepped aside. "I'm banging. What's going on? Why is it coming towards us? I don't know. I don't know this badass person. Could he be drunk?" As the two whisper, the Lamborghini stopped not far from them in front of the trash cans. Then the door opened, and a handsome young man in an Armani casual suit got out of the car. Seeing this, the female students around couldn't help but cover their mouths. "Wow, so handsome. Ah, it's over. I'm in love. God, who knows which department he's from. I'm going to pursue him." But the attitude of the male students around was exactly the opposite. "I'm banging. Why are you so rich and handsome? Isn't it enough to have money? Why do you have to be so rich too? This is not leaving Ausani soup." "Who said it's not? It's okay to be handsome, but why do you have to be so rich too? That Lamborghini, the sixth element, is worth over 20 million soft sister coins. Don't ask me how I know. I can say to his mother, this car is exactly the same as my computer wallpaper." Although there were many students around and some small whispers reached Fang Chanyi's ears, he chose to ignore everyone because of the row of trash cans in front of him. Under the gaze of the surrounding students, Fang Chanyi's mouth curved into a faint smile as he walked to the trunk of the sports car, then bent down and reached into it. The surrounding students suddenly realized what was happening, feeling that this handsome guy was going to throw away the trash. However, before everyone fully understood, their eyes widened. The reason was simple. The handsome guy in Armani actually bent down and took out a woven bag and a pair of garbage tongs from the trunk of the Lamborghini. And after taking out these two items, the corners of the handsome guy's mouth slightly curved outwards. Then, he directly walked towards the row of trash cans, and on the way to the trash cans, the handsome guy skillfully used the tongs to pick up a mineral water bottle that someone had thrown outside the trash can, shook it in his hand, and accurately threw it into his woven bag. System detected 1 plastic bottle collected by the host. System reward, 100 yuan. The reward has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check. Hearing the system's prompt in his mind, Fang Chanyi's smile curved even higher. Although 100 yuan wasn't much for his current net worth, Fang Chanyi still felt very pleased. "Oh my god. What is this little brother doing? I'm banging. Is this dude going to pick up junk? No way. Damn. This move is too awesome. Picking up junk in a Lamborghini? I'm banging. If I had money, I would play like this too." At this moment, Fang Chanyi was already immersed in the trash cans in front of him, with no time to pay attention to what the people around him were discussing. The continuous prompts in his mind made Fang Chanyi feel ecstatic from head to toe for a moment. Host picked up 1 plastic box. System reward, 300 yuan. Reward has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check. Host picked up a stack of used A4 paper. System reward, 600 yuan. Reward has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check. Host picked up a worn-out English level for review material, triggering a system special reward. Reward, English proficiency level 8. Reward has been automatically transferred to the host's cognitive C. Please confidently retrieve. As Fang Chanyi diligently wielded the garbage tongs to pick up trash, he suddenly felt a rush in his head, as if his body had gone through a moment of trance. After about 2 seconds of dizziness, his mind became clear again. As his mind cleared, Fang Chanyi felt as if something new had appeared in his mind. "What's wrong with me? I'm banging. Why am I speaking another language?" As soon as the words came out, Fang Chanyi was surprised. He knew very well that his English was very poor. Even the level for exam he took was barely passing. And the fluent English he just spoke, what was that? How could it have come out of his mouth? The surrounding students looked at Fang Chenyi, who suddenly stopped moving, some confused about what was happening to this little brother. Recalling the previous prompts in his mind, Fang Chenyi suddenly realized that the system had activated a special reward again. And this time it wasn't a physical item, but a reward of English proficiency. This wasn't the first time he had been rewarded with a skill. After all, when he received the first reward, in addition to the sports car, he also received a skill in sports car driving. After understanding this, Fang Chenyi no longer worried about how he obtained this English proficiency ability, but shook his head and continued to pick up trash. Glancing at the trash can in front of him, Fang Chenyi was surprised to find a large stack of review materials inside. It seemed that they were all thrown away by one person. Seeing the large stack of materials in the trash can, Fang Chenyi was excited. He didn't know if picking up these materials would trigger another special reward. Thinking about this, Fang Chenyi used the tongs to pick up all the review materials and threw them into the woven bag. I'm banging. This brother's strength is something. He can even lift up a whole stack of paper. Before the prompt sound rang in his mind, a surprised voice from not far away made Fang Chenyi startled. Then he shook his head inwardly. It was all because he was too impatient and didn't consider that there were people around watching. Although the garbage tongs could handle heavy objects, it was still better not to let others know. Host picked up a worn-out Russian review material, triggering a system special reward. Russian proficiency. Reward has been automatically transferred to the host's cognitive C. Please confidently retrieve. Host picked up a worn-out Japanese review material, triggering a system special reward. Japanese proficiency. Reward has been automatically transferred to the host's cognitive C. Please confidently retrieve. Host picked up a worn-out Korean review material, triggering a system special reward. Korean proficiency. Reward has been automatically transferred to the host's cognitive C. Please confidently retrieve. As Fang Chenyi began to regret his actions, the prompt in his mind sounded at the same time. Without waiting for him to react to why he suddenly activated the special system reward 3 times, his head spun again. Fortunately, Fang Chenyi reacted quickly and propped himself up with a trash picker, preventing himself from falling to the ground. Otherwise, he would have fallen down. This time, it took 5 or 6 seconds for Fang Chenyi's mind to clear again. What the heck? Feeling several languages suddenly added to his mind, Fang Chenyi was almost speechless for a moment. Shaking his head vigorously, he managed to clear his confused mind somewhat. With some confusion, he asked the system, what's going on? Why did I suddenly receive so many special system rewards? Ding! The repeated collection of review materials thrown by one person, and it being thrown in a stack, the system judges it as one item, so the 4 rewards are actually one special reward. I'm banging. Can it be possible? Did I just discover a bug in the system? While he was propping himself up with the trash picker, the girls around him all became nervous. They wanted to come forward but hesitated. They all anxiously said, "Hey, what's wrong? Little brother, is our male god feeling unwell? Oh, I really want to go and help the little brother." Meanwhile, the surrounding boys became even more annoyed. Chi. Turns out he's just a paper tiger. Looks good but useless. No need to say, the trash bag in his hand must be too heavy for him to lift. Yeah, definitely. Forget about the other trash he picked up earlier. Just that stack of review materials must be heavy enough. As Fang Chenyi pondered whether he had found a bug in the system, he was stunned by the voices around him. Oh my god, I overlooked something important after getting this treasure yesterday. I've been picking up trash non-stop, but the trash bag in my hand looks so big. Although I know the trash bag is taken away directly for recycling, others don't know, right? Thinking of this, sweat began to bead on Fang Chenyi's forehead. He was really careless. It seemed that he would have to pay attention to this in the future, and it would be best to come up with a plausible cover-up. With this in mind, Fang Chenyi turned around, pretending to struggle as he carried the woven bag and walked towards his sports car. When he reached the front of the car's trunk, taking advantage of the cover of the trunk lid, he pretended to struggle and aimed the bag at the trunk of his sports car. I'm banging. Is this rich man going to dump all the trash into that supercar? What a waste, what a waste. Sure enough, the next moment, The rich man himself lifted the bag and poured it into the trunk of the supercar. This scene made the surrounding students feel heartbroken. If they had a car like that, no, even if they just had a small car, they would definitely cherish it more than anything, even more than their own wife. Pouring trash into it, don't be ridiculous. Even if the car's tires touch the trash, they would be afraid of dirtying the tires. Ignoring the various lamentations and heartaches of the surrounding students, Fang Chenyi pretended to shake the woven bag and then pressed the button on the trunk. The trunk slowly closed. Seeing that no one could see inside, Fang Chenyi breathed a sigh of relief. Then, without caring about the onlookers, he continued to carry the woven bag back to the trash can. Because there were quite a few people around, Fang Chenyi's movements involuntarily sped up. He didn't have time to pay attention to the continuous system prompts in his mind. 3 minutes later, feeling that the bag was almost full, Fang Chenyi stopped moving. Then he turned around, carried the woven bag, and walked back to his sports car. He reached for the car door, opened it, and stuffed the bag directly into the car, under the gaze of the people who felt sorry for him once again. After finishing this, he clapped his hands, bent down, and got into the car. Starting the car, stepping on the gas pedal, the silver sixth element was like a silver lightning bolt, driving straight out of the Yen University campus under the gaze of the crowd. What Fang Chenyi didn't know was that the scene of him picking up trash in a sports car had been captured by many students' phones. At the same time, a post titled "Picking Up Trash Isn't Your Fault," but picking up trash in a Lamborghini and still looking so handsome, are you trying to ascend to heaven?" appeared on the Yen University BBS. The post immediately exploded the forum at Yen University. Looking at the picture of Fang Chenyi in a limited edition Armani outfit with a limited edition Lamborghini sixth element behind him, and still looking damn handsome, various comments flooded in. Comment 1. I'm banning. Suddenly appearing cool. It blew out my waist. This move. It's too awesome. Comment 2. Picking up trash in a Lamborghini. Is this dude serious? This showing off is too much. Comment 3. Upstairs. This is too much. Let me tell you, I was there at the scene. You didn't see it. Not only did that dude pick up trash in a Lamborghini, but he also directly poured the trash into the car. Damn, that's $1 million sports car. Comment 4. Oh my god. Is that true? All poured into the car. Is this person crazy? Although the BBS was hotly discussed, Fang Chenyi, as the party involved, was completely unaware. Driving towards Century Garden, while in a normal rental house near Bada Square, Li Qian was sitting on her small bed holding a plush rabbit and daydreaming. She was considering whether to go back tomorrow and whether she would be kicked out again when she went back. While she was in distress, her phone suddenly rang. Feeling annoyed, Li Qian took out her phone and saw an unknown number from another city. She didn't have any relatives or friends from other cities, and she was already feeling frustrated, so she didn't hesitate to hang up. But as soon as she hung up, the phone rang again, and she saw that it was still the same unfamiliar number. Is this person crazy? Muttering to herself, her eyebrows furrowed slightly. However, she thought about it. She was also in the service industry and understood the frustration of the service industry. So although she frowned, she still answered the phone. However, as soon as the call was connected, before she could speak, she heard a hearty laughter from the other end. Ha ha. Is this Li Qian? Let me introduce myself. I'm Hu Anshan, the general manager of the Louis Vuitton HB area. I've always heard that you have outstanding abilities at work and I've been wanting to talk to you, but I've been busy. Today I finally have some free time. How about it? Are you available to chat? Ow, who did he say he was? The general manager of the Louis Vuitton HB area. This couldn't be a scam, could it? Kidding. The general manager of the HB area. What kind of status was that? How could he call a mere intern salesperson who had only been working at Louis Vuitton for 2 months? The string of words on the phone made Li Qian a little confused for a moment. She didn't know what to say. Could I ask if you are really the general manager of the HB area? And who is this Mr. Fang you mentioned? Until she hung up the phone, Li Qian's head was still muddled. If according to Hu Anshan's description just now, then the chairman mentioned by him would be the person who originally wore stall goods and later went to Armani to buy things. Originally still hesitating whether to believe the other party's words, Li Qian didn't expect, never expected, that the other party turned out to be the big boss of her company. And the biggest kind. For a moment, Li Qian didn't know what was in her heart. Listening to the ambiguous implications in Hu Anshan's words, it seemed like he regarded her as that chairman's person, or at least thought that the chairman was interested in her. However, Li Qian knew clearly that those were all their guesses. The person the chairman was interested in. What a joke! Although she was indeed quite good-looking, compared to the girl next to the chairman, she was simply an ugly duckling next to a swan, not even on the same level. However, no matter how she explained just now, the other party simply didn't believe it. Sitting on her small bed, Li Qian gently stroked the rabbit's ears. Helplessly sighing, she said to herself, "Ah, if you really liked me, how nice would that be? Ah, Li Qian, what are you thinking about? Hoping for good things." Squeezing the rabbit's cheek hard, she then buried her head in the plush bunny's body. Ignoring Li Qian's complex mood on this sigh, let's talk about Fang Chenyi. Driving the sports car all the way back to Century Garden, he arrived at the door of his villa. From a distance, he saw a big raptor parked at the gate of his villa. And in the cargo compartment of the raptor, there was still a very tall box. Seeing this situation, it should be someone coming to deliver bedding, but Fang Chenyi was speechless. He didn't expect that even sellers of bedding could drive such a good car. Fang Chenyi stopped the car next to the raptor with one foot on the accelerator. Just as he opened the door and got out of the car, he saw the driver's side door of the raptor open, and immediately, a young man in sportswear got out of the car with a smile on his face. However, the look in his eyes as he looked at the Lamborghini was full of love. "AI, this car is so cool. If I could own such a car in my life, that would be awesome. This is the car a real man should drive." Hey, brother, you're back." Fang Chenyi was taken aback, looking at the huge raptor beside him, and then looking back at Wei Yilong. "Isn't this the kid I sent to the villa to live in?" Thinking in his heart, he nodded at the young man and then pointed at the black raptor in front of him. "Well, I'm back. Why are you here? Is this your car?" Hearing Fang Chenyi's question, Wei Yilong nodded quickly, then answered somewhat embarrassedly, "This car belongs to my family. I just wanted to bring something over to you, but my little BMW isn't convenient, so I drove my dad's car over. Our family's situation is really limited. Sorry to let you see." Actually, Wei Yilong was not wrong at all. In his opinion, compared to Fang Chenyi, who drove a sports car worth tens of millions and had a villa worth several hundred million, the small assets in his family's eyes were really not worth mentioning. To put it bluntly, even if he stacked up all of his family's properties, it would only be worth the price of a car under the other party's, but, moreover, with the other party's worth, presumably, they would have all kinds of famous cars. "Oh, bringing something to me. What are you bringing?" Although he loved the big raptor in front of him, when he heard that it belonged to the other party's dad, he dismissed the idea of going inside to take a look. But he was curious about what this kid wanted to bring to him. Could it be that he felt guilty for living in his villa for free? At the sound of Fang Chenyi's words, Wei Yilong hurriedly ran to the back of the raptor and reached out to grab a large cardboard box from it. "Heh, I know you must not lack money, so I didn't bring those vulgar things for you. Here, these are the spicy sticks produced by our family. There are all kinds of them, and I brought a box of each kind for you. I'm banging, sending gifts and sending spicy sticks. And it's a whole carload ... Seeing the spicy sticks in front of him, Fang Chenyi felt speechless. But he didn't show any aversion on his face. Picked up a bag of spicy sticks, without hesitation, tore it open, and started eating it, while asking in confusion, "I'm banging, I didn't expect your family to be in this business. Oh banging, is it also Wei Lon's? Don't tell me Wei Lon is owned by your family." After eating a few bites and looking at the packaging bag, Fang Chenyi was shocked. He didn't expect that what he used to eat frequently turned out to be produced by this guy's family. Seeing Fang Chenyi's unhesitating eating, Wei Yilong breathed a sigh of relief. Although these spicy sticks were very clean, he was not sure whether a rich man like the other party would eat such junk food. Unexpectedly, the other party didn't mind at all. Not only that, judging from the other party's tone, It seemed that he even knew about his family's brand, which made him excited. Yeah, heh, I haven't introduced myself to you yet. I'm Wei Yulon, and the Wei Yulon brand is actually named after me. He extended a big thumb. Awesome. Just at this moment, Fang Chenyi's phone rang. After answering it, it turned out that the car delivering the bedding had arrived at the door and was stopped by the security guard, saying that the owner needed to come to pick it up before it could enter. Before Fang Chenyi could speak, the sharp-eared Wei Yulong took the lead and stepped onto the raptor. Brother, you wait here, I'll go and bring him in. Watching the guy disappear in a streak of smoke, Fang Chenyi shook his head and smiled. Well, he just got a little brother for free. A moment later, the raptor arrived with a small truck. The truck slowly stopped, and two young men walked down from it. Looking at the super luxurious villa in front of them, as well as the sports car and the raptor next to it, their hearts were filled with envy. Working for a lifetime, still can't afford anything like this. Sighing in their hearts, they put on professional smiles and respectfully bowed to Fang Chenyi. Mr. Fang, your ordered bedding has arrived. Where would you like us to unload it? Fang Chenyi nodded at the two men, then smiled and pointed at the 4 villas in front of him. You packed them into 4 sets, right? Please put 1 set in each villa for me. For the first, second, and third villas, put the steady set in the first, the trendy set in the second, and the youthful and tender set in the fourth. The 2 workers couldn't help but be stunned after hearing this. What? Did they hear it wrong? Are these 4 sets going into 4 different villas? So, are all these 4 villas owned by Mr. Fang in front of them? Damn, didn't expect the other party to be even richer than they imagined. 4 villas, how much money would that be? Oh, heaven, why are you so unfair? Both have 2 shoulders and 1 head. Why can others be so rich while they are struggling so hard? However, before they could respond, Fang Chenyi suddenly turned to look at the other young man beside him with a strange expression. Ziwei, the villa I gave you to live in isn't numbered 2, 3, or 4, is it? Fang Chenyi just remembered that when he gave the kid the key, he didn't look at the building number and just handed it to him. If he really gave him villa number 2, 3, or 4, he would have to ask for it back. It's not that Fang Chenyi is stingy, it's just that he has arranged these 4 villas. Villa number 1 is the best and the largest, which Fang Chenyi intended to leave for his parents. Villa number 2 is only slightly inferior to number 1. Fang Chenyi didn't plan to live in it himself either, but planned to give it to Baomengen's parents in the future. As for villa number 3, it's for himself, and villa number 4 is for his little sister Fang Jinjin. Hearing Fang Chenyi's words, Wei Yulong felt aggrieved in his heart. He thought, there's only a 1 in 12 chance, and he actually drew the 4th to last. No, it's not the first 4 villas. Heh, what you gave me is number 9. The little frustration in his heart was only based on not drawing a better one. If he could live in such a luxurious villa, even if it was number 12, he would be very satisfied. However, the casual conversation between the 2 people was heard by the 2 workers, once again shocking them. The one given was villa number 9. What does that mean? Does it mean that all 9 villas in this row belong to Fang Chenyi? Or does it mean that there's more than 9? For a moment, Fang Chenyi once again refreshed their understanding of the rich. After confirming that he didn't give the first 4 villas to this kid, Fang Chenyi nodded and then smiled at the workers, saying they could unload the truck. Then, he directly carried his woven bag and went to open the doors of each villa. Watching the rich men using a woven bag to carry villa keys, including Wei Yulong among the workers, they were all stunned. They all couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts, I'm banning a rich man. Villa keys are carried in gunny bags. After a busy half hour, all the bedding was unloaded. After scanning and giving each worker 666 yuan in tips, they happily left the villa. However, when the 2 returned to their car and were about to pick up the remaining cardboard boxes, packaging bags, and other items on the ground, Fang Chenyi stopped them at the door of the villa. Hey, wait a minute, come here, you 2, take a break. I'll do this. Saying this, he went over with his woven bag, which made the 2 workers, who were tidying up surprised and quickly stopped him. No need. How can we let Mr. Fan do such dirty work? We'll do it. Seeing the large and small cardboard boxes and packaging bags left behind by the two people, Fang Chenyi almost drooled, joking, "How could this be dirty work? This is picking up money." Thinking like this, his face suddenly turned stern. "What's going on? Do you two look down on me? Go. Both of you go to the raptor over there and each carry a box of spicy sticks. If you don't go, you're not giving me face." Hearing Fang Chenyi's tone, which didn't seem like he was giving in, the two looked at each other in surprise and incomprehension. As Fang Chenyi approached the two, who were stunned, he quickly reached into his woven bag and pulled out a shiny garbage picker, then quickly grabbed it and picked up a cardboard box. The master picked up a broken cardboard box, and the system rewarded 500 yuan, which has been transferred to the master's bank account. Please check. The master picked up a woven bag, and the system rewarded 300 yuan, which has been transferred to the master's bank account. Please check. The master picked up a foam board, and the system rewarded 200 yuan, which has been transferred to the master's bank account. Please check. Hearing the continuous rewards in his mind, Fang Chenyi's face blossomed with a smile. Hehe, picking up trash is really fragrant. With just a few moves, I can earn at least 1,000 yuan. However, while he was happily picking up trash, the two workers behind him, as well as Wei Yulong, were dumbfounded. Luxury villas, luxury cars, suits and leather shoes, how could they match what he's doing now? I'm banging. It turns out that rich people really have special hobbies. Watching Fang Chenyi's back as he picked up trash, one of the workers muttered to himself. However, Fang Chenyi had no time to care about what the three of them were thinking. Joking, what's more important, money or face? Do you even need to ask? Money is definitely more important. To put it bluntly, in today's society, only when you have money can you get that so-called face. After a busy period, feeling like he had picked up a bag full of trash, Fang Chenyi stopped his actions. Turning around, he carried his woven bag and walked briskly towards his villa. Of course, he didn't forget to tell the somewhat foolish three not to clean up. So, the three watched dumbfoundedly as Fang Chenyi made 3 trips and finally picked up all the trash inside and outside the car. Clapping his hands lightly, looking at the clean car, Fang Chenyi nodded in satisfaction. Carrying his woven bag, he jumped out of the car and, taking out the Lamborghini key from his pocket, opened the trunk. He casually put the woven bag inside. After putting it away, he turned around and pulled out his phone in front of the two workers. "Ha. Thank you both for your hard work. Open your QR codes. Come on, let me give you some more tips." Plunk. After saying this, the two workers almost fell over. "After you've helped us clean up all the trash inside and outside the car, in the end, it's still our hard work." They opened their mouths, but before they could speak, Fang Chenyi's face turned stern. "Hurry up. Do you look down on me?" Although Fang Chenyi's actions might seem a bit silly to the three, after all, they were doing the work and still giving money to others, it seemed like they weren't using their brains enough. But Fang Chenyi didn't think so. Although the money he earned from picking up trash was his own, only he knew that it was also the result of his labor. However, he was not a selfish person. No matter what, the reason why he was able to earn this money just now was entirely because these two had brought it to him. He took the lion's share and gave these two a little something, which made him feel better. The two looked at each other and then smiled, taking out their phones. WeChat payment received 888 yuan. WeChat payment received 888 yuan. Hearing the two consecutive incoming notification sounds, the two workers couldn't help but show ecstatic expressions. This trip was really worth it. First 666, then 888. In such a short time, they each got 1,550 for yuan. Although it's not a lot, it's still free money. Thinking of this, the two couldn't help but bow repeatedly to thank Fang Chenyi. Not only that, but when they found out that Wei Yulong's carload of spicy sticks still needed to be unloaded, the two didn't hesitate to help unload it. After sending off the two workers with smiles, Fang Chenyi went straight back to his villa. Wei Yulong followed closely behind. "Brother, let me help you clean up." Glancing back at him, Fang Chenyi nodded decisively. "Shuga. Kanai Nana Washington. Haikuekikui." Perhaps there was too much knowledge in his brain, and he couldn't help but burst out a long string of Japanese. Hearing Fang Chanyi speaking this gibberish, Wei Yilong was dumbfounded, stuttering as he spoke. By Big Brother. You mean gibberish? Since it had been said, especially seeing Wei Yilong's shocked expression, Fang Chanyi didn't mind showing off a bit. Shugga, where's the potato to dake? Go to the suburbs to dake. One dake, one sack. Seeing Fang Chanyi really speaking this gibberish, Wei Yilong was completely shocked. However, the next sentence almost made Fang Chanyi suffocate from internal injuries. He stared wide-eyed, struggling for a long time, and finally came out with a shocking sentence. I'm banging. Big Brother, you actually speak gibberish. So, does that mean you don't need subtitles when you watch movies? One sentence almost strained Fang Chanyi's waist. Damn, this kid is too insidious. With no good mood, he waved his hand unkindly. Get out of here, you. Go lay out the betting for Villa 1 and 2. Wei Yilong smirked awkwardly. What's there to be embarrassed about? I don't believe you haven't appreciated Maria's action movies before. I don't believe you haven't appreciated Maria Ozawa's educational videos. But seeing Fang Chanyi's serious look, Wei Yilong didn't continue the topic. Just thinking about what Fang Chanyi said, he couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva. Joking, this 5-story villa, with at least 7 or 8 guest rooms, running up and down, it would take him at least 2 hours to finish. Ow, those are all done. Brother. Of course, 1 person for 2 villas. When you finish, I'll treat you to a big meal. After saying that, without caring about Wei Yilong, he went straight to pick up a stack of bedding and walk into the master bedroom of Villa 3. Entering the master bedroom, looking at the soft big bed in the room, Fang Chanyi couldn't help but smile mischievously. He threw the bedsheet and quilt cover onto the bed, then took out his phone to check the time. Hehe, my Shahan is almost done with class. Thinking of this, Fang Chanyi didn't have the mood to arrange the other rooms. After quickly making the bed in the master bedroom, he directly jumped off the bed and walked out of the villa. Closing the villa's front door, he then sat into his Lamborghini. Stepping on the accelerator, he drove towards Yanda University. At this moment, Wei Yilong, who was laying out the bedsheets in Villa 1, heard the unique roar of the sports car outside. He looked out the window with some confusion, only to see the Lamborghini's taillights getting farther and farther away. By the time Fang Chanyi arrived at the teaching building where Bao Mengyan was attending class, it was not yet time for the class to end. He parked the car in front of the teaching building, then took the woven bag and folded it into the size of a briefcase under his armpit. After looking around and seeing that there were no people, he opened the car door and walked out, heading towards the 2 relatively hidden trash cans not far away. However, he seemed to have underestimated the charm of a supercar. In a window of the teaching building, 2 girls were peeking out and watching the silver-white sports car. When they saw Fang Chanyi getting out of the car in a casual suit, the 2 girls couldn't help but cover their mouths. Wow, he's so handsome. Yet, he's so stylish. Not only is he good-looking, but he's also so rich. Look at the bag he's holding. I saw it at a fashion show before. It should be the latest from Hermes, worth at least tens of thousands. But at this moment, Fang Chanyi had no idea that someone was secretly watching him. He had already walked to the trash cans. After scanning the surroundings and seeing that there was no one around, he reached out and shook out the woven bag in his hand, then reached in and took out the trash clamp. He then clamped it towards the trash can in front of him. Ting. Activating special system rewards. ... The host picked up a worn-out Captain America comic book, triggering a special system reward. The reward is 1 sip of Super Soldier Serum, which has been placed in the woven bag for the host to retrieve. Listening to the prompt in his mind, Fang Chanyi was dumbfounded. Not because of the activation of the special reward again, but mainly because of the nature of the reward. What the heck is this reward of 1 sip? Could it be the leftovers from Captain America's injection? Thinking like this, Fang Chanyi no longer cared about the trash can in front of him, but instead reached into the woven bag and took out a small glass ball. Looking at the small bottle with only a little green liquid left inside, Fang Chanyi was simply speechless. System, you come here and explain to me, what's going on? Why is it just a small sip? Is this the leftover from Captain America's injection? Ting. The host's speculation is correct. Because the Marvel comic book picked up by the host is damaged during this reward extraction process, Only the fraction was second after Captain America's injection was obtained. I'm banging. This is quite a surprise. According to the system, does it mean that if the book had a few more damaged pages, I wouldn't even have gotten this small sit? Although he thought so in his heart, Fang Chanyi didn't continue to dwell on the matter. Regardless of the amount, it was still a special reward after all. Ow, how do I use this? Do I need to find a syringe to inject it into my body? Ding! The serum has been processed by the system upgrade. After processing, the host only needs to drink it to absorb and integrate it. Hehe. That's convenient. It seems the system is still considerate. After looking around to ensure that no one was watching, Fang Chanyi tilted his head back and poured the small sip of super soldier serum into his mouth. After drinking it, Fang Chanyi blinked his eyes. This thing doesn't even have a taste. However, at this moment, in a classroom of the teaching building, two girls were completely dumbfounded. One of them pushed the other next to her, her face showing some confusion. Yeah, can the Hermes bag still transform? What's that? Is the rich guy doing? The girl called yeah looked at her companion in confusion and then turned her head to look at Fang Chanyi rummaging through the trash can. She said somewhat nervously, you know, I read online before that this is called resource integration, recycling, and reuse. Halfway through the sentence, yeah couldn't continue. Well, forget it, she wouldn't make up any more stories. The guy is just picking up trash. But so what? Picking up trash is also cool. Look at his confident movements, so handsome ... Meanwhile, Fang Chanyi, after drinking the super soldier serum, didn't feel any changes in his body. Shaking his head, perhaps it was because the serum had been processed by the system. Helplessly shaking his head, he didn't procrastinate and quickly turned his gaze back to the two trash cans in front of him. The host picked up a fast food box, and the system rewards 200 yuan. The reward has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check. The host picked up a damaged glassware, and the system rewards 100 yuan. The reward has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check. Fang Chanyi's speed was very fast, coupled with the fact that there weren't many items in the two trash cans. He picked them up in no time. To avoid being noticed, he didn't roll up the woven bag again, but instead carried it back to the car. After tossing it into the trunk, Fang Chanyi sat back in the car and took out his phone to check today's earnings. Agricultural Bank in April 6th, at 16:28. 200 yuan was transferred into account, ending in 6,696. The balance is 933,263.09 yuan. Agricultural Bank in April 6th, at 16:29, 500 yuan was transferred into account, ending in 6,696. The balance is 933,763.09 yuan. Agricultural Bank in April 6th, at 16:29, 300 yuan was transferred into account, ending in 6,696. The balance is 9,334,063.09 yuan. Heh, this is so cool. In just a little over a day, I'm almost a millionaire. Looking at the long string of numbers on the bank card, Fang Chanyi's heart couldn't be happier. Honestly, he never expected such a day to come. Buzzing. Just as Fang Chanyi was feeling pleased with himself, there suddenly came the roar of an engine behind him. Somewhat puzzled, he turned his head and saw a convoy of 6 BMWs quickly approaching. Soon, they arrived at the main entrance of the teaching building. However, these cars didn't stop at the entrance. Instead, they started to maneuver, and soon a heart shape formed by the 6 BMWs was displayed. Not stopping there, after parking the cars, the doors of the 6 BMWs were all opened, and then about a dozen young men got out of the cars, each carrying a large cardboard box in their hands. Under Fang Chanyi's curious gaze, this group of people began to set up in front of the teaching building. In less than 5 minutes, a heart shape made of candles appeared on the ground in front of the teaching building. I'm banging. Is this a marriage proposal or something? Watching a young man in a black suit holding a large bunch of roses. Standing in the center of the heart shape, Fang Chanyi couldn't help but feel interested. Although this kind of thing is often seen in the news, it's actually not common in universities. At least Fang Chanyi hadn't seen it in for years. It's a traditional virtue in China to enjoy watching a lively scene, and Fang Chenyi naturally couldn't miss it. He pushed open the car door and got out, intending to walk over and watch the excitement for a while. But perhaps due to his professional habit, after hesitating for a moment, Fang Chenyi opened the trunk and folded the woven bag back into the size of a briefcase, tucking it under his arm. Kidding aside, if he picked up all the trash in this place after this guy proposed, how much money would he make? Maybe he could break $1 million today. Thinking like this, Fang Chenyi became even more interested, and he quickly walked over to the group of people with the woven bag, joining them in waiting for the appearance of the female lead. Ding ding ding. As the bell rang, students began to come out of the teaching building one after another. Seeing this, the young man standing in the center quickly beckoned to his brothers behind him. Quick, raise the banner. Following the command, 2 young men behind him quickly unrolled the banner and held it up high. But when Fang Chenyi turned his head and saw the content of the banner clearly, the expression on his face was priceless. I'm banging, Bai Meng'en's name is actually on this banner. Just then, before Fang Chenyi could approach, he heard the crowd beside him suddenly erupting into cheers. With his gaze returning from the banner, he saw Bai Meng'en walking out of the teaching building's gate. At that moment, the young man in a suit knelt suddenly in the center of the heart shape, holding up the bouquet of roses. Meng'en, I like you. Will you agree to be with me? As Fang Chenyi watched this rare scene unfold, the surrounding onlookers began to chant along. Together, together, together. Seeing the scene at the entrance, Bai Meng'en furrowed her brows tightly. However, when she turned around, she noticed Fang Chenyi among the crowd. Her expression softened, and instead of frowning, a small smile appeared on her face. Not only that, but her smile was accompanied by a slight upward curl of her lips, showing a hint of happiness. For her, finishing class and having her boyfriend waiting outside was a very happy thing. However, Bai Meng'en's smile was misunderstood by the onlookers. To them, it seemed like she was about to accept the marriage proposal from the man. But just as everyone thought the proposal was going to be successful, an untimely figure suddenly appeared. Fang Chenyi, amidst the crowd, suddenly wore a mischievous smile on his lips. With a shake of the woven bag in his hand, he pulled out a trash picker from inside. Make way! Make way! With a woven bag in one hand and a trash picker in the other, Fang Chenyi quickly made his way to the side of the man who was proposing. With a wicked smile on his face, he didn't say a word, but instead started picking up the unlit candles from the ground. The master picked up a candle. The system rewards 300 yuan, which has been transferred to the master's bank account. Please check it. The master picked up a candle. The system rewards 300 yuan, which has been transferred to the master's bank account. Please check it. Ignoring the continuous prompts in his mind, Fang Chenyi continued to pick up the candles under the bewildered gazes of the crowd. What the hell are you doing? Finally, the proposer reacted after Fang Chenyi had picked up a dozen candles. He and a few others who had come with him quickly surrounded Fang Chenyi, intending to teach this troublemaker a lesson. Seeing this scene, Bai Meng'en quickly shouted, "Stop!" Then she ran to the center of the scene. Seeing Bai Meng'en handing the bricks to Fang Chenyi, the young man still kneeling with roses on his face brightened up. He thought Bai Meng'en didn't want any trouble on this good day. But just as he opened his arms to welcome Bai Meng'en, he was dumbfounded to find that Bai Meng'en wasn't coming towards him at all. Move! Move! Rushing forward, Bai Meng'en pushed away one of the young men who had surrounded Fang Chenyi, and blocked him in front of the handsome young man in casual clothes. Could it be that this handsome young man was also pursuing Bai Meng'en? But when the onlookers saw Bai Meng'en protecting the handsome young man, they seemed to understand something. It seemed that it wasn't just a simple pursuit. It was very likely that this handsome young man and Bai Meng'en were already a couple. Hey! This handsome young man is also a bit impulsive. If it were me, I couldn't bear it if my girlfriend was proposed to. Well, that's true. If it were me, I definitely couldn't bear it. Alright, let's not talk about this. I feel like today's matter won't end well. At this point, the proposer also realized. No wonder Bai Meng'en had ignored him after pursuing her for so long. It turned out she had this little white-faced guy. Brothers, this guy stole our candles. Shouldn't we teach this thief a lesson? Indeed, this guy had quite a few tricks up his sleeve. knowing how to find a righteous excuse for himself. Upon hearing the proposer's righteous words, the people surrounding Fang Chenyi all showed a sinister smile. At the same time, they praised their club president's cleverness. I see who dares. Seeing several people gearing up to take action against Fang Chenyi, Bai Mengyan quickly bent down to pick up 2 bricks from her feet and handed one to Fang Chenyi, holding on to one herself. Before Fang Chenyi could react, Bai Mengyan handed him a brick. Fang Chenyi couldn't help but feel speechless. This girl, who usually appeared gentle and elegant, turned out to be fierce when needed, like a little tiger. Little Mengyan, you're a lady. Let the man handle this. Here, you hold this and go wait in the car for me. I'll be done soon. After taking a step forward and gently patting Bai Mengyan's shoulder, Fang Chenyi took the brick from her hand and gave her the garbage bag. Hehe. This brother is right. This is a matter between men. Your boyfriend is not as fragile as you think. Don't worry, this has nothing to do with you. Just go to the side. When the proposer heard Fang Chenyi's words, he couldn't help but snort coldly. This guy was really looking for trouble on his own. It just so happened that Bai Mengyan was here, so he couldn't lay a finger on Fang Chenyi. Nonsense. How could Yi steal from you? Before Bai Mengyan could finish her sentence, Fang Chenyi gently patted her shoulder again. Be good. This is men's business. Don't get involved. Rest assured, your man is not as fragile as you think. Here, go wait in the car. After saying this, Fang Chenyi took out the car keys from his pocket and handed them to Bai Mengyan. Bai Mengyan hesitated for a moment, but when she saw the resolute look in Fang Chenyi's eyes, she could only take the woven bag from Fang Chenyi and walk out of the encirclement with concern. As Bai Mengyan, who kept looking back every few steps, walked out of the encirclement, she quickly noticed the silver-white sports car not far away under the shade of the trees. Ding ding. As Bai Mengyan pressed the key in her hand, the silver-white supercar immediately lit up with dazzling lights. Damn, is that handsome guy's car? Wow, I knew it. How could an ordinary person catch Bai Woody? So cool, I just saw that car from the classroom window earlier, and I even went online to check. It's a Lamborghini Revent, based on my photo analysis. It's a limited edition, and the price of this car. A male student in the crowd successfully caught everyone's attention with his words. Most people only knew that the car was expensive, but very few knew its exact value. Now that someone mentioned finding out the price, everyone perked up their ears. Not only that, but even the group of guys who were proposing, who were originally arrogant, were now gaping in astonishment. Of course, they weren't surprised by the exact price of the car, but rather shocked that the slightly handsome man ran in front of them was driving a Lamborghini. No matter how much the car actually cost, it was definitely beyond the league of someone like themselves who drove a BMW 3 Series. Damn, brother, how much is this car worth? Don't you know the 2 things I hate most in my life? One is people who speak halfway, and the second is... After waiting for a long time without the guy who spoke first continuing to reveal the price of the car, someone shouted, but only halfway. When everyone's eyes turned to him, he just leisurely closed his mouth. Damn, what's the second thing you hate? Then, just forget it, he's deliberately teasing us by speaking halfway. Hey, buddy, hurry up and tell us how much this car is worth. I know Lamborghinis cost about 7 or 8 million. This one's a limited edition, so it shouldn't exceed 10 million. No way. If it were me, even if it cost more than 10 million, I couldn't afford to buy this car. Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, the first guy who spoke cleared his throat and then spoke with a proud expression. Let me tell you, the price of this car is at least 23 or 24 million in RMB. Doom. One sentence instantly made the surrounding crowd bowl with excitement. This turned out to be a car worth over 20 million. Oh my god, this guy must be incredibly wealthy. This time, the onlookers were shocked, and even the group of young men who surrounded Fang Chenyi were stunned by this figure. One by one, they involuntarily took a step back. Joking aside, someone who could afford a car worth over 20 million RMB was not someone they could afford to provoke. And the actions of these few people were all seen by the onlookers. Most of the onlookers, especially some of the male students, felt disappointed. After all, These guys usually relied on their family's wealth and flaunted themselves. So they often did despicable things like stealing other people's girlfriends. But due to the other party's strength, many times they dared to be angry but didn't dare to speak up. If these guys beat up the rich guy in front of them, they would definitely face retaliation later. But seeing the way this group of people looked now, they obviously admitted defeat. However, everyone also understood that admitting defeat was wise. After all, this was simply not on the same level, and admitting defeat was not shameful. At this time, the proposer, who had already admitted defeat but was struggling without a way out, which was exactly what the head of security called Yizhihu, found an opportunity. He pointed at Fang Chenyi's nose and said, "HMPH, kid, I won't pursue the matter of you stealing from us because of the face of the security team." After dropping this sentence, Yizhihu turned around and planned to leave with his little brothers. Of course, what he said about finding a way out was just a joke. Seriously, would someone who could afford to drive a car worth millions steal from you? This was just trying to save face. Seeing this situation, the head of security breathed a sigh of relief. Then, his gaze turned to Fang Chenyi in the center of the scene again, and his tone was not as harsh as before. Let's go back to the security office first." Standing in the center, Fang Chenyi smiled and nodded at the head of security. He understood the intention behind it, but he wouldn't go to the security office with him. The enmity of taking someone's wife was irreconcilable. Although the other party was just pursuing normally, it was still unacceptable. Under the gaze of everyone, Fang Chenyi in the center suddenly smiled strangely, then said to Yizhihu and the others, who were leaving dejectedly, "Did I tell you to leave?" With these words, the onlookers became interested. "Ha ha! I knew it. How could this matter end like this? If it really ended like this, wouldn't the tycoon lose face?" Of course, the mentality of the head of security and the crowd was completely different. Did this kid have a problem with his head? He had finally persuaded the group of bastards to leave, but now this kid was seeking his own death. Theft, ha ha ha, this guy is too witty. Calling him a monkey, ha ha, that's really something. Yizhihu, a monkey, well, it's quite fitting when you think about it. The onlookers burst into laughter upon hearing Fang Chenyi's words. However, Yizhihu and his group paused at the mention, their faces becoming unsightly. They pretended not to hear, but there were so many people watching. If they pretended not to hear and left now, they wouldn't be able to show their faces at school anymore. After gritting his teeth, Yizhihu turned around with a forced smile. "What's the matter, kid? I've generously decided not to pursue the matter of you stealing from us. What else do you want? Also, my name is Yizhihu, Z as in wisdom, not Ho as in monkey." Fang Chenyi just chuckled at his words and didn't engage in the argument. Fang Chenyi wasn't foolish. In today's society, public opinion was crucial. Even if he wanted to deal with the other party, he had to stand on the moral high ground. Heh. Whether you call me a monkey or two monkeys, it doesn't matter to me. Besides, a fair lady and a gentleman are a good match. I won't pursue the matter of you pursuing my friend Han. But from what I heard just now, aren't you not a Chinese? Upon hearing this, Yizhihu proudly lifted his head. That's right, I'm not Chinese. I'm a citizen of the great stick nation, Smiter. He was excited as he said this, even throwing in some Korean. But his non-standard Korean left Fang Chenyi a bit puzzled. What was this guy saying? Was he speaking like a foreigner? Fang Chenyi glanced at the proud Yizhihu, feeling a bit confused by his words. However, he decided to respond in kind, using fluent Korean. With this fluent Korean, everyone around, including Yizhihu, was dumbfounded. Wow, this guy not only looks handsome, but he's also so badass in his speech. Love him. Oh my god, did I hear that correctly? Did this guy just say he's going to challenge them? No way. Damn, what do you know? This guy is clearly seeking revenge by challenging them. With his wealth, he'll probably bring in some powerful people to crush Yizhihu and his gang later. Young man, stop talking nonsense. Come on, come with us to the security office. Once again, the head of security stepped forward and glanced at Fang Chenyi. Although he was tall and handsome, his physique didn't seem particularly strong. Challenging a martial arts club wasn't a beauty contest. Being handsome didn't mean you would win. When it came to physical combat, This kid definitely wouldn't be enough. Besides, the Taekwondo club had over 100 members. Fang Chenyi didn't expect the head of security to be so kind. This was the third time he had reminded him. After casting a grateful glance at him again, Fang Chenyi turned his gaze back to Yijihu. All right, go back and prepare. I'll come to challenge your Taekwondo club in 10 minutes. After saying that, he ignored everyone and strode toward his supercar. Seeing this, the crowd quickly made way for him. Only after watching Fang Chenyi get into his silver-white supercar did everyone start to regain their senses. Oh my god, is this guy really going to challenge the Taekwondo club? It's not just Yijihu. The Taekwondo club has their actual master, a real Korean exchange student. I heard he's already a green belt in judo. Guess what? Even if we're not sure, let's go and see for ourselves. Conversations like these filled the scene, and some people even took out their phones to call their roommates and friends to come and watch the excitement. As for why Fang Chenyi made this decision, it certainly wasn't because he acted impulsively. Under the gaze of the crowd, Fang Chenyi strode back to his sports car. Opening the door and getting in, he saw Bai Meng'en looking at him anxiously. Seeing the worried look on Bai Meng'en's face, and recalling the scene earlier when she held a brick, Fang Chenyi couldn't help but smile. He gently flicked her nose with his hand. Why is my little Hanhan making such a worried face? Your husband is fine. Bai Meng'en didn't say anything, feeling relieved in her heart. Bai Meng'en actually came back for a few reasons. One was to listen to Fang Chenyi's words. Second, she was afraid of causing trouble for Fang Chenyi by staying. Third, she quickly called for reinforcements, and the security team was actually summoned by Bai Meng'en calling the security office. After comforting Bai Meng'en for a few moments, Fang Chenyi reached out and took the woven bag from Bai Meng'en's hand. Then, under Bai Meng'en's somewhat speechless gaze, he pulled the car door and got out again. At this point, the onlookers who hadn't left yet were a bit puzzled, wondering what this wealthy man was up to. Fang Chenyi walked over, and the crowd instinctively made way for him. Soon, he arrived at the spot where Yijihu had arranged everything. Seeing that Yijihu had left without taking away the items on the ground, Fang Chenyi couldn't help but show a happy smile. Then, to the astonishment of the crowd, Fang Chenyi reached out with a litter picker and picked up the candles on the ground, stuffing them into his woven bag. Master picked up one candle. System reward, 300 yuan, already transferred to the master's bank account. Please check. Master picked up one spray can. System reward, 500 yuan, already transferred to the master's bank account. Please check. Master picked up one banner. System reward, 800 yuan, already transferred to the master's bank account. Please check. Fang Chenyi's movements were quick. In just about 2 minutes, he had collected all the junk on the ground into his woven bag. After picking up everything, he looked at the bewildered crowd and smiled awkwardly. Ah, well, everyone don't just stand around here. I'm going to challenge the Taekwondo club now. If you're interested, you can come and watch. After saying that, he ignored the crowd and slung the woven bag over his shoulder, striding toward his car. The woven bag was really convenient. Although there was nothing inside at the moment, it looked full from the outside, as if it were filled with things. As he walked, he took out his phone to check the latest transaction. Farmers Bank on April 6 at 17:12, 800 yuan was transferred to account, ending in 6,696. The balance is 1,104,063.09 yuan. Seeing the long string of numbers, Fang Chenyi couldn't help but feel delighted. He even waved his hand absent-mindedly. Damn, I actually broke 1 million. Wahaha, this is so awesome. I've finally become a millionaire. Of course, if people knew he was so happy because his bank account had exceeded 1 million yuan, they would probably faint. 1 million was exaggerating. It was barely enough to buy a single wheel of his car. After casually putting the woven bag in the trunk of his sports car, he got into the Lamborghini. Little Hanhan, let's go to the Taekwondo club now. But I don't know where it is. Can you guide me? Bai Meng'en was stunned. Why are we going to the Taekwondo club? Are you still going to find those people? Yi. I know you're not comfortable, but trust me. Besides you, I will never be with any other man in my life. Smiling, he rubbed Bai Meng'en's head gently. Silly girl, How can I not trust you? But no matter what, my woman is not someone others can pursue. As he said this, a hint of displeasure flashed in Fang Chanyi's eyes. In anything else, Fang Chanyi could defer, but when it came to women, he absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to have thoughts about his woman. But they have a lot of people. Before Bai Meng'an could finish, Fang Chanyi waved his hand with a smile. It's okay, just a bunch of amateurs. Let's go. You lead the way. Don't worry, these kids are no match for your man. Bai Meng'an opened her mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. Although she had only known Fang Chanyi for 2 days, she had already seen through his character. She knew that whatever decision Fang Chanyi made, no one could stop him. Driving the Lamborghini with Bai Meng'an's guidance, they soon arrived outside the Taekwondo club's activity room. But before the car could get close, Fang Chanyi saw that the entrance of the entire activity room was already surrounded by a crowd. When the crowd saw the arrival of this supercar, they directly split open a path for the car to pass through. Therefore, Fang Chanyi didn't have to exert any effort to park the sports car directly at the front entrance of the activity room. After parking the car, Fang Chanyi pushed open the door and got out of the car. Just this simple action almost drove the surrounding female students crazy. Ah, the little brother is so handsome. Little brother, I want to be your girlfriend. Little brother, I love you. Listening to the shouts around him, Fang Chanyi took a step forward and gently took Bai Meng'an's hand, who had just pushed the door and got out of the car, then smiled and walked towards the entrance of the activity room. Damn, this guy actually came. This guy didn't bring any help and came alone. Inside the activity room, Yizhihu and others had already changed into Taekwondo uniforms and were waiting at the door. Not only that, but there were also 3 or 4 dozen students in Taekwondo uniforms behind them. Seeing Fang Chanyi's figure, Yizhihu's followers cursed under their breath, and Yizhihu's eyebrows furrowed tightly. To be honest, he didn't expect the other party to actually come. He thought the other party was just bluffing. He didn't expect the other party to come on time. Hehe, am I not late? Well, this is your Taekwondo club sign, right? Holding Bai Meng'an's hand, under the watchful eyes of countless students, Fang Chanyi walked into the Taekwondo club. Seeing that Yizhihu and others were already waiting for him, Fang Chanyi was quite satisfied. Looking up, he saw a sign with the words Taekwondo Club written on it. Fang Chanyi lightly patted Bai Meng'an's arm, and when she released it in understanding, without waiting for her to react, he forcefully stomped on the ground with both feet, then his entire body shot upward. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Fang Chanyi's feet left the ground, rising at least a meter high. Feeling he had reached the limit, Fang Chanyi suddenly exerted force from his waist, performing a spectacular 180-degree spin in midair, followed by a crisp sound. The wooden plaque hanging above the entrance of the Taekwondo club was effortlessly split into 2 pieces and fell to the ground. This was called imposing manner. He couldn't afford to lose in this aspect. After landing steadily on the ground, he lightly brushed off the dust from his pants, but there was a hint of disappointment on his face. He had thought the super serum would give him extraordinary strength, but it turned out to be only twice as strong as an average person. However, while he shook his head in disappointment, in the eyes of the surrounding people and Yizhihu's group, he appeared completely pretentious. Wow, that was so cool. Damn, this guy is amazing. Is that move he just did the long-lost backhand swipe? Haha. Dude, are you kidding me? That move is obviously the soaring dragon regret. Lack of education is terrifying. Ha ha ha, although this brother seems to be using our Chinese martial arts. Great, great. Let's use Chinese martial arts to beat these guys who worship foreign things. Ignoring the discussions of the bystanders, let's talk about Yizhihu and the others in the field. Looking somewhat confusedly at the broken plaque on the ground, and then at Fang Chanyi, who shook his head with dissatisfaction, Yizhihu nearly cursed out Fang Chanyi's ancestors in his heart. Although Fang Chanyi's move just now seemed impressive to the surrounding students, in Yizhihu's eyes, while he was surprised, it didn't reach the point of being afraid. After all, while Fang Chanyi's move had visual impact, its actual destructive power was not commendable. The wooden plaque hanging 3 meters high was difficult to reach, but with the right technique, it was not difficult at all. To speak bluntly, among the students in their Taekwondo club, There must be no fewer than a dozen who could perform that move, including himself. Hehe. Turns out we're all family here. From your posture, you must have practiced Taekwondo before. But kicking our signboard as soon as you come up, that's a bit too much, brother. Although Yijihu felt unhappy, he still left some room in his words, considering that the opponent's strength was unknown. Of course, if it were someone else, the arrogant Yijihu would definitely make him regret it. But even though Yijihu left some room in his words, Fan Chenyi completely disregarded it. Shaking his head lightly, he snorted disdainfully. This is not Taekwondo, this is authentic Chinese martial arts. And didn't I make it clear earlier? I'm here to challenge, of course. I'll kick your signboard. Is your IQ low, or is mine too high? He casually took off his casual suit jacket and handed it to Bai Mengan beside him. Then turned to Yijihu again. Come on, I don't like to talk too much. Today, let me see if the so-called invincible Taekwondo that the Koreans boast about is really better than our Chinese martial arts. With these words, the crowd erupted into chaos once again. Indeed, as Fan Chenyi said, in recent years, the Koreans have been boasting about Taekwondo as the ancestor of Chinese martial arts, which makes every Chinese person feel uncomfortable. Today, hearing Fan Chenyi's words, it immediately struck a chord with everyone. Yes, this brother is right. Taekwondo is nonsense. Today, let him see the power of Chinese martial arts. Hit him, brother. You hit with confidence. If you hurt them, we'll all chip in for your medical expenses. Yes, we'll cover your medical expenses. As long as you kick down this Taekwondo club. Most of the dozens of students behind Yijihu were Korean exchange students and didn't know what kind of car Fan Chenyi was driving. First, they saw their own signboard being kicked down by this guy, and now they heard the discussions of the surrounding people. Was this tolerable? Especially a little Korean with blonde hair. He charged straight forward. Kid, don't think you're invincible just because you kicked down the signboard of our Taekwondo club. Humph, I want to see what skills you, this East Asian weakling, have. After saying that, without waiting for Yijihu to stop him, he forcefully pushed off the ground with his left foot and jumped up. His right leg swinging in midair, executing a beautiful spinning side kick. This move was the most powerful and damaging move in Taekwondo. The force of this roundhouse kick was enormous, and coupled with the downward force of the body, if it hit, even a fracture would be considered light. Especially seeing the red belt around the opponent's waist, it was obvious that this guy was much more powerful than Yijihu. But faced with the fierce roundhouse kick, Fan Chenyi was completely fearless. He shouted sharply, "Good timing." Then, he shifted his body slightly to the side, left foot stepping forward to evade the range of the attack. Followed by a turn and a leg lift, a kick resembling a Taekwondo roundhouse kick aimed at the airborne Korean. In midair, the blonde Korean's heart sank when he saw this, but his body was already airborne and had no place to borrow force. So he could only watch helplessly as the opponent's dress shoe kicked fiercely on his shoulder. With a thud, before everyone could react, the blonde who had just charged up was already flying backward. After landing, he rolled several times before barely stabilizing himself, looking at Fan Chenyi with eyes full of intense fighting spirit. "Kiseki, come again." Struggling to stand up, he tried to shake his numb left shoulder a few times. Then, with a running start, he charged forward again. However, obviously, this time, he was much more cautious. Upon reaching Fan Chenyi, he didn't use the same soaring move as before but instead opted for a more stable leg sweep. Knowing exactly where the opponent's leg would sweep thanks to the enhancements from the Super Soldier Serum, Fan Chenyi was able to accurately predict the trajectory of the attack. He didn't bother to dodge, simply lifting his foot and stepping into the empty space in front of him. Ignoring the raised voices around, Fan Chenyi was like a fierce tiger in the forest. Facing the so-called invincible Taekwondo practitioners, he remained calm and resolute. With a crisp sound, by the time everyone reacted, they heard a crack, and the blonde-haired guy was already rolling on the ground, clutching his leg in pain. Fortunately, Fan Chenyi's main target this time wasn't him. Otherwise, with the fierce attack he launched at Fan Chenyi earlier, he might have lost his leg. Hehe, all talk and no substance, that's Taekwondo for you. Come on, I'm short on time, come at me together. Brushing off his pants again, Fang Chenyi ignored the wailing blonde on the ground. Instead, he turned his gaze back to Yijihu, who was standing there dumbfounded. Hearing this, Yijihu jolted. Seriously, even their Taekwondo coach, they just invited from Korea, wasn't a match for the opponent. It would be suicide to go up there himself. Yijihu never expected that not only was the guy rich, but he was also so skilled. Together. Before Yijihu could finish his sentence, Fang Chenyi was already moving. Fang Chenyi knew that Yijihu would definitely back down after seeing him easily defeat the blonde guy. That the purpose of coming here today was to beat this guy. Not. It was to let the Koreans know the profundity of Chinese martial arts. Thinking of this, as soon as Yijihu started speaking, Fang Chenyi rushed towards him. Then without hesitation, he delivered a flying kick. Dang! The kick landed solidly on Yijihu's chest, and with a crisp cracking sound, a large area of Yijihu's chest visibly collapsed. From the looks of it, several ribs were broken at least. His whole body flew backward with the force of the kick. In mid-air, Yijihu couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. After kicking Yijihu away, Fang Chenyi slowly retracted his raised right foe and glanced at Yijihu, who was lying on the ground clutching his chest, his mouth coldly saying, "Hehe. Now you know your so-called Taekwondo is garbage compared to Chinese martial arts. Don't brag about it in the future. I'm being kind-hearted now, but if you meet a martial arts master with a bad temper in the future, you won't be so lightly injured." With these words, the Chinese students who had joined the Taekwondo club blushed. And some of them even took off their Taekwondo uniforms and threw them on the ground, muttering, "Nonsense Taekwondo, Chinese martial arts are the real deal. Damn it, why did I join this Taekwondo club? Damn it, I'll join a martial arts club later." One person led the way, and the Chinese students in the group began to take off their clothes and throw them on the ground. In a short while, except for the 6 young men who had mixed with Yijihu before, and 5 or 6 Korean exchange students who were still wearing Taekwondo uniforms, the entire Taekwondo club was empty. Seeing this scene, Fang Chenyi was quite satisfied. That's right, the great sons of China, why bother with what the Koreans play? He took out his phone from his pocket and waved to a young man who had previously helped Yijihu set up the venue outside the teaching building. "Come here." Hearing Fang Chenyi's call, the young man was shocked and hesitated, wanting to refuse, but also afraid that the other party would come over and beat him up. Seeing Fang Chenyi's slight frown, the young man gritted his teeth and trotted over. "Brother, I'm sorry, I was wrong. It was all my fault before. Please forgive me. Don't compare yourself with me." Seeing the submissive look of the young man, Fang Chenyi was speechless. "All right, I came here openly to challenge. What about you? Want to spar with me too?" No, I misspoke. What before? We've never met before, right? Never met. Hehe. Seeing the young man still trembling, Fang Chenyi reached out and lightly patted the young man's shoulder. Hehe, that's more like it. Think before you speak. Now, take out your phone. Under Fang Chenyi's threat, the young man fumbled to open his payment app. Seeing this, Fang Chenyi directly transferred 100,000 yuan to him with his own phone. "Although I came here to challenge, I'm generally reasonable. Consider this a medical fee. All right, call an ambulance." After saying that, he turned around, grabbed by Menon, who was already at a loss, and walked towards the crowd. As for the earlier talk of helping Fang Chenyi raise medical expenses, Fang Chenyi just chuckled. Even if everyone really raised money for him, he wouldn't accept it. Come on, was he someone who lacked that 100,000 yuan? Not to mention anything else, just picking up those candles and roses from Yijihu earlier was worth more than 100,000 yuan. Watching Fang Chenyi's figure recede into the distance, by Menon, who was holding the phone, couldn't help but stare at Fang Chenyi's profile. This made Fang Chenyi feel a bit embarrassed. He reached out and rubbed by Menon's head, saying unkindly, "Little girl, why are you looking at me like that?" "Hehe, I'm thinking, it turns out my man looks so handsome when he's jealous." Fang Chenyi rolled his eyes with some exasperation. "Isn't that obvious? Haven't you heard a saying? If someone dares to mess with my woman, I have to make them pay. I'm letting him off easy. Seeing Fang Chanyi's teeth-gritting expression, Bai Meng'en couldn't help but giggle. With Bai Meng'en's laughter, Fang Chanyi chuckled along. Heh. Don't say that, but I didn't expect our little Han to have such a violent sigh. Hey, I should have taken a picture of you holding that brick with a camera. Han, you're so cool. Hey, it's not like that. I was just afraid you'd get hurt. Who knew you could fight so well? Really? You wasted my feelings. As they joked and laughed, the Lamborghini finally entered the gates of Century Garden. But instead of heading towards the building where they were, Bai Meng'en couldn't help but ask Fang Chanyi with some confusion. Yi? Where are we going? Fang Chanyi smirked mysteriously. Of course, we're going home. As he spoke, the car had already reached the villa area. Seeing the row of luxury villas in front of them, Bai Meng'en couldn't help but be stunned. Home, did you buy a villa here? Extending a hand, Fang Chanyi gently tapped Bai Meng'en's small nose. Dingo, congratulations, you got it right. With a helpless pout, Bai Meng'en understood why Fang Chanyi had bought so many beddings before. You're really a big spender. The cheapest villa here costs nearly 30 million yuan. So, let me guess, you, as the big spender, must have bought the most expensive villa, right? At this point, Fang Chanyi shook his head with a smile. Not the first one. That's strange, shouldn't you, as a big spender, buy the most expensive one? Then, is it the second villa? No, that's impossible. Let me guess, you, as a big spender, didn't buy just one villa, did you? Seeing Fang Chanyi shake his head, Bai Meng'en's extraordinary brain began to work rapidly. With just a little analysis, she came up with the answer. In Bai Meng'en's calculation, Fang Chanyi's recent shake of the head and his somewhat cunning look meant she was getting closer. Sure enough, after Bai Meng'en spoke, Fang Chanyi visibly paused, then glanced at Bai Meng'en in astonishment. Why aren't you following the usual pattern? I denied the first villa, so shouldn't you continue guessing the second or third? Seeing Fang Chanyi's surprise, Bai Meng'en, feeling triumphant, reached out and patted Fang Chanyi's head. P.S. For the experienced drivers, this isn't about driving, it's about the hair on top of the head. Don't always lead the innocent little citrus fruit astray. After patting Fang Chanyi's head, Bai Meng'en smiled smugly. Little brother, you're still so naive in front of sister. With your identity as a big spender and your expression just now, if I couldn't guess, I'd be a fool. Seeing Bai Meng'en's triumphant look, Fang Chanyi also chuckled, then opened the car door and got out in front of the third villa, sighing. Alas, too bad. Although your analysis was good, you guessed wrong. Yes, except for the last two. I bought all the rest. After speaking, under Bai Meng'en's bewildered gaze, Fang Chanyi arrogantly opened the door and got out of the sports car. Then turned around to gently open the door for Bai Meng'en. What do you think, little Han? Are you impressed by your man's grandeur? Don't worship me. I'm just a legend. When Fang Chanyi came over to open the car door for her, it already showed his affection for her, which made Bai Meng'en feel very sweet. Alas, okay, it seems like I'm too narrow-minded. But I have to admit, you're really smart. These houses won't take 10 years to double in value. Instead of putting useless money in the bank for meager profits, it's really better to invest in some assets. This is also a form of investment, right? Investment, smart. Fang Chanyi really wanted to ridicule himself. If he really had that much money, he wouldn't have bought so many villas. Honestly, there was a time when the impoverished Fang Chanyi had always fantasized that if he ever had 100 million, he would definitely do nothing and just put all the money in the bank, living off the hefty interest every year. Wouldn't that be great? Of course, that was just his thinking at the time. Now Fang Chanyi wouldn't think like that anymore. After all, the interest from putting 100 million in the bank would only be enough to buy him a few sets of clothes. Let's go. Little Han, your husband will take you to see something good. Seeing Fang Chanyi's mischievous smile, Bai Meng'en pulled her clothes a little helplessly and murmured, You're so annoying. Why do you always think of naughty things even in broad daylight? Seeing Bai Meng'en's reluctance but shyness, Fang Chanyi felt even more itchy in his heart. This little girl was really too smart. He hadn't even said anything yet, and she guessed what he was going to do. What's on your mind? Little girl. In front of sister, am I just someone who thinks with his lower body? I just want to take you to visit our future home. As he spoke, Fang Chenyi took a step forward, then lifted Bai Mengan horizontally in his arms. Then he strode towards the gate of the villa. Being held by Fang Chenyi and feeling his strong embrace, Bai Mengan's eyes unknowingly became a little intoxicated. She was very glad that she had caught such an outstanding man. An hour and a half later, Fang Chenyi leaned on the master bed in the Via's bedroom, gently pulling the blanket over the exhausted Bai Mengan. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh, wondering how many good deeds he had done in his past life to have such extraordinary opportunities today. Ring ring. At this moment, Bai Mengan's phone rang on the bedside table. Exhausted, Bai Mengan didn't even lift her head and lazily stretched out her hand towards Fang Chenyi. Fang Chenyi shook his head with a smile and reached out to take her phone, then handed it to her. Hello, who's this? Without even looking, she slid to answer the call, then said weakly. Hearing this sound, the voice on the other end first paused, then a shocked female voice suddenly sounded. Oh my god, this voice. Menon, you're not with that handsome guy ... Go to hell, I'm busy here, if you have something to say, just say it directly. The call was from Bai Mengan's best friend, Su Tanshan. Seeing that she had guessed what was going on, Bai Mengan's face turned red. But she stubbornly retorted, Busy, are you implying we're doing that? Come on, girl, you can't be so open-minded. Why would you answer my call during that time? This talk is too mushy. Before Bai Mengan could speak again, the blunt Su Tanshan interrupted with a casual you guys go ahead, then hung up. Ow, who was that? That's two. Fang Chenyi could clearly hear the conversation on the phone. Seeing the call ended, he couldn't help but ask with some bewilderment. The woman on the phone spoke so boldly, it was obvious she was quite experienced. It's nothing, it's all your fault, you insisted on coming during broad daylight. Oh no. Now it's all over. Tanshan is such a blabbermouth, now everyone will probably know. As she spoke, Bai Mengan blushed and pulled the blanket over her head in embarrassment. Even if they know, we're not married yet, so what if we're living together openly? Heh. But look at you now, should we ... Heh. Ring ... Just then, Bai Mengan's phone rang again. Tam, who's so rude to call at this time? I curse you to have no little wiener. Taking her head out from under the blanket, Bai Mengan answered the phone while glaring at Fang Chenyi. What's wrong now? Heh. Sorry to bother you again when you're comfortable, but I just wanted to ask, what do you want for dinner tonight? Do you need me to order for you? Of course, if you don't need me to order, could you bring me something back when you come? I don't mind. Listening to the same voice on the phone again, Fang Chenyi couldn't help muttering under his breath, It seems like this guy doesn't need to be cursed to have no little wiener. Hearing Fang Chenyi's mutter, Bai Mengan glared at him again without patience, then spoke into the phone to Su Tanshan. All right, sis, I'll bring you some delicious food when I come back. I really have something to do now. Bye. Beep beep beep. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Su Tanshan, who was sitting on the balcony in a tank top watching a live stream on her laptop, couldn't help but wave her small fist. Then a smug smile appeared on her lips. I bet you're having dinner with that tycoon now. If a tycoon invites you to dinner, it won't be a simple meal, that's for sure. Little did she know, the truth was exactly the same as what she had just joked about. In the villa, seeing Bai Mengan hang up the phone, Fang Chenyi couldn't help but ask anxiously, while rubbing his hands, Little Hanhan, are you still going back today? This house is prepared for both of us, you know. Of course, I'm going back. We're not married yet, so living together openly will be laughed at by others. Besides, even if we were moving in together, I still need to go back and pack my things. After finishing the first half of her sentence, Fang Chenyi wanted to retort. But when he heard the latter half, a mischievous smile appeared on his face. Heh, all right, then let's not sleep. Let's hurry up and pack up and move. Seeing Fang Chenyi's eager look, Bai Mengan pouted, You rascal, who said we're moving in together. But before she could finish, she saw Fang Chenyi jumping off the bed, putting on his coat, and urging her who was still lying down. Come on, Han. Let's go pack and move. Think about that when we come back. You big-headed ghost. Hearing Fang Chanyi's embarrassing words, Bai Meng'en scolded him softly and threw the pillow on the bedside table at him, who was grinning mischievously. 10 minutes later, the two of them walked out of the villa cuddling each other. After a whole afternoon of fussing around, they both felt a little hungry, so they got into the Lamborghini and headed out of the community. At Fang Chanyi's insistence, the two of them found a very elegant Western restaurant. This time, because both Fang Chanyi and Bai Meng'en were wearing expensive branded outfits, there were no embarrassing incidents. Under the enthusiastic service of the waiter, they ordered a set of couple meals worth 8,888 yuan. "Sir, how would you like your Holstein steak cooked? Because the steak you ordered is imported top-grade beef, we recommend it to be cooked medium rare to medium, so as to better retain the freshness of the beef." When the waiter finished speaking, Fang Chanyi waved his hand directly. "I want mine and hers both well done. Why eat medium rare? It's still bloody, and the virus hasn't been killed." Although Fang Chanyi's voice wasn't particularly loud, it wasn't small either. So the two tables nearby, who had ordered medium rare steak just to be elegant, were all stunned. Then they looked down at the steak on their plates, which still had traces of blood, and suddenly lost their appetite. "Waiter, come here for a moment, please. Can you please take my mac and cook it again properly? Make sure it's well done before you bring it back. This brother is right. It's better to eat thoroughly cooked to be safe." Seeing Bai Meng'en order another steak, Fang Chanyi suddenly remembered that she had promised to bring one back for her friend. So he waved to the waiter who was still taking orders beside them. "Wait a minute, cancel that steak. Just make another set of the same meal we just ordered for takeaway." The waiter was pleased to hear this. This handsome guy was really a big spender. "Of course, sir. So, just to confirm, you want both steaks to be well done, right?" No, I want it medium rare, or even rare." After saying this, Fang Chanyi couldn't help but mutter with a hint of satisfaction in his heart. "Hey, serves her right for disturbing me earlier." Sir, are you sure?" The waiter was a bit puzzled. Didn't this gentleman just say he wanted his steak well done? Now he's asking for it rare. Does he want parasites with that? The diners who had just ordered their steaks to be recooked also looked at Fang Chanyi with confusion, not understanding why he suddenly changed his mind. Meanwhile, Bai Meng'en gave Fang Chanyi a disapproving look. She knew exactly why Fang Chanyi requested the steak to be medium rare. Right, was definitely his way of striking back. "Don't listen to him. Just give us the 88 yuan steak set, and make sure they're both well done." "Hehe, alright, then make them well done. Forget about the 88 yuan one, just make them the same as before." Waving his hand, Fang Chanyi continued to order another set. "Alright, sir and madam, please wait a moment." After the waiter agreed, he quickly left to prepare. Once the waiter left, Fang Chanyi muttered with annoyance, "Hey, disturbing us like that, she deserves to have hers raw. Maybe she should chase after a cow and take a bite. Hehe, look at you being stingy. Alright, it's all your fault anyway, for coming in the middle of the day. But, can you stop doing this in the future?" As she spoke, Bai Meng'en brought up the topic from earlier. Since there was a waiter present, Fang Chanyi denied her request twice, so as a woman, she didn't speak up for the third time. This was also a form of respect for Fang Chanyi. Now that there was no one else around, Bai Meng'en spoke softly. "Now that we're together, I find it hard to accept you spending money on me. I'm not a materialistic woman. Even though you're wealthy, that was before you met me. In the future, I'd rather spend the money we earn together. Do you understand what I mean?" After thinking for a moment, Fang Chanyi nodded solemnly. "Silly girl, I know you're an independent woman. But now that we're together, let's not make it so clear-cut, okay? It makes me feel like you're treating me unfairly, not like your husband." The word husband left Bai Meng'en speechless. She opened her mouth, but in the end, didn't say anything. Seeing this, Fang Chanyi gently tapped her nose. "Alright, I'll listen to you. Let's work hard together to earn money and spend it together in the future, okay?" After waiting for about 10 minutes, the waiter returned with a large bag of food. Leaving the Western restaurant, the two of them drove back to the Century Garden where Bai Meng'en rented her apartment. "You should call your roommate first, it might be inconvenient for me to go up without notice." After some thought, Fang Chenyi felt it would be inappropriate to enter without informing her. After all, she was a girl, and who knew what she was doing now? Hehe, who told you to go up? I'll tidy up tonight and have a good chat with Tan Tan. You can come help me with the stuff tomorrow morning, all right? Nodding helplessly, Fang Chenyi agreed. All right, then you go up first. Hehe. I'll go up first, you rest early tonight. Good night. Giving Fang Chenyi a light kiss on the cheek, Bai Menon pushed open the car door and got out. Watching Bai Menon leave, Fang Chenyi shook his head with a smile, then stepped on the gas pedal and drove towards the villa. Arriving at the villa, Fang Chenyi parked the car casually at the entrance and got out, grabbing a woven bag and a garbage picker before heading towards the community. As Fang Chenyi approached the first garbage bin, he glanced around and, seeing no one paying attention, quickly began to swing his garbage picker. Master picked up an old laptop. System rewards 8,000 yuan. Reward has been transferred to Master's bank account. Please check. Master picked up an old newspaper. System rewards 1,200 yuan. Reward has been transferred to Master's bank account. Please check. It was indeed a high-end community. Even the quality of the garbage was different. That old laptop, although a bit outdated, should still be usable. After 10 minutes, Fang Chenyi glanced at the message showing he had just earned nearly 90,000 yuan and couldn't help but feel delighted. This was just from one garbage bin, and there were at least 30 or 40 more bins in this community. Meanwhile, Bai Menon had already entered the apartment. Just as she took out her keys to open the door, it swung open with a click, and Sutanchen exaggeratedly pulled her inside. Hehe. Not bad, babe. You found such a handsome guy out of nowhere, and judging by the car he drives, he must be rich. So, did you get him? Startled by the sudden opening of the door, Bai Menon, seeing it was Sutanchen, couldn't help but knock her on the head disapprovingly. Get lost. What nonsense are you talking about? Come on. Go eat your food. You're always talking nonsense. Taking the big bag handed over by Bai Menon, Sutanchen took a deep breath. Smells delicious. Hehe, your friend Menon is really considerate. Wow. It's Western food again. Steak, salad, huh? What's this? As Sutanchen placed each item on the table one by one, she suddenly saw a box of golden orange grains and couldn't help but ask in confusion. Isn't this caviar? It looks and sizes different from the caviar we had last time we went for teppanyaki buffet, isn't it? Looking at Sutanchen's exaggerated reaction, Bai Menon couldn't help but be speechless. Though when Sutanchen heard her, she was even more shocked. Was this really caviar? It was so different in color and size from the one they had last time. Caviar? This doesn't look anything like the caviar we had last time. My goodness, this caviar is so big. How much does this cost per serving? 3,800 yuan per serving. My goodness, 3,800 yuan per serving. That's too expensive, my goodness. This one serving could cover my living expenses for 3 months. Hey, Menon, do you think we could sell this? Without mentioning Bai Menon and Sutanchen, just Fang Chenyi, who was picking up trash, had already earned nearly 100,000 yuan from just one garbage bin. Master picked up a worn-out laptop. System rewards 8,000 yuan. Reward has been transferred to Master's bank account. Please check. Master picked up an old newspaper. System rewards 1,200 yuan. Reward has been transferred to Master's bank account. Please check. Truly a high-end community. Even the quality of the garbage is different. That laptop, although a bit outdated, should still be usable. After glancing at the message showing he had just earned nearly 90,000 yuan, Fang Chenyi couldn't help but feel delighted. This was just from one garbage bin, and there were at least 30 or 40 more bins in this community. This if I pick up all of them in one night, how much money will it be? 1 is 90,000, 10 would be 900,000, 3 nines are 28, no, 3 nines are 27, 30 would be 2,700,000. Damn it. This would triple my own value instantly. Thinking like this, Fang Chenyi felt his whole body fill with energy. He worked even faster. Master picked up a delivery box. System rewards 300 yuan. Reward has been transferred to Master's bank account. Please check. Master picked up a package of torn clothes. System rewards 2,000 yuan. Reward has been transferred to Master's bank account. Please check. Master picked up a worn-out kitchen knife. System triggers special reward. Reward: 10 years with the world's top chef team. Due to the special nature of the reward is on its way. Damn, another special reward? And it's a chef team. How is this supposed to be rewarded? As Fang Chenyi was busy picking up junk, he heard the notification sound in his mind and felt a bit puzzled. Rewarding money, cars, houses, or such things he could understand, but rewarding living people? This got him confused. Were they rewarding clones? Scratching his head, Fang Chenyi couldn't make sense of how to reward living beings. After asking the system, he didn't get a response, so he simply stopped thinking about it. With a wry smile and a shake of his head, he continued towards the next garbage bin. Master picked up an expired pack of condoms. System rewards 900 yuan. Reward has been transferred to Master's bank account. Please check. Master picked up a beer bottle. System rewards 150 yuan. Reward has been transferred to Master's bank account. Please check. Master picked up half a cream cake. System rewards 100 yuan. Reward has been transferred to Master's bank account. Please check. After working until well past midnight, Fang Chenyi finally finished going through all the trash bins in the community. Though there was only one special reward last night, Fang Chenyi was still excited. Returning to the villa, he checked his phone and saw a long string of numbers. After checking several times, Fang Chenyi, feeling delighted, realized that his bank account had nearly 4 million yuan. Staring at the over 3,900,000 yuan, Fang Chenyi couldn't help but grin widely. After a burst of excitement, Fang Chenyi took a shower and then comfortably lay down on the soft bed and fell asleep. Of course, even when sleeping, Fang Chenyi still placed the woven bag neatly under his pillow. Fortunately, the woven bag was immune to all bacteria and had a purification function. Otherwise, even with how valuable it was, Fang Chenyi wouldn't have been able to sleep peacefully with a smelly garbage bag under his head. Ding dong. Early the next morning, Fang Chenyi, feeling like he had just fallen asleep, was awakened by the doorbell at the villa entrance. Fortunately, with his super soldier serum-enhanced body, he was more resilient than before. Stretching lazily and yawning, Fang Chenyi muttered to himself. As he approached the monitor, yawn, who's ringing the doorbell so early in the morning? How impolite. Looking at the 5 foreigners issued standing outside the villa entrance, Fang Chenyi was momentarily stunned. Especially when he saw that each of the foreigners was carrying a large black suitcase, Fang Chenyi was even more puzzled. After a moment of thought, he decided to open the intercom system. Thanks to his newly acquired English proficiency, he could easily communicate with them. Hello, who are you looking for? The 5 foreigners outside the door were a bit puzzled when they heard the perfectly standard English coming from the intercom. But they quickly understood, considering Fang Chenyi's status as their new boss, the Harvard quadrilingual Ph.D. Oh, my dear boss, Char brought the team over overnight to serve you. Hearing the foreigner's words, Fang Chenyi felt a bit confused, but then he remembered the special reward from the system last night. What? You're here to serve me? Oh, bloody hell, my dearest boss, didn't you spend 150 million yesterday to hire our team to be your full-time chefs for 10 years? 150 million to hire you guys as chefs, and only for 10 years, damn, even if I were brain dead, I wouldn't be able to do something like that. 150 million for 10 years, 150 million per year, 5 of you, that's 3 million per year per person. Fang Chenyi swore, even if he were brain dead, he couldn't have done something like this. Furthermore, he spent last night picking up junk, not hiring some damn chefs. Wait a minute. Could these guys be the special reward? Thinking back to picking up junk last night, Fang Chenyi suddenly realized that this was very likely. The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. So, he tried to inquire, are you guys the world's top chef team? Oh, my dear boss, you flatter us. Although we don't feel that we are that great, it is indeed as you said. We are currently the world's top chef team. To be blunt, if we were to rank the global culinary world second, then no one would dare to claim the first place. Feeling speechless, this guy was really bragging. However, since they were a system reward, Fang Chenyi didn't hesitate anymore. He opened the gate to the yard. Oh, my dearest boss, we really appreciate your generosity, and we are truly honored to serve you in the future. After opening the gate, Fang Chanyi followed them out. However, as soon as he stepped out of the gate, the leading foreigner came up and prepared to give Fang Chanyi a hug. Seeing this, Fang Chanyi quickly dodged with a swift move and said to the puzzled foreigner, "Although I know you're happy to see me, I need to tell you something. In Huaxia, we're not used to this kind of intimate contact, especially between two men. You understand, right?" "Oh, okay, my dearest boss. If you say so, then let's get to work. But before we start working, I have to bother you for a moment. Where is your kitchen? To showcase our culinary skills, let us demonstrate our cooking for you." "Okay, let's go work, my dearest boss. Thank you so much for your kindness, and we are looking forward to serving you." As Fang Chanyi walked out with them, he couldn't help but think, what a show-off. But since they were a system reward, Fang Chanyi didn't hesitate anymore. He opened the gate to the yard. "Oh, my dearest boss, we really appreciate your generosity, and we are truly honored to serve you in the future." After opening the gate, Fang Chanyi followed them out. However, as soon as he stepped out of the gate, the leading foreigner came up and prepared to give Fang Chanyi a hug. Seeing this, Fang Chanyi quickly dodged with a swift move and said to the puzzled foreigner, "Although I know you're happy to see me, I need to tell you something. In Huaxia, we're not used to this kind of intimate contact, especially between two men. You understand, right?" "Oh, okay, my dearest boss. If you say so, then let's get to work. But before we start working, I have to bother you for a moment. Where is your kitchen? To showcase our culinary skills, let us demonstrate our cooking for you." "Okay, let's go work, my dearest boss. Thank you so much for your kindness, and we are looking forward to serving you."